from Jharkhand governor expected today. India gets new Chief Justice. Justice UU Lalit takes oath as the 49th Chief Justice of India. Storm over liquor gate. BJP stages mega protest against Kejriwal-led Delhi government in the national capital. After dumping Vadra Congress, Ghulam Nabi Azad to float own party in September. Thanks for tuning in this Saturday morning. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. We are live and breaking straight up, starting with breaking news coming in from the national capital. And news coming in of the protests which is being staged by the BJP workers there. You can see the anger they're spilling onto streets as BJP workers continue to protest, demanding answers from the Aam Aadmi Party with respect to its now rolled back liquor policy. So a political storm that has erupted over the now rolled back liquor policy of the AAP government in the national capital. Piyush is reporting live from that very location where the protests are being staged by the BJP workers. We'll go across to Piyush, but remember a mega face-off that has also erupted. Piyush is there at that very spot. Piyush, over to you. Talk to us about the scenes you are seeing around you, as well as the answers that BJP is seeking from the Aam Aadmi Party.
Well, absolutely right now we can see the pictures coming in from Delhi's Chandni Chowk where Delhi BJP chief along with other BJP leaders are taking out a Padyatra, and this Padyatra is against Manish Sisodia. We can also hear these slogans like Manish Sisodia chor hai, Manish Sisodia ko barkhast karo, Manish Sisodia bhrasht hai. So you can see as to how the top leaders of BJP have gathered here. You can see Adesh Gupta is holding this march which reads Gali Gali mein shor hai, Manish Sisodia. So let me try to get in a word from BJP leader who is here. Sir, क्या मांग के साथ आप लोग यहाँ पे जा रहे हैं?
देखिए, जिस प्रकार से अरविंद केजरीवाल ने दिल्ली की जनता के साथ छल किया है और शराब माफियों के साथ खड़ा होकर दिल्ली के युवाओं को, दिल्ली की महिलाओं को और दिल्ली की जनता को बर्बाद करने का काम किया है और दिल्ली के टैक्स के पैसे को शराब माफियों को देने का काम किया है, उसको लेकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी प्रदेश अध्यक्ष अपने आदेश गुप्ता जी के नेतृत्व पर सड़क पर उतरी हुई है और केजरीवाल को उखाड़ कर फेंकेगी।
So we'll try to get in a word from Adesh Gupta also, who is Delhi BJP chief. He along with other workers of BJP are taking out this protest march. किस मांग के साथ क्या मांग लेके आगे बढ़ रहे हैं? क्या मांग लेके आगे बढ़ रहे हैं?
इनको मनीष सिसोदिया जी जो दिल्ली की जनता को धोखा दे रहे हैं, लूटा है दिल्ली की जनता को, उनको बर्खास्त किया जाए और कानून के तहत कार्रवाई करनी चाहिए उन पर। सबसे पहले तो बर्खास्त करना चाहिए, उनको कोई अधिकार नहीं है अपने पद पर बने रहने का।
See as to how the BJP leaders are demanding that Manish Sisodia should be sacked. You can see CEO BJP workers are here. Sir, लेकिन अरविंद केजरीवाल कह रहे हैं कि आप लोग उनको तोड़ने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, क्या कहिए आप?
अरविंद केजरीवाल की पार्टी को कोई नहीं तोड़ रहा, उनको सिर्फ जो दिल्ली का घोटाला है वो तोड़ रहा है। वो फंस चुके हैं, दिल्ली की जनता जवाब मांग रही है, ध्यान भटकाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। मनीष सिसोदिया को बर्खास्त करना पड़ेगा, उनको जेल जाना पड़ेगा। जो दिल्ली की जनता का पैसा लूटा है, दिल्ली की जनता सड़कों पर जवाब मांग रही है, जवाब देना पड़ेगा, ध्यान नहीं भटका सकते।
Clearly see the voice coming in of Delhi BJP workers who are now saying that Manish Sisodia will have to answer and he will have to resign because the people of Delhi are now seeking answers from Manish Sisodia from Aam Aadmi Party. Also, we will try to get in a word from these BJP workers, and let me try to first show you the pictures of this massive Padyatra which is being carried out by the BJP workers, BJP leaders in Chandni Chowk area. You can see sea of flags of BJP. A massive support is being enjoyed by BJP right now on the streets of Old Delhi in Chandni Chowk. You can also see as to how the all markets are open here. People have come from different parts of Delhi here, and as busy market is going, as it's busy market here, BJP workers are now reaching out to people across the city to seek their support, demanding Manish Sisodia's arrest. We also get report from Delhi BJP chief Adesh Gupta. आप सर ये बड़ी पद यात्रा लेके आप लोग निकल रहे हैं किस मांग के साथ, क्योंकि अरविंद केजरीवाल तो आपके प्रश्नों का जवाब ही नहीं दे रहे।
देखिए, अरविंद केजरीवाल और मनीष सिसोदिया आज तक 7 दिन से ये सवाल मीडिया में, जनता में है कि आखिर शराब नीति इतनी अच्छी थी तो आपने वापस क्यों ली, और अगर वापस ली तो इन प्रश्नों का आप जवाब दीजिए कि आपने उनका कमीशन 2% से 12% क्यों किया, ब्लैक लिस्टेड कंपनियों को ठेके क्यों दिए, रिहायशी कॉलोनियों में ठेके क्यों खुलवाए, नियम के विरुद्ध जाकर उनको 144 करोड़ एक और 30 करोड़ एक वापस किए। तो सवाल उठता है कि जो भ्रष्टाचार के गंभीर आरोप हैं, केजरीवाल उनसे भाग नहीं सकते। आप चाहे कितनी भी डाइवर्ट कर लो, चाहे मुद्दे को भटकाने के लिए आप इधर उधर की बातें करो, आप विधानसभा का सत्र बुला।
मनीष सिसोदिया को चोर बोल रहे हैं, अरविंद केजरीवाल बोल रहे हैं कि वो तो खुशकिस्मत है कि उनको मनीष सिसोदिया जैसा नेता मिला है, वो तो भारत रत्न उनको मिलना चाहिए।
देखिए, हाँ, बहुत अच्छे हैं, इन्होंने ये दुनिया के सबसे अच्छे शराब मंत्री हैं, क्योंकि इन्होंने अपने मुख्यमंत्री को और आम आदमी पार्टी को हजारों करोड़ रुपए का पैसा दिलाने का शराब माफिया से मिलकर भ्रष्टाचार करने का काम किया। इसलिए केजरीवाल कह रहे हैं हमारे बहुत अच्छे शराब मंत्री हैं ये।
आखिरी प्रश्न में लूंगा सर, शराब के बाद स्कूल में क्लासरूम बनाने को लेकर घोटाला भी सामने आया है, जिसको लेकर एलजी ने अब ये कहा है कि इस पूरे मामले को लेकर जांच होनी चाहिए, उस पर आपकी क्या राय है?
देखिए, ये मुद्दा भी पहले उठाया गया है और जिस तरह इन्होंने स्कूलों को भी नहीं छोड़ा है, एक स्कूल का कमरा बनाने में 33 लाख रुपए खर्चा हुआ, उसके टॉयलेट बनाने में भी इतना ही खर्चा हुआ है। तो निश्चित रूप से एक गंभीर मामला है जिसकी जांच चल रही है। इनके भ्रष्टाचार की एक कहानी अभी और सामने आने वाली है।
Delhi see as to how Delhi BJP workers are right now carrying out this protest march. In fact, it is a Pad Yatra. Right behind me there is a sea of BJP flags, BJP workers who are right now protesting, and this protest is taking place amidst the chants of गली गली में शोर है, मनीष सिसोदिया चोर है। This Pad Yatra is basically taking place in Chandni Chowk area of national capital, and that's the main market. That's the heart of national capital, where people from different parts of the city come here every day in large numbers. And today, as it's a weekend, as it's Saturday, we can already expect a huge turnout of people here in this market. And BJP is now taking advantage of that and reaching out to maximum people from across the city and telling them the kind of corruption in which the Aam Aadmi Party government and Aam Aadmi Party leaders are indulged into. Also, let me try to show you the pictures of this market. You can see as to how the people from different places have come here to listen into Adesh Gupta. Right behind me, you can see how massive support is being enjoyed by BJP leaders here in Chandni Chowk market, where this Padyatra is taking place. Remember that there is a face-off going on between Aam Aadmi Party and BJP for the last many days, where BJP has been seeking answers from Aam Aadmi Party as to why the policy was withdrawn, was taken back by Aam Aadmi Party. If it was such a good policy, they are also asking why did they go for proper tendering, when the draft committee had already told to the government not to take back the government shops as far as this business is concerned. Why did they do that? So there are some questions which BJP right now is asking. Earlier also we have seen BJP workers protesting, and right now you can see how they are protesting here on these streets, and they are now demanding answers from the top leadership of Aam Aadmi Party. Let me try to get in a word from more workers by trying to understand their sentiments. Sir, आप लोग लगातार मांग कर रहे हैं मनीष सिसोदिया का इस्तीफा हो, लेकिन इस्तीफा तो हो नहीं रहा, वो तो जगह जगह घूम के एक प्रचार कर रहे हैं आम आदमी पार्टी का, हिमाचल जा रहे हैं, गुजरात जा रहे हैं।
देखिए, अरविंद केजरीवाल भारतीय संविधान के साथ खिलवाड़ कर रहे हैं और अपनी नैतिकता खो चुके हैं। उनका एक मंत्री जेल में है, और आज तक उन्होंने इस्तीफा नहीं लिया उससे, भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप में। जिस भ्रष्टाचार को मुद्दा बनाकर अरविंद केजरीवाल सरकार में आए थे, आज वो खुद अपने मंत्रियों को भ्रष्टाचारी होने के नहीं बर्खास्त कर रहे हैं। और मनीष सिसोदिया ने जनता के पैसे को शराब व्यापारियों को दिया है और उनको बचाने की कोशिश अरविंद केजरीवाल कर रहे हैं। लेकिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपने प्रदेश अध्यक्ष के नेतृत्व में और दिल्ली की जनता अरविंद केजरीवाल को जब तक मनीष सिसोदिया को और सत्येंद्र जैन को बर्खास्त नहीं करेंगे, सड़क पर ऐसे ही जन आंदोलन होता रहेगा।
You can see how BJP continue to demand for the resignation of Manish Sisodia. Remember that massive face-off is going on. BJP always says that Aam Aadmi Party is not responding to the questions those are being asked by BJP. Remember that Aam Aadmi Party has been saying that there is no corruption taken place in excise policy. In fact, Manish Sisodia is the best deputy chief minister, best education minister, best minister in Aam Aadmi Party government ever. We also remember as to how Aam Aadmi Party, instead of replying to the questions of BJP, it had said that the MLAs of Aam Aadmi Party are being lured by BJP. They are being offered 20 crore per MLA, and if one MLA gets one more MLA with him, then they would get 25 crore. That was the allegation which was made by Aam Aadmi Party, and then there was a meeting also which was called in by Aam Aadmi Party a couple of days back, and when all the MLAs turned up there at Arvind Kejriwal's residence, they called it a failure of Operation Lotus. So once again Aam Aadmi Party alleged that Operation Lotus is taking place in national capital, but because of the good policies of Arvind Kejriwal and Delhi government, the Operation Lotus got failed as all MLAs turned up at Arvind Kejriwal's residence. But BJP is saying that no such thing has happened. BJP has never lured any Aam Aadmi Party MLA, and BJP is demanding answers from Arvind Kejriwal-led Aam Aadmi Party. In fact, BJP is saying that when we ask questions from Aam Aadmi Party, it diverts the attention and start asking something else. And today, Delhi BJP chief Adesh Gupta, along with other top leaders of BJP, are taking out this Pad Yatra in Delhi, not only in Chandni Chowk but in different parts of national capital, where massive turnout can be seen at different parts of Delhi, where BJP leaders, top BJP leaders are now taking out Pad Yatra, demanding the resignation of Delhi's Deputy Chief Minister and also Education Minister Manish Sisodia.
And Piyush, we've seen how in recent past AAP has been in complete denial mode, has been evasive, ducking those specific questions that are being asked by the BJP leaders. If you can talk to us about these specific questions being asked and how AAP has been, on the other hand, mounting offensive and saying that all of it is an attempt to topple the AAP government in the national capital.
Well, like you rightly mentioned that yes, AAP has been claiming that Manish Sisodia has not done anything. On the other side, BJP has been making serious allegations, demanding answers from Arvind Kejriwal and also Manish Sisodia and other top leaders of Aam Aadmi Party. Let me also try to show you live pictures of this protest, which is right now underway here in national capital in Chandni Chowk. This is being led by Adesh Gupta. You can also see as to how this entire banner reads शराब घोटाला गली गली में चोर है, मनीष सिसोदिया चोर है। मनीष सिसोदिया चोर क्यों है?
क्योंकि दिल्ली की आबकारी नीति में इतना बड़ा भ्रष्टाचार किया गया है। जैसा कि आप देख रहे हैं, जो गवर्नमेंट का टैक्स मिलना था, जो एक्साइज का टैक्स मिलना था, जो वैट का टैक्स मिलना था, वो टैक्स 99% और 98% कम कर दिया गया और 100% उस व्यापारियों का फायदा बढ़ाया गया।
आम आदमी पार्टी कह रही है आप तो उनके विधायकों घर को खरीद रहे हैं, तोड़ रहे हैं आम आदमी पार्टी।
झूठ झूठ झूठ, ये सारी चीजें केजरीवाल का स्क्रिप्ट है। केजरीवाल लगातार जनता को भरमाने का काम करता है, झूठ बोलने का काम करता है, उसके तहत उसने झूठ फैलाने का काम कर रहा है।
BJP is now saying that Arvind Kejriwal is doing nothing but spreading lies, and that is why they are here to protest. They continue to chant slogans against Arvind Kejriwal and demanding answers from Aam Aadmi Party-led Delhi government. We'll have to wait and watch for how long this fight will continue, but there is another case of which has started brewing between Aam Aadmi Party and BJP, and that's on the construction of classrooms in schools. Yesterday, Lieutenant Governor had recommended a detailed probe into that also, and had said that when the report was submitted by CBC, why actions were not taken for the last 2.5 years. So LG yesterday, while expressing his displeasure over non-action over the report which was submitted, also recommended a detailed probe, not only into that entire classroom construction scam, but also into the role of a few leaders of Aam Aadmi Party. Now, today, on the Sharab Ghotala, on the liquor policy, the Delhi BJP is taking out this Padyatra in Chandni Chowk of Delhi, where it is demanding answers from Arvind Kejriwal led Aam Aadmi Party. But we have seen as to how Arvind Kejriwal has been claiming that no corruption has taken place. In fact, they are also asking BJP if corruption had taken place, then CBI would have found something there at Manish Sisodia's residence. And in rebuttal to that, today Aam Aadmi Party is taking out a protest march there at BJP's headquarters at 12:30. We are learning is that Aam Aadmi Party will be protesting against BJP at Delhi BJP headquarters, asking what CBI has found from Manish Sisodia's residence. So allegations versus counter allegations continue to take place in national capital, and right now Delhi BJP is protesting at 12:30. Aam Aadmi Party will protest against BJP at BJP's headquarters in Delhi.
This encounter protest there by the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party. Piyush, if you can talk to us more about that big charge that was made by the Aam Aadmi Party, that their MLAs, there is an attempt to poach the MLAs of the Aam Aadmi Party. Any proof to corroborate that big charge that has been made by the Aam Aadmi Party till now?
Well, that's really unfortunate that Aam Aadmi Party, which has been claiming that it has got proof and their MLAs are being lured, Aam Aadmi Party has not been able to furnish even a single proof, not even a single phone call, audio, video, nothing has been shown by Aam Aadmi Party so far. But it has been claiming since beginning that around 40 MLAs were of Aam Aadmi Party, in fact, were being lured by BJP, but they were not able to submit even a single proof. In fact, they were saying that every MLA was being offered rupees 20 crore. Also, they added that if one MLA of Aam Aadmi Party gets a few more MLAs with him, then he or she would be given more than 25 crore. That was being done by BJP, and that was the allegation which was being leveled by Aam Aadmi Party on BJP. But no proof has so far been submitted. Let me try to understand from Delhi BJP leaders themselves on this big allegation, and no such proof has been submitted by Aam Aadmi Party leaders because BJP has been claiming that they do not have any proof.
सर, एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण सवाल है। आम आदमी पार्टी कहती रही कि आप उनके विधायकों को तोड़ रहे हैं, पैसा दे रहे हैं, लेकिन अब तक कोई प्रूफ सामने नहीं, कोई प्रूफ निकल के सामने नहीं आया कि आप खरीद रहे हो।
भाई, इससे बड़ा प्रूफ क्या होगा कि कमीशन 2% था, जो एक्साइज पॉलिसी को बनाने वाली कमेटी थी उसने का आधा % L1 होना चाहिए।
मेरा सवाल ये है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल कहते रहे कि आप उनके विधायकों को तोड़ रहे हैं, पैसा दे रहे हैं, उसका कोई सबूत अभी तक आम आदमी पार्टी ने सामने नहीं रखा।
हाँ, जो उन्होंने विधायकों की खरीद फरोख्त की बात कही है, इस तरह के मुद्दे भटकाने के लिए पहले भी बातें कर चुके हैं। और मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ, इन्होंने हमारे बीजेपी के नेताओं के खिलाफ जब बहुत सारी गलत बातें कही थी, झूठी कही थी, उसके लिए अरविंद केजरीवाल स्वयं जाकर कोर्ट में माफी मांगी है। तो झूठ बोलने की इनकी फितरत है। इन्होंने पहले नितिन गडकरी जी, फिर स्वर्गीय अरुण जेटली जी से लिखित में माफी मांगी है। तो ये झूठ बोलने का इनका पुराना इतिहास रहा है। मुद्दे को भटकाने के लिए, जनता को भ्रम में लाने के लिए ये पहले भी करतूते कर चुके हैं, लेकिन अब जनता ये जान चुकी है, जनता का विश्वास खत्म हो गया है केजरीवाल सरकार में, इसीलिए कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन ला रहे हैं।
सोल्यूशन क्या है? तो बार बार झूठ बोलते रहते हैं, आप बोल रहे हैं बार बार झूठ बोलते रहते हैं, सोल्यूशन क्या है इस चीज?
देखिए, सलूशन तो जनता देगी, मीडिया देगा। मैं आज आपसे कहना चाहता हूँ, अगर आपके ऊपर कोई आरोप लगाए और उसका कोई सबूत नहीं हो, अगर उन्हें ये दिक्कत है तो वो सबूत देना। अगर उनको ये दिक्कत है तो वो सबूत दे कि किसने आपको ऑफर किया, किसने आपको अप्रोच किया। लेकिन मीडिया में ध्यान को भटकाने के लिए इस तरह की बातें करना, ये शराब के मुद्दे में भ्रष्टाचार किया उससे भागने के लिए। लेकिन हम भागने नहीं देंगे, जवाब देना पड़ेगा। जनता ने उन्हें चुना था, इसलिए जनता को उनको जवाब देना पड़ेगा।
Adish Gupta is now saying that they will have to answer to the people of Delhi as they were elected by the people here in Delhi itself, and they have the accountability and they hold the responsibility to answer all the allegations. Those are being leveled by BJP on them. Now we'll have to wait and watch how Aam Aadmi Party is going to respond to that. Remember that at 12:30 Aam Aadmi Party will be doing a counter protest against BJP at Delhi BJP headquarters. There are certain questions which Aam Aadmi Party needs to answer. One, do they have proof of Kharid Farokht? Do they have proof of horse trading? Do they have proof of the kind of allegations those are being leveled by BJP? Also, why did Aam Aadmi Party government took back the excise policy? So there are some certain questions which Aam Aadmi Party is not answering and BJP continues to ask. Samiksha.
Yes. Well, Piyush, thank you so much. We'll keep coming back to you as you track that another counter protest that will be staged by the Aam Aadmi Party at the Delhi BJP office. Thank you for the moment. And on to more breaking news coming in. This one, an update on the probe into Sonali Phogat's death case. What we understand is that drugs that have now been recovered from the washroom of that Curly's restaurant by the FSL team. That's a big breaking update coming in. In fact, you're told that the restaurant owner has also been arrested. So that's a big lead coming in at this point. Two big leads. One, the drug that has been recovered from that washroom of Curly's restaurant, and two, the restaurant owner and the drug peddler who have now been arrested. So fresh arrests that have been made in connection with Sonali Phogat's death case, and the drugs that have also been recovered from that very washroom of that Curly's restaurant where Sonali Phogat's drink was spiked as well by her aides. We have Alisha breaking those big updates that we are getting. Alisha, over to you. Take us through the updates that you're picking up.
Well, yes, it's very important to know at this point of time whether both the accused from the police station will be taken to the court in some time from now. But the more information that we are getting is that the two people, one is the drug peddler who provided MDMA to Sudhir Sangwan at the same Curly's restaurant, and which is also visible in the CCTV which has been installed and recovered by the police.
100% हमारे गोवा पुलिस से उनको पनिशमेंट हो जाएगा। एट प्रेजेंट दे आर इन द कस्टडी। पूरी तरह से इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो रहा है।
ड्रग्स पेडलर को भी आज पकड़ा है।
मैं वही बोल रहा हूँ। मैंने उनको जो कुछ यानी ड्रग्स पेडलर हो या बाकी कोई, उसमें जिसकी कोई जो गलती है उसको सजा मिल जाएगी।
गोवा टूरिज्म में कैसे ऐसा गोवा पुलिस कभी ये नहीं करेगा? गोवा कैसे सीरियसली देखते हैं गोवा टूरिज्म सेक्टर में?
हमेशा के लिए बीइंग अ गोवा एज अ टूरिस्टिक स्टेट, यहाँ पे डिफरेंट टाइप्स ऑफ टूरिस्ट यहाँ पे आते हैं और हमेशा के लिए अतिथि देवो भव पे हम टूरिस्ट लोगों का स्वागत करते हैं। इसका मतलब हम कभी भी यानी यहाँ पे कोई हर्डल्स टूरिस्ट के लिए कौन सा भी क्रिएट नहीं होते। थैंक यू।
कैसे देखते कि उसमें उसको मिला के कुछ पिलाया था ऐसा बोल रहे थे?
पुलिस इज डूइंग द इन्वेस्टिगेशंस। थैंक यू।
That was the Goa Chief Minister's reaction as well. Alisha continues to be with us. Alisha, several questions that are arising at this point. One being that why was that drug angle? Why did it take 4 days for that drug angle to come out all this while?
Well, Samisha still leaves a question because the chemical, analysis is yet to become. It's just a confession that has been made by both the accused, that is Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhwinder Singh. But we know that as per the procedure, the confession of the statement that was given to the police does not stand before the court. So, of course, there should be a chemical report from the Vincera report, which has already been reserved, that has to be showed before the court, clearly mentioned mentioning that she was given some drug substances, importantly that 1.5 gram of MDMA that was given to her, that was mixed in her drink. But that is something only they can produce before the court if they get the reports of the chemical analysis if done. Because as I already mentioned, the accused statement given to the police does not stand before the court is very important, whether even police knows about it. But we talk about the restaurant of the Curly's restaurant. As of now, the Goa IG has already confirmed that it is the Curly's restaurant owner and the drug peddler who was brought into the Anjuna police late night have been arrested under NDPS Act. Now the more interrogation is still underway. Now the Goa police was going to produce both the accused and moreover there could be the other accused as well who will be produced before the court, where the Goa police is going to seek 14 days custody for the further course of action, because the ultimate motive of to murder Sonali Phogat is yet to be certain. And even we heard Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant to clearly mention that whoever is the accused in the case will be punished.
Alicia, if we talk specifically about this drug that has been recovered from that very washroom of Curly's restaurant, how significant is that recovery when we talk about, cracking this particular case?
Well, the drug substance that has been recovered from the washroom of the that is the ladies' toilet in the Curly's restaurant is been recovered by the FSL team who was present yesterday, and they have they have checked each and every portion of the restaurant, and specifically we know that Sonali Phogat right after when she was given the MDMA, that is 1.5 gram of MDMA, and then she was forcefully and intentionally that was given to her. So later there was the police who already visited the spot, and moreover the FSL team has also recovered some of the drug substances from the same washroom, which is now has been sealed. Minute to minute update and all the exclusive information only on Republic TV. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
Venus Williams has begun practicing at Flushing Meadows ahead of her return to the US Open. Venus was awarded a wildcard into the main draw as she prepares for what could be her final US Open. Elle Fernandez said that she hopes she can go one better than her breakthrough performance at the 2021 US Open, where she reached the final as she returns to Flushing Meadows. Cofidis rider Jesus Herrada emerged victorious from the lead breakaway group sprint to the finish line on stage 7 from Camargo to Cisterna on Friday, while Remco Evenepoel returned his overall lead of La Vuelta a Hispana as the Belgian finished safely within the peloton.
Raja Singh has been arrested once again.
Team India held a practice session in Dubai ahead of their Asia Cup 2022 campaign opener. The men in blue will start their Asia Cup campaign in a high-octane clash against Pakistan on August 28th. Cricketers Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli, Bhuvaneshwar Kumar.
Manish Sisodia, poster now that has been blackened by the Congress workers.
BJP suspended its Telangana MLA T. Raja Singh.
BJP chief of Telangana, Bandi Sanjay, arrested by police.
Raja Singh was produced in court. There was sloganeering there, and the police is lathi charging.
Noida Supertech Twin Towers to be raised. Huge preparations for historic, biggest ever demolition underway. Fresh twist after sensational CCTV footage. Now arrested accused admit to spiking Sonali Phogat's drink. After drugs recovered from the restaurant's toilet in Goa, restaurant owner and drug peddler arrested in Sonali Phogat death probe. After EC recommends disqualification of Hemant Soren, big announcement from Jharkhand governor expected today. India gets new Chief Justice. Justice UU Lalit takes oath as the 49th Chief Justice of the country. Storm over Liquorgate, BJP stages mega protest against Kejriwal-led Delhi government in the national capital. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic. I'm Rukma. In our top story, big preparations are underway on the part of the Noida administration ahead of the demolition of one of India's tallest residential buildings, the Noida Supertech Twin Towers. About 3,700 kgs of explosives will be used to raise the building in just 9 seconds. And so Noida Supertech Twin Towers to come down tomorrow. The date that has been set is Sunday, August 28th, and preparations are now complete. We hear the demolition of the Emerald Court project in Noida is leading to a loss of about 1,000 crore rupees to developer Supertech. It also requires nearly 20 crore rupees to raise the building. And those are visuals from the site of the Supertech Twin Towers to be raised tomorrow.
The tallest building ever, which will be imploded. Tallest building ever in India, which will be imploded. We're talking about the Supertech Twin Towers right behind me. 100 meters tall, 100-meter tall building, 40-story high. And this is the Supertech Twin Towers, which will be coming down on Sunday, almost like a pack of cards. It's going to be a waterfall implosion, but that's exactly what's going to happen. Let's talk about how the detonation process is going to take place. So a lot of detonators will be used. 3,700 kilograms of explosives are being used to bring down the Supertech Twin Towers. We are talking about emulsions being used, detonators being used, shock tubes being used filled with explosive material and gel and powdered form, which will bring this entire building down. The two towers, in fact, Apex and Cayenne, they both will be coming down. Now, if you look closely at the building, you can clearly see that some padding is around it. So there are basically these iron mesh and blankets being used to cover the areas which have explosives in them, so that the debris will not fly out. So that is one of the safety precautions which are being used right now. You can see that the buildings next door as well, we're talking about the societies next door, also have a fabric, a geotextile fabric, to make sure that the shock and vibration and the debris will minimize when it comes to impact if that happens. Of course, all the precautions are being taken that does not happen. Now let's go back to how the detonation will take place. It's going to be a waterfall detonation implosion. That means that the ground floors are going to explode, and after that the upper floors are going to collapse to minimize damage to nearby areas. So that's how the detonation is going to take place here. Now, if you have a very close look at the building, you can see that it's a very tall building, and that is why there's a lot of interest around how this detonation will take place, and there's a lot of interest around whether it will go well according to plan. Edifice Engineering, which is carrying out this detonation, this project, said that precision planning is taking place to make sure that everything goes according to plan.
So that's Shivangi, my colleague, reporting on that mega story, and all eyes will be on the demolition of, well, what you see in your visuals there on your screens, the Supertech Twin Towers. A huge loss to the builders, Supertech, but that was a building built in violation of norms. Piyush Ori, our correspondent there at the site of the demolition. Piyush, we believe preparations are complete for the mega event. Take us through what's happening and what you see around you.
So as you rightly said, that the Noida authorities and all the agencies that are involved in demolition of this building, which you can see me nearby, they are all set to demolish this building, which is all going to be set to be taken down at 2:30 p.m. tomorrow on Sunday. It's going to take over 10 to 15 seconds for this entire building to be taken out, but the most important challenge now over here would be to take care of these residential buildings which are in vicinity of this building which is going to be taken out. Now, the process of evacuation is still not, complete. There are still some residents which you can see over here, who have not moved out, and the process of them moving out of this building is going to come out in the evening. But as I said that, this is going to be a very important process. This is going to be a very important process, and this is going to be the process where not only the process of taking down the entire building is going to take place, but also to make sure that over 5,000 residents, over 5,000 families which are living in vicinity of this building, their health and their security is taken care of. So all the technical factors are going to be in place of taking down this building. We've been told that, there's going to be a waterfall implosion that is going to be taking place, in which first, if I can just explain this, in a very simple language, the explosion is going to first take from the ground floor, and this is going to weaken the foundation, and from there, all the, major towers is going to come down gradually. Now, this is a waterfall implosion, and this to make sure that this does not cause any damage to the buildings nearby, this building is going to fall in the southwest direction, whereas all the residential buildings which are right now located, they are in the northeast direction. So here comes the technical aspect. The most important aspect, as I said, is going to be after the process of demolition is going to be completed. There are 5,000 families which are living in vicinity of this building, and it is going to be very important first to ensure the safety and security of these residents. Now, these residents are asked to move out of their residences, at 7 p.m. tomorrow morning. At 7 a.m. tomorrow, they would have to move out by any means. After that, at all the preparations are going to be taking place. That this thing is going to take place at 2:30 p.m. The explosion is going to take place, and there first there would be an emphasis by the authorities to make sure that the dust cloud which is going to come out of this explosion, that is going to be controlled, and then gradually the debris, the huge debris that this explosion is going to result in would have to be cleared. Now, what we've been told by the authorities over here is that this entire process of clearing the debris is going to take over 3 months, but on top of that, the first the most important thing would be to make sure that this dust cloud which this entire thing is going to create, that needs to be cleared, and gradually the debris is going to be cleared. Now, we've been told that the residents who are living in vicinity, they can come over here and reside in the residence tomorrow in the evening, but it's going to be very interesting to see that this entire process, which is going to be the first in the first process which is going to be carried out in this country, would it be safe and secure for the residents over here to come and reside in the buildings tomorrow in the evening itself. So it's going to be very interesting and a very exciting day tomorrow. Back to you in the studio.
Well, Piyush, stay with us. We'll be coming back to you. Meanwhile, we'd like to tell our viewers that big preparations have been made by the Noida administration ahead of the demolition of one of India's tallest residential buildings, the Noida Supertech Twin Towers. Take a look at more in this report.
On the On the 28th of August, Sunday, the Super Tech Twin Towers will come crashing down as 3,700 kgs of explosives rigged in 9,000 holes across the structure will detonate. The demolition exercise is set to begin at around 2:30 p.m. and evacuation from the adjoining areas will start at 7 in the morning. The explosives are expected to go off within a span of 10 seconds, while it is thought 8 to 10 minutes will take for the dust to settle. Only a few workers who will trigger the detonation will remain within the demolition perimeter.
हमारे पास एक डायनेमो होता है, एक छोटा सा बॉक्स, उससे हम पहले करंट जनरेट करते हैं और करंट जनरेट करने के बाद वो बटन प्रेस किया जाता है। बटन प्रेस होने के बाद इमीडिएटली जितने भी अंदर शॉक ट्यूब्स में डेटोनेटर्स लगे हैं सब इग्नाइट हो जाएंगे और विद इन 9 सेकंड वो सब ब्लास्ट करेंगे एंड देन बिल्डिंग विल स्टार्ट ब्लास्टिंग। हम लोग वहीं रहेंगे, कोई खतरा नहीं है। ये हम ऑलमोस्ट 50 to 70 मीटर्स अवे होंगे इससे एंड वी आर वेरी मच श्योर कि वहाँ तक कुछ भी नहीं होगा और हम लोग सब वहीं खड़े रहेंगे।
The controlled destruction is expected to generate about 35,000 cubic meters of debris, which will take an estimated 3 months or 1/4 of a year to clear up. The towers will become the tallest towers to be demolished in the country, as one stands at 103 meters and the other at 93 meters. Moat-like trenches have been dug to prevent the shock waves from the demolition to affect nearby buildings, which have been covered in geotextile fabric.
The Super Tech Twin Towers are being imploded and detonated because there has been, in fact, a very, very serious violation of building codes. It's coming at the back of the Supreme Court order, which said that there was a nefarious complicity between the Noida Authority and Super Tech. So that is why this is happening. And on Sunday, the Twin Towers will be reduced to just rubble.
It was a Supreme Court appointed Central Building Research Institute official who gave their final nod to install the demolition explosives. Republic meanwhile spoke to the project manager Mayur Mehta of the demolition process.
कुछ बंदे रहेंगे सिक्योरिटी और कुछ RWA मेंबर्स सिलेक्टेड जो नॉमिनेटेड है इसके लिए, वो लोग करीब 12 बजे निकलेंगे यहाँ से लास्ट अपने डोर्स लॉक करके। एमराल्ड का 2 नंबर गेट 1:45 बजे बंद होगा क्योंकि हमको एमराल्ड में और ATS में वाइब्रेशन मेजरमेंट, नॉइज़ मेजरमेंट, डस्ट मेजरमेंट, बहुत सारे इक्विपमेंट CBRI को, एडिफिस को, पोल्यूशन कंट्रोल बोर्ड को, नोएडा अथॉरिटी को, ये सब इंस्टॉल करना है केवल 15 मिनट 20 मिनट पहले। तो 1:45 बजे करीब ये इंस्ट्रूमेंट इंस्टॉल करने के बाद ये फाइनल गेट दोनों के 2 नंबर गेट ATS, 2 नंबर गेट एमराल्ड का क्लोज होगा और उनके RWA मेंबर्स along with the security गेट लॉक करके चले जाएंगे।
Being one of the major controlled demolitions of a tower complex symbolizing post-liberalization, housing and its evils of corporate swindling of consumers, India is waiting to watch the spectacle. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And our correspondent Piyush Ohri at the site there where it's all going to happen. A huge message going out to the entire realty industry, the realty sector in not just in Noida but across India. Piyush, stay with us. We'll be coming back to you. But we'd like first to go to the conversation you just had with Mr. Kanungo.
Dr. Kanungo, I will just like you to explain me in simple and very simple words for a layman, sir. What is the difficulty which you're going to be facing in carrying out the demolition first and then clearing out the debris?
Yeah, in the demolition process, there is no difficulty. It is a process and it has to be done scientifically. So we have assured that every sort of scientific input should go to the whole process. First is demolition, where blasting, explosives, charging of the explosives and the building, and then firing sequence. So we have vetted it very minutely. The proposal came to us and it was of a very intellectual property. So very confidentially the team has worked and vetted every aspect to get a perfect implosion and demolition. It will be a pull and fall, which we call waterfall demolition.
Just explain this to our viewers, sir. What is waterfall demolition?
That means the first thing is the fall should not be directly a tilt. then it will occupy 103 meter towers, it will occupy 103 meters in length. No, it will be a pull to save the surrounding structures. So other side, the southwest direction will pull the structure and then fall it like that.
You say that this direction is going to be towards the southwest direction, right?
Southwest direction,
yes.
Towards this direction. You can say that the barricade, other barricade, towards that side it will fall, so that it will be away from these Ecorba towers, and the other side is ATS village towers. So it will be pulled away from this and then it will fall.
Most of these residential buildings are in which direction, sir?
This is in the opposite. You can say it is in northeast direction. Okay. So the southwest direction it will be pull and fall. In the northeast direction the buildings are existing.
And this entire process of demolition is going to take how much time, sir? You know, we are
taking 9 seconds only. And after that the fall will take another couple of seconds. So 10-11 seconds the whole process. Everything will come down.
And after the fall, sir, what is going to be the entire process? If you can just explain this to our viewers.
After the fall, the firing persons, there will be around 3 to 6 persons who will, one person will press the button and the team will be there. They will be the closest to this demolition site, maybe 100-150 meter. The first instance, once this process is over, after 5 minutes, they will take a round of the complex. Then they will give a green signal to the control room, which is the viewpoint, which is 500 meter away from this site. There the whole team of CBRI, Edifice, JET, Noida authority will be there. And then when we get the green signal, I will lead a team with Edifice to take a inspection of the site. So we will be 3 from our side and maybe 3 from Edifice side. We will take the situation around and then we will give the green signal to Edifice to connect to the general public so that they can come back.
And when is the general public, which are, over 5,000?
And going back once again to Piyush, who's covering the story. Piyush, well, we are seeing those preparations. A short while back, we spoke to you about them. We also believe that nearly 4,000 kilograms of explosives are at the site. Take us through, what you see around you.
So, as you rightly said, there is a lot of preparation which is in place to make sure that the building which you can see behind me, all this building is being taken out. And you rightly said that, this is one of the few first and the few processes, that has been taking place. So all the preparations are in place to take out the tallest residential building which will be demolished As we keep updating you about the Noida Supertech Twin Towers that will be demolished, we will keep you updated of all the updates in this demolition. Stay tuned to Republic Media Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, of course there have been journalists in Pakistan who have been tortured, who have been shot at. But those journalists are either neutral or do not support Imran Khan at all. During Imran Khan's regime, the same thing was done to journalists who would criticize Imran Khan's government and Imran Khan himself. Friends, in Pakistan, everybody is a lion till the time the police come calling, and then all the lions are lambs.
Calling the central government a serial killer of government's Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal said that he wanted to face a trust vote just to prove that the party had failed to lure a single, that the BJP had failed to lure a single Aam Aadmi Party MLA.
महाराष्ट्र की सरकार गिराई, असम की सरकार गिराई, मध्य प्रदेश की सरकार गिराई, बिहार की सरकार गिराई, अरुणाचल प्रदेश की सरकार गिराई। शहर में एक सीरियल किलर आया हुआ है जो एक के बाद मर्डर करता जा रहा है, एक के बाद एक मर्डर करता जा रहा है। जनता सरकार चुनती है, ये सरकार गिरा देते हैं।
Venus Williams has begun practicing at Flushing Meadows ahead of her return to the US Open. Venus was awarded a wild card into the main draw as she prepares for what could be her final US Open. Ele Fernandez said that she hopes she can go one better than her breakthrough performance at the 2021 US Open, where she reached the final as she returns to Flushing Meadows. Cofidis rider Jesus Herrada emerged victorious from the lead breakaway group sprint to the finish line on stage 7 from Camargo to Sistina on Friday, while Remco Evenepoel returned his overall lead of La Vuelta a Hispana as the Belgian finished safe.
There's an old saying in the Navy that ships don't die, they just fade away only to be reborn again. INS Vikrant, the largest indigenous aircraft carrier ever built by the country, where India has joined a league of few nations which has made this feat.
So motto is we win over those who dare to fight.
On September 2nd, INS Vikrant will be commissioned into the Indian Navy.
Live and breaking, we bring you a breaking development from Karnataka. Siddaramaiah invited to an Indo-China event. That's the latest that we hear. The event is to focus on US meddling in China's internal matters. Siddaramaiah has declined the offer to attend the pro-China event. And so the event, an event on US meddling in China's internal matters, is the focus of a special event in China. Siddaramaiah invited to the event. He declines the offer. It's over to Abhishek to take us through this breaking development. Abhishek, it's over to you.
Well, this is an event which is being organized in Bengaluru, and this is tomorrow. And the invite says at least that Mr. Siddaramaiah is, who's former Chief Minister of Karnataka, is the chief guest, along with the ambassador of China to New Delhi, Sun Weidong. And apart from him, Consul General of the People's Republic of China in Mumbai, Kong Xianyua. But of course, now we are hearing that Mr. Siddaramaiah has declined. It's interesting that he had said in the first place, because the topic of the event or the exhibition is interference of the United States imperialism in the internal affairs of the People's Republic of China and the Chinese photographic exhibition. And this is being organized by the India-China Friendship Association of Karnataka. So obviously the office bearers, which includes a Karnataka MLA K. Srinivas Gowda, and then V. Bhaskaran, General Secretary, ICFA, India-China Friendship Association. Apart from that, there are guests of honor like former Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, H.C. Mahadevappa. We don't know whether he has said yes or no. And of course, Member of Parliament of Rajya Sabha, L. Hanumantaiah. We know which parties these come from. Then there is former Minister of Karnataka, Mr. P.G.R. Scindia, and K. Srinivas Gowda, MLA. He would be presiding over the event. So obviously, the Chinese really sort of carrying out a propaganda coup there. While Siddaramaiah might have said no now, the fact that he said yes, and then there are Congress legislators part of the event clearly shows that there is something amiss, and that they ended up playing in the hands of the Chinese for propaganda's sake. I think this is something that the party should be taking note of and doing something about this, because remember, we are in a continuing standoff with the Chinese in Ladakh, and even otherwise, the manner in which the Chinese have behaved post-pandemic in the Committee of Nations, the latest being bullying Taiwan, buying Solomon Islands effectively by buying off the members of parliament there in that small island nation off the Sea of Tasman in the Pacific Ocean. I think it's clear that the Congress party leadership could have used a little more discretion there. And now, of course, we are hearing that Siddaramaiah has tweeted saying that he has declined the invitation to participate in the event. And it is surprising to see. In fact, he's claiming that he's surprised that his name was there despite declining it. But the fact is that there is the invite, and he has now says that his position and he's against the agenda of the program. So at least that bit of clarification coming in from Siddaramaiah. But remember, this tweet is coming today, while the event might have been organized and him being intimated much earlier. Thank you so much.
Right. Abhishek, when we talk about an event like this, clearly it raises concerns when it's a propaganda event organized by China regarding what it says is US meddling in China's internal affairs. But the guest list also, how concerning would you say that is? Well, we had with us our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor taking us through the significance of this major breaking development. Former Chief Minister of Karnataka, Siddaramaiah, declines an invitation. That's the tweet that has been published. Has declined the invitation to an event organized by China in Bengaluru. However, other big names do feature and continue to feature, we believe, on that list. But as of now, former Chief Minister of Karnataka, Siddaramaiah, has clarified that he has declined the invitation. He will not be attending the event. The event organized by China is expected to focus on US meddling in China's internal affairs. And we were just speaking about how former Chief Minister of Karnataka, Siddaramaiah, has clarified that he has declined to attend an event organized by China in Bengaluru, focusing on the topic US meddling in China's internal affairs. And so, with a very impressive guest list, questions are being raised on why his name continued to be on the guest list, despite the fact that he had declined to attend the event. That's the question that's being asked now. It's a pro-China event and to discuss issues that China has with the United States. And coming up in a short while from now, storm over Liquorgate. BJP stages mega protest against Kejriwal-led Delhi government in the national capital. After dumping Vadra, Congress, Ghulam Nabi Azad likely to float new party in September. All the details here on Republic. Stay tuned.
Amid preparations to demolish the Supertech Twin Towers in Sector 93A, Noida on Sunday, which is tomorrow, the authorities have decided to deploy over 400 police personnel to the spot. According to Noida police officials, 8 ambulances and 4 fire tenders will also be present at the spot and assured that there will be no danger and that the building will collapse in a proper way using the explosive devices.
ये सुपरटेक एमरल्ड ट्विन टावर्स है, लगभग 100 मीटर्स का हाइट है, जो 28 तारीख को 2:30 बजे एग्जैक्ट टाइम में इम्प्लोशन होना है। इस इम्प्लोशन जो ब्लास्ट में, जो डेमोलिशन में आसपास सोसाइटी को दिक्कत ना आने के लिए 2 सोसाइटी को हम लोग पूरी की पूरी तरह एवाकुएट कर रहे हैं। 2 सोसाइटी का नाम है, एक ATS विलेज है, दूसरा सुपरटेक एमरल्ड।
Manish Sisodia, poster now that has been blackened by the Congress workers.
BJP suspended its Telangana MLA T. Raja Singh.
BJP chief of Telangana, Bandi Sanjay, arrested by police.
Raja Singh was produced in court. There was sloganeering there, and the police is lathi charging.
Ladies and gentlemen, of course, there have been journalists in Pakistan who have been tortured, who have been shot at. But those journalists are either neutral or do not support Imran Khan at all. During Imran Khan's regime, the same thing was done to journalists who would criticize Imran Khan's government and Imran Khan himself.
Tallest building, Supertech Twin Towers, right behind me, 100 meters tall, 40-story high, which will be coming down. It's going to be a waterfall implosion. A lot of detonators, emulsion, shock tubes being used filled with explosive material and gel and powdered form. Very, very serious violation of building codes. It's coming at the back of the Supreme Court order. Nefarious complicity between the Noida Authority and Supertech. And on Sunday, the Twin Towers will be reduced to just rubble.
Thanks for staying tuned. Starting with breaking news coming in, we'll go across to Alicia, who's reporting live from that ferry hotel, where Sonali Phogat's drink, in fact, was spiked by her two aides. So as the probe is underway, and the FSL team is also at this particular restaurant, Republic, they're live from that ferry restaurant. Alicia, it's over to you. Take us through the big leads that you're picking up on the probe into Sonali Phogat's case.
From the same hotel, and even we saw yesterday there was a construction work that was ongoing, but this was the same hotel, the Grand Leone Hotel, where Sonali Phogat was staying with others. We have already entered to the hotel, and we'll show you the visuals from the. We'll show you the report from the two rooms from where Sonali Phogat and Sudhir Sangwan's and Sukhwinder Singh room was booked. So this was the room L17, and it's already been sealed, and no one is allowed to stay inside the hotel, as we can see. And this is the one room we can see. I'll ask my video journalist Sunny to show you the other room as well. We have to, we won't enter the place which has already been sealed, but we can clearly see from the visuals as well. And this is the another room I am been showing you. So this is the first room that has already been sealed by the police, and even the FSL team was present at the same room. This is the second room that was booked in the name of Sonali Phogat and Sudhir and Sukhwinder Singh. So this is L23. So these are the two rooms that was booked in the name of Sonali Phogat and Sudhir and Sukhwinder Singh. We have been reporting from the exact location after taking, taking the trace of the entire room, because it was Sonali Phogat and the other two from the Curly's restaurant. They were brought to the same. They brought from the taxi where they were brought to the same room. This is the same apartment, L17 and L23. These are the two rooms that has also been confirmed by the manager who was present there. And we have been showing you in and around visuals of the same, inside the same hotel, which is now been sealed by the police, and no one is allowed. In fact, the hotel is under renovation, is what we have been seeing. But the two rooms that was booked in the name of Sonali Phogat, Sukhwinder and Sudhir Sangwan has now been sealed. This is the first visuals of the same room. We can see L17 and L23 is the room number of Sonali Phogat and Sukhwinder Singh. And from the same hotel, she was taken. She was not feeling well, and as per the information that has been given by the police, after coming from the Curly's restaurant, when she was feeling unconscious, we even saw in the CCTV footage, she was not even able to walk. But she was taken, rather than taking to a hospital, she was taken to the same hotel, the same room, and in the only one room where Sonali Phogat, Sudhir Sangwan, Sukhwinder Singh, they all were present in the same room. And after when she complained of unconsciousness, later was taken by a private car. The private car which was parked in the same hotel, they didn't call for an ambulance. They didn't call for any hospital assistant. They directly took a private car, and they took to the hospital, to the St. Anthony Hospital, where the doctor declared her dead. So this is the same restaurant, and we have been showing you the first visuals of Grand Leone Hotel where Sonali Phogat was staying. This was the same hotel from the time she landed in Goa, and there's two rooms in the name of Sonali Phogat, Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhwinder Singh that was named. This is L23 and L17, the two rooms that was booked for Sonali Phogat and other two, and now it has been sealed. Moreover, the hotel has been open for the public as well, but the police has clearly given an instructions to the management of the hotel that this two room which is under the crime scene, it's a part of an investigation now. So this room cannot be given to any of the other guests, to the other visitors, is not been allowed. This is the second room that we have been showing you. So we are the only channel here who have been reporting live from the same hotel as Grand Leone Hotel, where the two rooms under the name of Sonali Phogat, Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhwinder Singh was booked in the same hotel.
Yes. Alicia, also talk to us about those recoveries that have been made by the FSL team when we talk about those drugs that have been recovered from the washroom, as well as the fresh arrests that have been made in the case.
We know that the recovery that has been made by FSL team is from the Curly's restaurant, where Sonali Phogat and the other accused, that is Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhwinder Singh, who was present in the same restaurant, and we can see them parting. Moreover, there was a drug substance that was given to her, and that is what confessed by the two of the accused during the course of interrogation, where in this interrogation they have confessed. But it's very important for the police as well to get the chemical analysis, because the confession, the statement that has been given to the police could not stand before the court until and unless they have the report which shows that there was drugs, the 1.5 gram of MDMA that was given to Sonali Phogat. It was forcefully and intentionally has been given to Sonali Phogat, is what the statement and the confession that they have before the police. So it's very important to know how the case will stand, because Goa police is going to seek 14 days custody of both the accused. Moreover, Curly's restaurant owner has already been arrested. The drug peddler who provided drugs to Sudhir Sangwan is also been arrested. So more likely, where four of the accused will be produced before the court in some time from now, where the more custody they are going to seek, because it's very important for Goa police to know even the ultimate motive of them for killing Sonali Phogat.
Yes, and Alicia, important to point here the kind of remarks that have been made by the family as well, because what they have claimed is that there has been a deliberate attempt by these two aides who've now been arrested, of course, to cut off Sonali Phogat from the rest of her family members. So it seems like it was all a pre-planned conspiracy from the face of it when we talk about the two aides who are now in custody of the police.
Well, yes, it's very important to understand the letter that was given by Rinku Dhaka, who is a brother of Sonali Phogat, who clearly mentioned that it is an intention of Sudhir Sangwan to grab the property of Sonali Phogat, which is worth approximately 2.79 crores, which is why this is something a pre-planned murder that has been planned by both the accused, and including Sudhir Sangwan and his friend Sukhwinder Singh. But what is the matter of investigation? What the police has been looking into it is the motive, of course. And this point of her property, to grab her for property, she might be murdered for the same, is something, is a point of investigation, which is why the Goa police is in constant touch with Haryana police as well. The property details of Sonali Phogat, Sudhir Sangwan, has been sought by the police, and we even heard, we even know that Haryana Chief Minister, who has already called, who had a telephonic conversation with the Goa Chief Minister, offering for the special officers if required for this investigation.
Yes, Alicia, stay with us. Let's also take a look at this exclusive report that was filed by Amit Chaudhary earlier from that very restaurant.
अंजुना बीच पर ये फेमस कर्ली रेस्टोरेंट है और मैं वहां पर हूं, और यहां से मैं आपको एक एक तस्वीर दिखाऊंगा, बताऊंगा कि कैसे बीजेपी की लीडर और टिकटॉक स्टार सोनाली फोगाट जो है यहां पर उनकी मौत हो जाती है। ये वही रेस्टोरेंट है, और लगातार रिपब्लिक टीवी, रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क जो सीसीटीवी दिखा रहा है, जिसमें सोनाली फोगाट जो है वो लड़खड़ाती हुई नशे में नजर आ रही है, जिसमें सुधीर सांगवान जो है वो उसको सहारा दे रहा है। वो इतनी लड़खड़ा रही है कि वो चल भी नहीं पा रही। ये वही जगह है जहां से वो चलती हुई सीधे टॉयलेट की तरफ जा रही है। फिलहाल ये जो जगह है, यहां पर जो है पार्टी हो रही थी, पार्टी चल रही थी। उसके बाद यहीं पर, क्योंकि देखिए जो सीसीटीवी जो सामने आपको दिख रहा है, यही सीसीटीवी की जो फुटेज है, लगातार रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क जो है अपने दर्शकों को दिखा रहा है और बता रहा है कि किस तरीके से यहां पर पार्टी के दौरान जो है सोनाली फोगाट यहां से नशे की हालत में निकलती है, और इतना नशा होता है, इतना नशा कर रखा होता है उसने कि उसके पैर जो है लड़खड़ा रहे होते हैं, वो चल भी नहीं पाती। फिलहाल पुलिस का यह दावा है कि इस दौरान पार्टी के अंदर उसको जबरन जो है करीब 1.5 MDMA या उस जैसा कोई सब्सटेंस जो है वो खिलाया गया, यानी कि उसे या तो ड्रग्स दिया गया या फिर कोई केमिकल दिया गया, जिसके बाद जो है वो अनकॉन्शियस होती गई और लगातार नशे में थी। यहां से जो ये जो जगह आपको दिख रही है, यहीं से पार्टी हो रही थी। और फिलहाल देखिए यहां पर जो पुलिस है, पुलिस ने इसको सील कर दिया गया है क्योंकि ये मैटर ऑफ इन्वेस्टिगेशन है, यहां से आगे कोई जो है वो जा नहीं सकता। अब मैं आपको बताता हूं कि यहां से जब सोनाली फोगाट जो है वो निकल रही थी अपने पीए सुधीर सांगवान के साथ, सुधीर सांगवान ने उसको सहारा दे रखा था, उसके कंधे को पकड़ रखा था और बड़ी मुश्किल से जो है सोनाली फोगाट जो है वो यहां से चल पा रही थी और पीछे जो है सुखविंदर भी लगातार आ रहा था। अब मैं आपको बताता हूं कि ये जो जगह चंद कदमों की जगह दूरी पर, यानी कि 8 से 10 कदम जो है दूर ये स्टेयर्स हैं, ये स्टेयर्स पे वो कुछ देर यहां पर आकर के बैठती है। उसके बाद नशा इतना ज्यादा होता है कि वो चल भी नहीं पाती, फिर वो थोड़ी देर जो है वो यहां पर बैठती है। उसके बाद उसको कुछ नहीं समझ आ रहा था, वो लगातार अनकॉन्शियस हो रही थी। हो सकता है कि उसकी तबीयत जो है लगातार बिगड़ रही हो और उसके बाद वो इस टॉयलेट में आती है। ये टॉयलेट मैं आपको दिखाना चाहूंगा। इस टॉयलेट में करीब 2 घंटे जो यहां पर गोवा पुलिस कह रही है, करीब 2 घंटे जो है वो यहां पर रहती है, यहां पर वो 2 घंटे रहती है और सुधीर सांगवान भी टॉयलेट के अंदर होता है। ये फिलहाल पुलिस का कहना है। अब पुलिस जो है वो इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है कि आखिर इस टॉयलेट के अंदर 2 घंटे जो है सोनाली फोगाट कर क्या रही थी और उसके साथ जो सुधीर सांगवान था वो वहां क्या कर रहा था। फिलहाल सुधीर सांगवान और सुखविंदर से पूछताछ हुई। पूछताछ में उन्होंने बताया नहीं कि आखिर 2 घंटे टॉयलेट में क्यों लगे, टॉयलेट में वो क्या कर रहे थे। मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूं, आप यहीं पे काम करते हैं?
हाँ जी, क्या भी नहीं हमारे को मालूम, टॉयलेट में गया था।
टॉयलेट में गया था सोनाली फोगाट?
मैं नहीं देखे जी, ऐसा चाहिए ऐसा यहाँ तक
यहाँ से आया था। आप कितने दिन से यहाँ काम कर रहे हैं?
6 दिन से हो गया काम करने को।
यहाँ पर कहाँ पार्टी हो रही थी? एक बार आइए, एक बार जरा बताइए पार्टी कहाँ हो रही थी? पार्टी क्या यहीं पर हो रही थी जो लगातार हम अपने दर्शकों को दिखा रहे हैं, हम बता रहे हैं, क्या पार्टी यहीं पर हो रही थी? पार्टी यहाँ हो रही थी। कितने लोग थे?
बहुत लोग रहता।
नहीं, सोनाली फोगाट के ग्रुप में कितने लोग थे?
बहुत 20 लोग रहते था।
20 लोग टोटल थे। देखिए सोनाली फोगाट के साथ कितने लोग थे? क्या आपको उसने कोई सर्विस के लिए मांगा, कुछ मांगा था आपसे?
नहीं मालूम भैया।
अच्छा, वहां से जब वो यहाँ से गई थी तो आपने उसको देखा था?
नहीं देखे।
आप घबरा रहे हैं, घबराइए मत, सीधे बताइए कि आखिर उस रात क्या आपने देखा, क्या हुआ था?
नहीं मालूम जी साहब।
कुछ नहीं मालूम। अच्छा ये बताइए, क्या पुलिस ने आप लोगों से पूछताछ की है? की है पुलिस ने पूछताछ?
हमारे को नहीं
आपसे नहीं पूछा। आप यहाँ क्या काम करते हैं?
हेल्पर काम करते हैं।
हेल्पर काम करते हैं। फिलहाल मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगा जो गोवा पुलिस है उसकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन जो है वो तेजी से आगे बढ़ रही है। गोवा पुलिस ने जो जितने भी जो लोग हैं इस रेस्टोरेंट में जो काम करते हैं, जो मैनेजर लेवल के हैं, उन लोगों से लगातार पूछताछ करने के बाद हमें बताया जा रहा है कि रेस्टोरेंट का जो मालिक है उसको हिरासत में लेकर पूछताछ कर रही है। यह भी बताया जा रहा है कि करीब 3 ग्राम जो ड्रग्स था, MDMA था, वो सुधीर सांगवान और सुखविंदर ने अपने होटल में मंगवाया था। उसके बाद वो यहां पर लेकर आया था उसे, और जब मौज मस्ती होने लगी, जब नशा चढ़ने लगा, क्योंकि देखिए 9 बजे करीब ये लोग यहां पर आ गए थे। 9 बजे के बाद ये बताया जा रहा है कि लगातार यहां पर नाचने गाने का जो है दौर वो चलता रहा। मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूं, आप यहां पे काम करते हैं?
नहीं सर,
यहां काम नहीं करते।
सिलेंडर डालना है।
अच्छा, बाहर से हैं, ठीक है। तो जो नशे का जो यहाँ पर जो दौर है वो शुरू होता है, झूमना शुरू होता है, नाचना गाना शुरू होता है। मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ, ये लोग कितने बजे आए थे? आप बता रहे थे कि 9 बजे के आसपास पार्टी शुरू हुई थी।
9 बजे पार्टी हुआ था
शुरू हुई थी। उसके बाद फिर क्या इन्होंने क्या कर रहे थे, क्या पी रहे थे, कुछ बता पाएंगे उसके बारे में?
वो नहीं देखे जी, हमें क्या भी नहीं देखे, हमें काम कर रहा था, हमें चाहिए
काम कर रहे थे। आपने अगले दिन जब सोनाली फोगाट की मौत की खबर आई तो आपको लगा कि ये तो वही है जो उस दिन जिनकी तबीयत खराब हो रही थी?
हाँ, खराब होते थे।
तो आपको लगा ये देखकर?
नहीं देखे जय, नहीं देखे।
अच्छा चलिए, मैं आपको ये भी बताना चाहता हूं कि फिलहाल जिससे ड्रग प्रोक्यूर किया गया था, जिससे ड्रग जो है लिया गया था, उस ड्रग पेडलर को जो है हिरासत में लेकर पुलिस लगातार पूछताछ कर रही है। पुलिस को शक है कि ये वही शख्स है जिसने सुधीर को जो है ड्रग दिया था। 3 ग्राम के करीब जो ड्रग है उसने गोवा में ही खरीदा था, उसने अपने होटल में खरीदा था। मैं आपको एक बार फिर से टॉयलेट दिखाना चाहता हूं, और सबसे बड़ा सवाल यह है कि 2 घंटे तक वो लगातार सोनाली फोगाट जो है इस टॉयलेट के अंदर थी। ऐसे में जो उनके साथी थे सुधीर सांगवान और साथी में सुखविंदर, वो उसको लेकर के अगर हॉस्पिटल की तरफ भागते और अगर यहां से लेकर के वो कहीं उसको इमरजेंसी मेडिकल हेल्थ के लिए, चेकअप के लिए या मेडिकल हेल्प जो है वो अगर प्रोवाइड करवा देते तो हो सकता है उसकी मौत नहीं होती। ये तमाम बिंदु हैं जिस पर लगातार जो गोवा पुलिस है वो पूछताछ कर रही है, उस तरफ से वो इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रही है। कुछ और लोगों की भी गिरफ्तारी हो सकती है। ड्रग पैडलर की जो चेन है उसको लगातार खंगालने की कोशिश की जा रही है। और हमें इतना और पता लगा है कि इस पार्टी में 2 और लड़कियां मौजूद थी, उन दोनों से भी पूछताछ फिलहाल की गई है। कैमरामैन अनूप के साथ अमित कुमार चौधरी, अंजुना बीच, गोवा, रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क।
And Alisha continues to be with us. Alisha, some big revelations also coming in with each passing day. Take us through the big leads that you've been able to pick up since morning on this big case.
Well, right now we are reporting from Anjuna police station, and anytime from now where the accused will be taken to the court, and moreover the 2 more accused, that is the owner of a Curly's restaurant and the other drug peddler who have been arrested could be taken for the medical first, because this is something, a procedure that need to be followed by the police before taking to the court. But we can see a movement here inside the police station where anytime from now where both the accused, that is Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhwinder Singh, they could be taken to the court. They will be produced before the Mapsa court for the further custody. While the information that we know that Goa police is going to seek 14 days custody of both the accused to get more information about the revelation that will come before the police. And it's even at this point of time very important to know to the police as well, where what is the ultimate motive of both the accused to kill, because we know the confession that has been made by the before the police by both the accused is something. They have made a confession that there was a drug substances that was mixed in her drink, and that was forcefully and intentionally that was given to Sonali Phogat, after which she fell unconscious, and that was something 1.5 gram of MDMA that was mixed in her drink. And that is the CCTV which is already been recovered by the police, which clearly shows that it's a Sudhir Sangwan who purchased those MDMA drugs from a drug peddler who has already been arrested, and it was something Sudhir Sangwan who mixed the same into a bottle. We'll continue to show you the visuals in and around of the police, where anytime from now where both the accused Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhwinder Singh will be produced before the court for the further custody is something what we have been told. But even to know that right now they have been locked up, and we even showed the visuals of Sudhir Sangwan from the camera which has been captured by my VJ Sunny, who showed you that Sudhir Sangwan was inside. He was inside the lockup room in the Anjuna police station, because both have been arrested as per the procedure, where the accused has to be produced before the court for the further investigation, and that should be within 24 hours. So anytime from now whether police can take both the accused, or whether we have to see that the other 2 accused, that is a drug peddler and the owner of the Curly's restaurant, will also be produced before the court or not, because first they have to be taken for the medical, and later they can only be produced before the court, or whether medical has been done or not is something is a part of investigation, and we'll wait for an official confirmation as well. But what we know that anytime from now, and we can even see the movement here of the police, who is all set to take both the accused to the court to seek 14 days custody of the accused to know the further. Okay, we can see in the visuals as well that it's a Sudhir Sangwan who is still inside the lockup room of the police station, that is Anjuna police station, and he will be taken to the court for the further custody. Moreover, the recovery that has already been made by the FSL team in the Curly's restaurant, we saw that there are some of the drug substances that was also be recovered from FSL team in Curly's restaurant, because if we look at the timeline that has happened, because the time Sonali Phogat was taken by the other 2 accused, that is Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhwinder Singh, while taken to the Curly's restaurant. They were partying there, and we can even see the CCTV footage. The time she was given a drugs, that was a drug substance of 1.5 gram of MDMA was mixed in her drink, and she was forcefully and intentionally was forced to drink, after which she was very unconscious. She was not well, and even in the CCTV we find out she was not even able able to walk, which is why Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhwinder Singh took her to the hotel. The question raises even by the police that rather than they were knowing about it, that she is not feeling well and she is very unconscious. Rather than her to taking to the hospital, they took her to the hotel where we reported a short while from now, where we even reported a while back from the same hotel rooms that was booked. There were 2 hotel rooms that was booked in the same Grand Leone hotel, and moreover, as of now, the rooms has already been sealed by the police. So now it's a very important hearing. All eyes on the hearing that is going to take place, because it's not only the confession that has been made by both of the accused, but there will be a more revelation, because till now, where the police has a recorded statement of around 20 to 25 people so far, which also include the staff of the Curly's restaurants and the other people who have been related to the case. So their statement has also been recorded. Moreover, the investigation is still underway, and the people in each and every link, whether it is a taxi driver who brought Sonali Phogat and other 2 from the Curly's restaurant to the same hotel where Sonali Phogat was staying, so their statement has also been recorded. And moreover, the people who have been connected to, they will be summoned in the same case to record the statement.
Yes, well, Alicia, thank you so much for getting us those live updates. Alicia reporting from that very hotel where Sonali Phogat was staying. Alicia, we'll keep coming back to you as we will keep our eyes on whether the police gets the custody of the accused or not. Moving on to more breaking news coming in at this hour. And tracking the big story from Jharkhand after EC recommended disqualification of Hemant Soren as an MLA. Soren, they're saying that he's not scared. In fact, saying that he is a tribal leader, so trying to garner support of the tribal people there in the state of Jharkhand. In fact, we have those sound bites as well of the Jharkhand Chief Minister. Let's listen in.
चिंता मत करो, यह आदिवासी का बच्चा है, कोई व्यापारी का बच्चा नहीं है। इनके इस चाल से हम लोगों का ना रास्ता रुका है, ना हम लोग इन लोगों से कभी डरे हैं। डर भय तो हम आदिवासियों के बीच में कभी रहा ही नहीं। हमारे पूर्वजों ने इतना आंदोलन किया है कि आदिवासी के समूह में डर भय का नाम चीज ही नहीं है। हमारे डीएनए से ये डर और भय को पहले ही हमारे पूर्वजों ने भगा दिया है। 20 साल इन लोगों ने राज का हक अधिकार भी केंद्र सरकार से मांगने का काम नहीं किया। इतना खनिज संपदा निकलता है, भीख के नाम पर रॉयल्टी मिलता था। जब हमारी सरकार बनी, जब हम लोगों ने कागज पन्ने पलटने शुरू किए कि राज की इतनी बुरी हालत क्यों है, तब पता चला कि ये व्यापारी लोग, ये डबल इंजन का सरकार मील बांट करके इस राज को लूट रहा है। देखा कि इस साड़ को तो पकड़ नहीं पा रहे। अब आदरणीय गुरुजी जब एक उम्र के पड़ाव में खड़े हैं, उसको सीढ़ी बना करके लोकपाल में केस करके मेरे तक पहुंचने का कोशिश कर रहा है। जो संघर्ष का और जो इस राज के प्रति समर्पित का भाव आदरणीय गुरुजी में है, वही समर्पण भाव के साथ आज हम आप लोग के बीच में हैं।
As you heard, Hemant Soren there, in fact, the statements that were made by him while he was addressing a rally. We'll go across to Prakash as well to get us more details as to what is happening in the state of Jharkhand, but closely tracking the updates coming in. Remember, Hemant Soren also called for a third consecutive meet as well. We have Prakash with us. Prakash, if you could give us, if you could summarize for us the political turmoil that has been brewing in the state of Jharkhand for some time now.
Well, yes, the confirmation from the Jharkhand governor as well as the election commission of Jharkhand is yet to come regarding the termination of the membership of Hemant Soren. But the JMM and the Congress party is already preparing itself for the future course of action. As a part of that, they have already started the meeting of the Congress and the JMM MLA, and we are told that all the Congress and the JMM MLAs have arrived for the meeting with the bag and baggage, and we have been hearing from sources that they might be shifted to some other state, probably Chhattisgarh, in Raipur in a hotel, and thereafter the future course of action will be decided, because it seems that the BJP is also keeping a close eye on the developments in Jharkhand, and they're in touch with some of the Congress MLAs. So in order to keep it flock together, the Jharkhand Congress as well as the JMM MLAs want to ensure the safety of their MLAs as well as the possible poaching of the MLAs into the BJP fold. So the meeting is underway. We'll wait and watch as to what happens. Apparently, we are told that they will all move to a different state in a particular specific bus. These are source-based information, but we'll be confirming it in some time now, because we have seen the bag and baggage as well as other various valuables that have been seen in the car of all the MLAs.
All right, so closely tracking all the updates on the Jharkhand political crisis. Prakash, thank you for all those leads. So we'll wait and watch what really happens, and if at all Jharkhand Chief Minister managed to retain his seat. So remember, the front runners for the CM post are the wife of the Chief Minister Hemant Soren as well as his father. It remains to be seen whether, if at all, Jharkhand Chief Minister will have to relinquish his seat. What we know so far is that the third meet that was called by the Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren, in fact, addressing the rally, where he also said that he has the support of the tribal leaders.
Both the accused, Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhwinder Singh, will be produced in the court from a short while from now by the Anjuna police. Continuously rolling on this big story only on Republic TV. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
Ladies and gentlemen, of course, there have been journalists in Pakistan who have been tortured, who have been shot at. But those journalists are either neutral or do not support Imran Khan at all. During Imran Khan's regime, the same thing was done to journalists who would criticize Imran Khan's government and Imran Khan himself. Friends, in Pakistan, everybody is a lion till the time the police come calling, and then all the lions are lambs.
Calling the central government a serial killer of government's Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal said that he wanted to face a trust vote just to prove that the party had failed to lure a single, that the BJP had failed to lure a single Aam Aadmi Party MLA.
महाराष्ट्र की सरकार गिराई, असम की सरकार गिराई, मध्य प्रदेश की सरकार गिराई, बिहार की सरकार गिराई, अरुणाचल प्रदेश की सरकार गिराई। शहर में एक सीरियल किलर आया हुआ है जो एक के बाद मर्डर करता जा रहा है, एक के बाद एक मर्डर करता जा रहा है। जनता सरकार चुनती है, ये सरकार गिरा देते हैं।
Venus Williams has begun practicing at Flushing Meadows ahead of her return to the US Open. Venus was awarded a wild card into the main draw as she prepares for what could be her final US Open.
Ladies and gentlemen, of course, there have been journalists in Pakistan who have been tortured, who have been shot at. But those journalists are either neutral or do not support Imran Khan at all. During Imran Khan's regime, the same thing was done to journalists who would criticize Imran Khan's government and Imran Khan himself. Friends, in Pakistan, everybody is a lion till the time the police come calling, and then all the lions are lambs.
Top headlines this afternoon: Noida Super Tech Twin Towers to be raised. Huge preparations for historic biggest ever demolition underway. Fresh twist after sensational CCTV out, now arrested accused admit to spiking her drink. After EC recommended disqualification of Hemant Soren, big announcement from Jharkhand governor expected today. India gets new Chief Justice. India gets new Chief Justice. UU Lalit takes oath as the 49th Chief Justice of India. Storm over liquor gate. BJP stages mega protest against Kejriwal-led Delhi government in the national capital.
गली गली भ्रष्ट है जी, भ्रष्ट है।
Thanks for tuning in this afternoon. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Our big story that we've been tracking, the mega demolition that will take place tomorrow of the Supertech Twin Towers. Remember, massive preparations are underway. We've been getting visuals also of the massive drive, the preparations for which have begun. In fact, remember, 3,700 kgs of explosives will be used to implode the Supertech Twin Towers. We'll go across to Piyush as well, who's reporting live from that very spot where the demolition will take place, but that is the visual also on your screens of the Supertech Twin Tower that is all set to be demolished tomorrow. It's one of the tallest buildings. In fact, the tower that has a height of over 103 meters that will be demolished tomorrow. Remember, 400 officials, we are told, police officials as well that have been deployed. They've been pressed into action ahead of the drive that will be conducted tomorrow. We have Piyush reporting live as well. Piyush, if you could give us some more details about the massive preparations which have been underway for this implosion, the demolition of the Supertech Twin Towers that will take place at 2:30 p.m. tomorrow.
So yes, all preparations are set for the massive demolition, a demolition of one of its kind in which, the tallest residential building is going to be taken out. As we are reporting from the area where this destruction is going to take place, I can also assure you, Samiksha, that, all the officials that are from CBRI, that is Central Board Research Institute, have come to this place and have begun their preparations of trying to monitor the area around. Now, the officials over here are assuring that, when this explosion is going to take place, this explosion is going to be carried out within a time frame of 10 to 12 seconds. All this is going to be carried out in a way.
चलो The first visuals that we are getting to you right now from Anjuna police station, where the accused are being, in fact, they are being taken to court. Remains to be seen if the police will get their custody in connection with the probe into Sonali Phogat's case. The first visuals coming in right now of the accused being taken to the court. Alicia, over to you. Take us through the leads and the updates you're picking up.
Well, we know that both the accused has been taken to the court and they will be produced before the court. Moreover, the information that we are getting in from us police sources that in a separate case, Anjuna police has registered a separate narcotic case against 4 persons and arrested Curly's owner Edwin Noons and drug peddler Datta Prasad Gaukar. Police has also booked Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhwinder Singh, the 2 accused that is arrested in a Sonali Phogat murder case. It's very important to know that the police has already left with Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhwinder Singh, and they will be produced before the court any time from now. And there will be more revelation. Of course, we will be tracking all the story continuously on for our viewers, where what will be the proceeding that is going to be happen before the court, because it's not only the confession that the police already has got of both the accused who confessed of giving drug substances to Sonali Phogat, who mixed their drug substances in a drink, after which she was very unconscious. And even we saw in the CCTV footages as well, where we saw her that she was not really walking good, and she was feeling very unconscious, after which rather than taking her to the hospital, Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhwinder, who took her to the hotel room as well, that hotel room which is now been sealed by the police. So it's a very important revelation that has been going to come in the court as well, because it's not only a one case that is a murder case under section 302 of the IPC that has been registered by the court, but it's also now a narcotic case that has been registered by police. The narcotic police, the narcotic case that has been registered against Sudhir Sangwan, Sukhwinder Singh, and the other two who's been arrested in the same case. And this is the case something registered by Anjuna Police under section NDPS Act.
Yes. Well, Alisha giving us all those details. Alisha, if you could give us more details, particularly relating to that blunt force injuries that were found on Sonali Phogat's body as you track the accused being taken to the court.
Well, we saw that police and investigation officer was itself who took both the accused, that is Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhwinder Singh, from the Juna police station to the Mapsa court, is what we have been told. They have been going to produce before the court, where the Goa police is going to seek 14 days custody of both the accused. But this is something you're talking about, the blunt force injury that was came across in the post-mortem. Because initially, right after the death of Sonali Phogat, and what the information that we gathered from police, that initially the doctors thought there is no physical injury, which is why it could be a cardiac arrest, and unnatural death was registered by the police. But the complaint that was given by Sonali Phogat family clearly says that they found it very suspicious over the death of Sonali Phogat, because it is something Sudhir Sangwan, her personal assistant, who murdered Sonali Phogat to grab her properties, and and so they also demanded to investigate. The police should investigate the case into the murder case, and for which they at the initial they were not even ready to give the consent for the post-mortem as well. But right after the FIR, that is section 302 of the IPC, that is murder case that has been added, that was invoked in the FIR, the consent was given by the family, and the post-mortem report clearly suggests that there are multiple blunt force injuries over the body, which is why the murder case has been investigated. And at first the accused that was made in the FIR, that is Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhwinder Singh, both the accused has been brought to the Anjuna police station, and they were interrogated for around several hours. But the police has some of the protocols. They cannot keep an accused without arresting them for more than 24 hours. Which is why they found some of the confession. Of course, there was a confession that was made by both the accused, and moreover, the evidence that was found against the accused, where both the accused were placed under arrest, and now they have been taken to the court, where many of the more revelation will be put forward before the court, because Goa police has clearly mentioned that they are going to seek a 14 days custody of both the accused to know the ultimate motive. What is the reason behind to kill Sonali Phogat? Why to make a pre-plan? Because what is mentioned in the complaint as well, where the family has clearly mentioned that there was no need of Sonali Phogat to come to Goa, but that was something Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhwinder Singh who made her to come to Goa, telling her that it could be some of the video recording that has to be done in the Goa itself, which is why she came on 22nd of August, and there was the hotel where she was staying, and even Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhwinder Singh was also present in the same hotel. So if you see the line of sequence, at first she was taken to the Curly's restaurant, which is nearby to the same hotel where we were reporting a short while back. So first she was taken to the Curly's Hospital restaurant. They were present. We even see the CCTV footages, because that was something, a CCTV footage has really played an important role in this entire investigation, because of that CCTV footage, where police has came to know that there were some of the substances that was mixed in a drink, and that was intentionally and forcefully was given to Sonali Phogat. Not only that, but the identification of the drug peddler has came across by the CCTV footages as well. So which is why the more arrest that was being made, and police has some of the either way has reached to a conclusion that this is a murder case. And not only the confession, of course, the confession that was made by two of the accused only after the CCTV that was recovered by the police, and I'm sure that would have been confronted with the accused as well to show what exactly the Sudhir Sangwan was mixing with, who was the drug peddler as he was meeting, because it was crystal clear for the police as well, for the Goa police as well, when they reached to the Curly's restaurant. The CCTV footage clearly showed that Sudhir Sangwan is meeting some of the drug peddler, and he's taken the MDMA drugs, the drug substances from the drug peddler as well, and later he mixed in the bottle, and that bottle was forcefully and intentionally that was given to Sonali Phogat, and that no one but Sudhir Sangwan was the one who has given it to the Sonali Phogat. So that is a line of investigation. And even yesterday, where FSL team who reached to the same restaurant, they conducted the searches, and they have created the crime scene as well. And what we know that the same washroom, the toilet where Sonali Phogat has stayed, Sonali Phogat and the other two, that is Sudhir and Sukhwinder, who stayed for around 2 hours, is something has been completely searched off, and there are the drug substances as well, which is been recovered from the same washroom, the toilet which was used by Sonali Phogat and the other two who was present there. So that has also now come under the scanner, and as of now the washroom has been sealed. So all the crime scenes that has come onto the radar, and which is the part of the investigation, is something has been sealed by the police, whether it is the hotel room which we visited, and we showed our viewers that there are the two rooms, that is L17 and L23. These are the two rooms that was booked under the name of Sonali Phogat, Sudhir Sangwan, Sukhwinder Singh. But on the same night, right after the Curly's restaurant, Sonali Phogat in a taxi where was taken to the same hotel in the same room where 3 of them staying, and with the complaint of the unconsciousness and not feeling well, she was very uneasy, after which they were taken, rather than calling the ambulance, rather than calling the doctor, they took her from the private vehicle, is what police has been saying us. So it's a very important to know what is the further and the intention if police would have come across, as we have been trailing, we are actually following the police convoy as well, because both the accused, that is Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhwinder Singh, was already been taken out from the Anjuna police station, and anytime from now they will be produced before the court.
Yes. Alisha, talk to us more about these incriminating materials that have been recovered by the police so far that will play a crucial role as the police presents its case and seeks further custody of the 2 accused.
Well, yes, the police is going to seek for a 14 days.
All right, we'll connect with Alisha again, but all eyes on the court as accused are being taken to the court shortly. We'll get to know whether the police would get the 14-day custody that it will seek in connection to Sonali Phogat's murder case. Remember, a lot of incriminating materials, like we were speaking to Alisha, have been recovered by the police. In fact, even the accused have admitted to spiking Sonali Phogat's drink at that particular restaurant where Sonali Phogat was seen last. CCTV footage that has also been recovered as well from that restaurant. Well, on to another big story that we've been tracking since morning. Piyush getting us those visuals of the protest being staged by the BJP. In fact, simultaneously, we have the Aam Aadmi Party as well. What we understand is staging a protest. Piyush, over to you. Take us through the updates you're picking up.
Well, Samiksha, today in the morning we had seen as to how the BJP had protested right there in Chandjok area of Delhi, and now Aam Aadmi Party is doing a counter protest and asking from BJP what CBI has found during its raid which took place on Manish Sisodia's residence. Let me try to show you pictures from this very place right in front of Aam Aadmi Party headquarters, where you can clearly see as to how Aam Aadmi Party workers in large numbers are, in fact, they have gathered here and they are now marching towards the BJP office, which is here at Deen Dayal Upadhyaya Marg. While marching, they are also asking what BJP has found and what CBI workers found in the Central Bureau of Investigation raids. You can see how Aam Aadmi Party MLAs have gathered in large numbers, including Durgesh Pathak, Rohit Mehroli. Many other MLAs have gathered here and they are also holding such placards which reads भाजपा वालों CBI जांच में क्या मिला. So this is the question which Aam Aadmi Party is asking from BJP. What has been found in CBI raids which took place at Manish Sisodia's towards the congregation of the MLAs, and we will try to talk to these MLAs and understand what are the demands with which they have gathered here. You can see how are present here in large numbers. We'll talk to them and understand the demand with which they have gathered here. We'll try to speak to MLA and understand. You can clearly see as to how there's a massive congregation of Aam Aadmi Party workers which is taking place here. Ma'am, आज यहाँ पर पहुँचे किस?
देखिए, आपको 10 दिन हो गए मनीष सिसोदिया के पे छापा और मनीष सिसोदिया जी के घर पे एक एक चीज को उन्होंने खोदा, दीवार से कुफारा सारी चीजें खंगाली. दिल्ली की जनता जानना चाहती है मनीष सिसोदिया जी के घर से मिला क्या, क्या मिला, क्या करप्शन हुई, क्या भ्रष्टाचार था, ये जानना चाहती है सीबीआई से, भारत सरकार से, मोदी जी से, वालों से. आज वही पूछने के लिए पूरी दिल्ली इकट्ठी हुई है.
भाजपा लगातार प्रदर्शन कर रही है, वो पूछ रही है कि करप्शन क्यों किया, एक्साइज पॉलिसी वापस क्यों ली. वो ये कह रही है कि आम आदमी पार्टी जवाब नहीं दे रही है.
पूछे क्या घोटाला था, बताओ. भाजपा से हम सब पूछ रहे हैं, पूरी दिल्ली पूछ रही है क्या घोटाला था, बताओ.
Here you can see how Aam Aadmi Party workers have congregated in large numbers, and many of them are now also sitting on the roads right in front of BJP office, and they are asking what has been found in CBI investigation, CBI raid, what has been found in CBI raid. Sanjeev Jha, Aam Aadmi Party MLA, Sanjeev Jha is also here. Let's try to get enough word from Sanjeev Jha. सर, आप लोग पूछने आए हैं भाजपा से क्या मिला सीबीआई जांच में, लेकिन भाजपा पूछ रही है करप्शन क्यों किया.
मैं यही तो पूछने आया हूँ कि अब तो सीबीआई जांच करा ली, 8 दिन हो गए जांच के. आप तो ब्रेकिंग न्यूज निकालने वाले लोग थे कि इतने का नोट मिला, फलाना मिला, चिलाना मिला. 8 दिन से चुप्पी क्यों है? तो मैं कहता हूँ प्रधानमंत्री जी, अब तो बता दो कि 14 घंटे के जांच में आपको आखिर मिला क्या. 31 जगह पे आपने जांच की, उनके घर के गद्दे फाड़ पे तकिया फाड़ के जांच की, उनके घर में मिट्टी कोर के आपने जांच की. तो आखिर मिला क्या, ये तो बता दो. इसका मतलब ये है कि आपकी चुप्पी ये बता रही है कि बात भ्रष्टाचार की नहीं थी, बात कोई जांच की नहीं थी. आप गुजरात में हार रहे हैं तो उसकी बौखलाहट थी कि आप आम आदमी पार्टी को ईडी सीबीआई के जरिए परेशान करना चाह रहे हैं.
भाजपा ये कह रही है कि आम आदमी पार्टी जो असली मुद्दे हैं, जो असली प्रश्न है, उनका जवाब भी नहीं दे रही है, पॉलिसी वापस के लिए बता ही नहीं रही है और झूठ बोले जा रही है. क्या कहेंगे आप?
हम भी यही पूछ रहे हैं कि भाई भाजपा के प्रवक्ता कह रहे हैं, कोई कह रहा 1.5 लाख करोड़ घोटाला हुआ, कोई कह रहा 8,000 करोड़ घोटाला हुआ, कोई कह रहा 5,000 का हुआ, कोई कह रहा 3,000 का, कोई 140 का, कोई 40 का. सीबीआई कह रही है 1 करोड़ का हुआ और वो एक व्यापारी दूसरे व्यापारी को दिया. तो हम कहते हैं प्रधानमंत्री जी, आप ही बता दो कि घोटाला क्या है, क्योंकि आपके नेता कंफ्यूज हैं।
एलजी ने एक और बात कही, कहा कि क्लासरूम कंस्ट्रक्शन में भी घोटाला हुआ है, उसको लेकर जांच की बात की, उसमें क्या कहेंगे?
देखिए, मनसा कोई जांच का नहीं है। एलजी एजेंट की तरह काम कर रहे हैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी का। दिल्ली की जनता को धोखा दे रहे हैं वो। जिस सरकारी स्कूल की शिक्षा की चर्चा पूरे देश में हो रहा है, विदेश में हो रहा है, आज आप जांच नहीं, आप काम को रोकना चाह रहे हैं। जब ये एक्साइज पॉलिसी में करप्शन नहीं मिला आपको, तो अब आप पहुंच गए स्कूल पे, वहां बाबाजी का ठुल्लू मिलेगा आपको। लेकिन दिल्ली का शिक्षा रुक रहा है, शिक्षा में के काम को रुक रहे हैं, जांच के नाम पर स्कूल का बनना रोक रहे हैं आप, जो नए नए काम उसको रोक रहे हैं आप। दिल्ली की जनता, देश की जनता माफ नहीं करेगी आपको।
Some of the party is now asking what has been found in the CBI raids, and that is why they have congregated here. In fact, they are asking what is the corruption? What is BJP talking about? Why BJP leaders are regularly changing the figures of corruption which they allege that the Aam Aadmi Party has done, and that is why the Aam Aadmi Party workers have gathered right in front of their headquarters, and they want to move towards the BJP office, and now they have been stopped here by the police personnel. You can also see as to how many of these workers are now sitting on the street, and they are now saying that they want to move ahead towards the BJP headquarters. From the BJP leaders as to what is in CBI. भाजपा वालों, CBI जांच में क्या मिला, क्या कहेंगे, क्या मांग के साथ?
जवाब दो, जवाब दो, क्या क्या मिला, जवाब दो।
क्या मिला?
देना होगा।
क्या मांग है?
ये जो सीबीआई ने 14 घंटे रेड करी जांच, उसका हिसाब कौन देगा? सीबीआई घंटे ने 14 घंटे रेड चलाई है, उसका हिसाब कौन देगा? क्या मिला, क्या नहीं मिला, हिसाब कौन देगा? बस हमारी वही मांग है कि भाजपा के कार्यालय में जाके हम ये पूछते कि सीबीआई वालों ने आखिर क्या ढूंढ के दिया तुम्हें, उसका जवाब दो। बस यही मांग है। और दूसरी बात, मकसद जांच नहीं था इनका। अगर मकसद जांच होता तो सबसे पहले गुजरात में जांच करते, जहाँ दारू पी के, जहाँ शराब पी के लोग मर गए।
Let me also try to show you the pictures of the bandobast which has been done by the Delhi BJP, by the Delhi police officers. We'll try to go come out of this crowd, and then we'll try to show you more pictures of how Aam Aadmi Party workers have gathered in large numbers and protesting and demanding, in fact, from the BJP leaders as to what has the CBI found in its raid. Let me also tell you that today in the morning, BJP had also taken out a protest there at the Chandni Chowk area of Delhi, where Adesh Gupta led that entire protest, and during that protest, Adesh Gupta, demanded answers from Aam Aadmi Party over the alleged corruption which has taken place in Delhi's excise policy. In fact, we also saw as to how slogans were being chanted by the BJP workers demanding resignation of Manish Sisodia. So protests versus protests taking place in national capital. Massive face-off going on between Aam Aadmi Party and BJP. But answers are not being given by Aam Aadmi Party. This is what BJP is now alleging. We'll have to wait and watch how this protest is further going to escalate. But today, after BJP, Aam Aadmi Party upping the ante against BJP, and they are now asking from BJP as to what CBI officers have found after their raid which took place at Manish Sisodia's residence. At 4 p.m. today, Manish Sisodia will also be doing a press conference, and we can expect a similar line to be told by Manish Sisodia, where he will be asking from CBI officers as to what they have found. And once again, we will see Aam Aadmi Party escalating its attack against Bharatiya Janata Party. Samiksha.
Well, absolutely. It remains to be seen if at all anything comes out of yet another press conference that will be done by the Aam Aadmi Party of this time by Manish Sisodia. Piyush, if you can also give us an update as to that protests being staged by the BJP simultaneously. Are those protests still on?
Well, the protest, we can tell to our viewers that around 20 locations are there across the national capital where BJP is staging protest and demanding resignation of Manish Sisodia. In fact, they are saying that Manish Sisodia is the most corrupt leader here in Delhi. In fact, he is the one who has been indulged in corruption in Delhi's excise policy. He tweaked the policies and because of that many vendors got benefited, and ultimately these vendors paid back to Aam Aadmi Party to support them in their campaign in the states like Punjab, Goa, Uttarakhand, which recently took place. We know as to how elections took place recently. So allegations versus counter allegations, and here today Aam Aadmi Party workers in large numbers have gathered and they are now demanding answers from CBI, answers from BJP. They are asking what has CBI found in its
बिल्डिंग है ये पहले गिरी, किसी ह्यूमन आई से दिखे ना, पर ये बिल्डिंग में इंक्लूजन पहले होगा और पीछे वाली बाद में होगा। सो ये एक तरफ
Well, the first visuals coming in right now of Pankaj Singh, the MLA who's reached the site. The demolition, remember, is all set to take place of the Noida Super Tech Twin Towers. So while the stage is set, massive preparations that are underway for that Twin Tower demolition, which will take place tomorrow. Remember, 3,700 kgs of explosives will be used for this implosion that will take place. The area that will be covered will be approximately 7.5 lakh square feet. Meanwhile, the debris that will be left behind post that implosion would be around 35,000 cubic meters, and that will take, we are told, at least 3 months for that debris to be cleared post that demolition of the Twin Towers. So we'll continue to get you that live coverage as an implosion of the demolition that is all set to take place tomorrow at 2:30 p.m. Piyush tracking closely all the updates on that. Piyush, if you could talk to us more about the preparations underway. And before we go to Piyush, we have more soundbite reaction coming in. Let's listen.
The dust and everything, and then the public, normal and the common public who is there can come in.
Sir, कितनी duration का होगा, कितनी seconds का होगा?
I already told you it will be 12 seconds.
Sir, आसपास की जो pipelines की है underground, उनको देखकर safety के लिहाज से क्या व्यवस्था है, खासतौर पे dust?
So already जो pipeline जो है, गेल की pipeline है, वो यहाँ के Richter scale 4 के हिसाब से डिज़ाइन हुई है. वो ऑलरेडी 3 मीटर अंडर द ग्राउंड है. फिर भी उसके ऊपर हम लोग ने प्लेट्स बिछाया है, बम्स किए हैं. सो 100% कोई भी प्रॉब्लम नहीं आएगा गेल की पाइपलाइन को.
सर, इस तरह के एक्सप्लोजन्स पहले भी करे हैं, लेकिन ये थोड़ा ह्यूज है, तो कितना ज़्यादा डिफरेंस है जो अभी तक आप कर चुके हैं?
ऑलरेडी हम लोग ने 3 इम्प्लोजन ऑलरेडी किए हुए हैं, जो एक कोची में, रांची में और इंदौर में. ये हमारा 4th इम्प्लोजन है. या टेक्निकली कहेंगे तो ये थोड़ा चैलेंजिंग है, बट वी लाइक चैलेंजेस. उसके लिए वी आर वेरी प्रिपेयर्ड एंड इट विल गो एज पर आवर प्लान.
आसपास की सर एसोसिएशन को, जो कि काफ़ी सारी बिल्डिंग्स हैं आसपास, तो ऐसे में किसी तरह की गाइडलाइंस आपने जारी की?
आजू बाजू के लोगों के लिए जो गाइडलाइंस है वो नोएडा अथॉरिटी ने जारी की है, एंड दे आर वेरी क्लियर व्हाट द रेसिडेंट्स हैव टू डू, व्हाट द नोएडा अथॉरिटी हैज़ टू डू. एवरीथिंग इज़ वेरी क्रिस्टल क्लियर. सो उनको ऑलरेडी बताया गया है कि कब तक उनको खाली करना है, कब वापस आना है, और क्या क्या प्रिकॉशंस हम लोग ले रहे हैं. जो आजू बाजू के रेसिडेंट्स को सब पता है.
Ladies and gentlemen, of course, there have been journalists in Pakistan who have been tortured, who have been shot at. But those journalists are either neutral or do not support Imran Khan at all. During Imran Khan's regime, the same thing was done to journalists who would criticize Imran Khan's government and Imran Khan himself. Friends in Pakistan, everybody is a lion, till the time the police come calling, and then all the lions are lambs.
Calling the central government a serial killer of government's Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal said that he wanted to face a trust vote just to prove that the party had failed to lure a single, that the BJP had failed to lure a single Aam Aadmi Party MLA.
महाराष्ट्र की सरकार गिराई, असम की सरकार गिराई, मध्य प्रदेश की सरकार गिराई, बिहार की सरकार गिराई, अरुणाचल प्रदेश की सरकार गिराई. शहर में एक सीरियल किलर आया हुआ है एक के बाद मर्डर करता जा रहा है, एक के बाद एक मर्डर करता जा रहा है। जनता सरकार चुनती है, ये सरकार गिरा देते हैं।
Venus Williams has begun practicing at Flushing Meadows ahead of her return to the US Open. Venus was awarded a wild card into the main draw as she prepares for what could be her final US Open. Elle Fernandez said that she hopes she can go one better than her breakthrough performance at the 2021 US Open, where she reached the final as she returns to Flushing Meadows. Cofidis rider Jesus Herrada emerged victorious from the lead breakaway group sprint to the finish line on stage 7 from Camargo to Sistina on Friday, while Remco Evenepoel.
Manish Sisodia, poster now that has been blackened by the Congress workers.
BJP suspended its Telangana MLA T. Raja Singh.
BJP chief of Telangana, Bandi Sanjay, arrested by police.
Raja Singh was produced in court. There was sloganeering there, and the police is lathi charging.
Noida Supertech Twin Towers to be raised. Huge preparations for historic, biggest ever demolition underway. Fresh twist after sensational CCTV footage emerges. Now arrested accused admit to spiking Sonali Phogat's drink. After drugs are recovered from the restaurant toilet, owner of the restaurant and drug peddler arrested. Goa police make major headway in Sonali Phogat mystery death case. After EC recommends disqualification of Hemant Soren, big announcement from Jharkhand governor expected today. India gets new Chief Justice. Justice UU Lalit takes oath as 49th Chief Justice of India. Storm over Liquorgate. BJP stages a mega protest against Kejriwal-led Delhi government in the national capital. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV, and breaking news coming in now. Locals of Anjaw district of Arunachal Pradesh. This is news from the northeast, from the border that India shares with China, from Arunachal Pradesh. Locals of Anjaw district of Arunachal Pradesh recorded this video where some Chinese PLA were seen as engaging in construction work with machines near Hadigara Delta and in Chaglagam. It takes at least 4 days to reach the spot. The video was reportedly recorded on the 11th of August. So Anirudh, to tell us more about this breaking development. Anirudh, tell us the details. We are getting the visuals. We'd like to understand, is there construction on? What's happening there?
Yes, this place is a very remote place in Arunachal Pradesh, in the Anjaw district of Arunachal Pradesh. This is very close to the LSE, and in fact, it's bang on the LSE where the Chinese PLA was seen constructing helipad. Some heavy machines and equipments have been deployed by the Chinese PLA along the LSE in a place called Sangamlam, where this construction is going on, and we have got to know from our sources that this video was shot on 11th of August, and the Chinese PLA have been also trying to construct helipad very close to the LSE in this area of Anzao district. We have also got to know that this area is very remote to access, and it takes at least 4 days to reach this spot from the district headquarters of Anzao district. This is not the first time that such video has emerged where the Chinese PLA has been seen constructing along the LSE. Earlier also we have seen in Manigaon area of Arunachal Pradesh that Chinese PLA have been...
And Anirudh, well, we'll be coming back to you, but right now we have Major General G.D. Bakshi on the phone. Major General Bakshi, when we talk about, well, activity by the Chinese there, the PLA on a very remote area of Arunachal Pradesh, very difficult to man these areas for India. Your thoughts? We believe that they were constructing a helipad.
The Chinese, every time, any chance they get to nibble, encroach, do salami slicing, they do it. So that over a period of time, de facto becomes de jure. And this has been the standard Chinese practice, whether in Ladakh, whether in Himachal or Arunachal. They have been nibbling away at our borders the first chance that they get. They have now started a new practice of, creating border villages, because they found that we can also counter nibble. So they are now trying to create the border villages, and as part of that, they are trying to create the helipads. But just on our border, well, that infringes on our sovereign territory. So therefore, if you recall in 1962...
Major General Bakshi.
Yes.
Major General Bakshi, how would the army be looking at this construction? How would our security forces be looking at this construction? A helipad in Anjo, at the LAC, in a remote village in Arunachal Pradesh. The strategic importance, a helipad in this area could have.
Look, if it is a helipad of moderate size, that means transport helicopters can suddenly land troops there to enforce control, to patrol, to ambush, or for whatever purpose. So a helipad is a serious thing. And if it is in a disputed area, disputed section of the border, as it is, the Chinese claim the whole of Arunachal as their own territory. And they have been strenuously objecting to even the visits of the Prime Minister to that state. So this kind of creeping encroachment to make de facto, de jure has to be contested. It cannot be allowed to pass. And to that extent, it means we must also have to man almost our entire border, because whatever you leave unsecured becomes open to contestation, becomes open to encroachment. And over a period of time, these encroachments get bigger and bigger, deeper and deeper, and then they are used to change the realities on the ground, which cannot be accepted. It has been the cause of conflict in the past, military conflict. It suddenly escalates from these small nibbles and bites to something major. So we have to be alert, and we have to be vigilant, and we have to be able to prevent it the moment such a thing is detected, or even movement towards the border is detected. That means we must enhance our means of surveillance, real-time surveillance, and the ability to react, to preempt, to prevent occupation of our territory.
Many thanks, Major General Bakshi. So, defense expert Major General Bakshi telling us about how encroachment of this kind that China has continuously and does continuously keep on undertaking. It has to be contested, because such encroachment is used to change the realities on the ground, and this cannot absolutely be allowed. Meanwhile, there you see there on your screens the video the video footage of PLA construction activity. Anirudh, our correspondent, telling us that this is a helipad that the Chinese, the PLA, was constructing there. And breaking news coming in now. 5 crore rupees in cash recovered from an engineer's premises. Vigilance unit of the Bihar raid on an engineer posted with Rural Works Department in Kishanganj district. 4 crore rupees recovered so far from Kishanganj and more. Well, we go across to Prakash, who's breaking this mega story. Prakash, we believe that an engineer's premises raided mega cash haul there. It's over to you. Take us through this major breaking news.
As a part of the raids that are being conducted at various places in Bihar, one of the engineers working with the Rural Works Department was raided today, and we get to know that around 5 crore rupees have been recovered, 4 crore in Kishanganj and 1 crore in Patna. We can see that the special vigilance unit in the visuals count with machines counting the notes in the premises in Patna. And the concerned engineer is being questioned as well. And after that, an FIR will be lodged pertaining to the disproportionate income. And this engineer, Sanjay Kumar Rai, is posted in the Rural Works Department. And many engineers have been raided in the recent past as far as in an effort to curb corruption in Bihar. Back to you.
Right, a mega crackdown on corruption in Bihar from all angles, clearly, Prakash. Well, you were talking about other raids. Since when have these raids been conducted, and how many are the engineers? Is there any information under the scanner? Because, well, we're looking at one engineer here. He is part of the Rural Works Department. Do the enforcement agencies, do the agencies, investigative agencies, do they think that this could be part of a wider net? Well, 5 crore rupees in cash recovered in Kishanganj as investigative agencies raid an engineer's residential premises. Now, other breaking news coming in. Amid the Jharkhand political crisis, Chief Minister Hemant Soren came up with a cryptic tweet. He has stated that the people who call tribals forest dwellers scare us. We are tribal. There is no fear in our DNA. So a cryptic tweet from Chief Minister of Jharkhand, Hemant Soren there, that we are tribals and we are not scared. It's a tweet amid the political crisis in Jharkhand. Chief Minister Hemant Soren comes up with a cryptic tweet saying he has stating that people who call the tribals forest dwellers scare us. We are tribal. There is no fear in our DNA. Says we as tribals are not scared. Chief Minister Hemant Soren's tweet coming in. Breaking news there amid the Jharkhand political crisis. Says there is no fear in our DNA. So, Chief Minister Hemant Soren's tweet there, even as he faces a major political crisis. Anup, to take us through this breaking news story. Anup, we're getting that tweet of Chief Minister Hemant Soren, even as we see his government as facing a major political crisis. He says, we have no fear. There is no fear in our DNA. Take us through his tweet, what it means, what we can understand from it at this very crucial juncture in the politics of Jharkhand.
बिल्कुल, देखिए मुश्किल का दौर है और सीएम हेमंत सोरेन जो ट्वीट कर रहे हैं वो जताने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि उनकी सरकार को खतरा नहीं है, लेकिन खतरा नहीं होता तो देखिए इतने सारे विधायक एमएलए जो हैं बैग लेके नहीं आते यहाँ से इनको बाहर ले जाने की तैयारी। और मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ जो हमारे सोर्स हैं वो ये कह रहे हैं कि इनको रायपुर नहीं सरगुजा का हिल स्टेशन मैन पार्ट में रुकाया जाएगा। वहां तैयारियां चल रही हैं, अलर्ट मोड पर वहां रखा गया है। सरगुजा के हिल स्टेशन मैन पार्ट में इनको रुकाने की तैयारी चल रही है, वहां भी पूरी तैयार और यहाँ से भी ये तैयारी है, इनके निकलने की तैयारी। बैग लेकर पहुंचे ये लोग और यहां से थोड़ी देर बाद या देर शाम यहां से निकलेंगे क्योंकि रायपुर दूर पड़ता है, सरगुजा पास है, झारखंड से बॉर्डर पर है। मैन पार्ट हिल स्टेशन बहुत खूबसूरत है, वहां तैयारियां चल रही है और जो सोर्स हमारे वो यही कह रहे हैं कि मैन पार्ट को रुकाने की पूरी तैयारी इस वक्त चल रही है। लगातार एक दूसरे पर आरोप भी लगाया जा रहा है। कल हेमंत सोरेन ने नेतरहाट में कह दिया था कि उन्हें डर नहीं लगता क्योंकि उनकी सरकार पूर्ण बहुमत में है और आज भी बिल्कुल ट्वीट कर यही बात दर्शाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। एकजुट है क्योंकि उनके पास नंबर्स हैं, नंबर्स ऑफ एमएलएज हैं और सरकार को कोई खतरा नहीं है। लेकिन मैं आपको बता रहा हूं बड़ी बात, सरगुजा के मैन पार्ट हिल स्टेशन में उनको रुकाने की तैयारी चल रही है, वहां अलर्ट मोड पर लोगों को रखा गया है, वहां तैयारियां इस वक्त चल रही है और गाड़ियों के आने जाने का सिलसिला भी इस वक्त चल रही है। तस्वीरें में आपको दिखा रहे हैं, ये बात पुख्ता तरीके से साफ हो गई है कि सरगुजा में इनको रुकाया जाएगा, मैन पार्ट जो हिल स्टेशन है वहां पर, और वहां इनके लिए तैयारियां की जा रही है। तमाम लोग बैग्स के साथ पहुंचे हैं और बैग्स के साथ ही निकलेंगे। इनके सिक्योरिटी के जो बॉडीगार्ड है उनको भी छोड़ने को कहा गया और सीएम हाउस के जो बॉडीगार्ड है वो इनके साथ जाएंगे। सुरक्षा के लिहाज से ये कहा जा रहा है और बिल्कुल सुरक्षा बरती जाएगी और यहां से निकलकर इनको कहीं बस पर ले जाया जाएगा और वहां से सरगुजा ले जाने की तैयारी चल रही है।
So, Anup, well, as you tell us, preparations underway. You're reporting from Hemant Soren's residence at Ranchi, and all around you, you're seeing preparations underway for the MLAs from there to leave for a hill station where they are most likely to be hoarded. Even as Chief Minister Hemant Soren says, we are not afraid. He says he's not afraid. His government is secure and he has the numbers. Tell us more about this hill station, Anup. We'd like to clarify the name. It's a Sarguja hill station.
Yes, यस देखिए मैं आपको बता देता हूँ, सरगुजा झारखंड की बॉर्डर से बहुत नजदीक पड़ता है, बहुत खूबसूरत हिल स्टेशन है और तैयारियां वहां चल रही है। कल तक मैं फेयर जो है रायपुर उसका नाम सामने आ रहा था, लेकिन आज जो अभी पुख्ता जानकारी मिल रही है सरगुजा में ही इनको रखा जाएगा और कभी जरूरत पड़ी तो बहुत जल्दी वहां से ये झारखंड में एंटर भी कर सकते हैं। कभी नौबत हुई कि परेड करानी पड़ी राज्यपाल के पास, गवर्नर के पास, तो इन तमाम लोगों को लाया जा सकता है। पूरी तैयारी है और शायद हेमंत सोरेन इसलिए ऐसा ट्वीट कर रहे हैं, वो डर नहीं रहे हैं। ये ट्वीट वो कह रहे हैं क्योंकि उनके पास 50 से ज्यादा विधायकों का समर्थन है। सरकार को कोई खतरा नहीं है, कहीं से कोई डर नहीं है सरकार को। सरकार में सिर्फ हेमंत सोरेन की सदस्यता जाएगी और जो प्रोटोकॉल है उसके हिसाब से कहा जा रहा है कि अगर इनकी सदस्यता रद्द होती है तो रिजाइन भी सौंपेंगे और दूसरे हाथ से समर्थन पत्र भी इनके विधायकों का कि इनको नेता फिर से चुना गया तो फिर से सीएम बनेंगे वो और 6 महीने के अंदर उनको चुनाव लड़कर फिर से आना होगा। लेकिन यहां से इनको ले जाने की तैयारी है और तैयारी सरगुजा में भी चल रही है। मैन पार्ट हिल स्टेशन का नाम सामने आ रहा है, वहां अलर्ट मोड पर रखा गया, तमाम चीजों को तैयारियां वहां की जा रही इस वक्त।
Right. So you're reporting from Chief Minister Hemant Soren's residence in Ranchi. And Anup, are those the MLAs who are leaving from Hemant Soren's residence? Were they hoarded there till now? Was there a meeting on? Give us more details.
देखिए कोई मीटिंग नहीं हो रही है, सच्चाई यही है, कोई मीटिंग नहीं है। एक खाना पूर्ति अटेंडेंस लगाया जा रहा है, सुबह शाम परसों से ही तमाम विधायकों को बुलाया जा रहा है, खाना भी बकायदा यहीं खा रहे हैं और ये भी कहा जा रहा है उनकी सिक्योरिटी में उनकी सिक्योरिटी को बढ़ा दिया गया। कुछ और विधायक जो है उनकी सिक्योरिटी को बढ़ाकर ये कहा जा रहा है कि सीएम हाउस के जो विश्वस्त सिक्योरिटी के लोग हैं उनको उनके साथ लगाया गया। मिनट टू मिनट सीएम को जानकारी दी जा रही कि ये विधायक कहां जा रहे हैं, किनसे मिल रहे हैं, तमाम चीजें। लेकिन बैठक के नाम पर कुछ नहीं, सिर्फ इंटैक्ट रखने की कोशिश की जा रही है। समर्थन पत्र पहले से ही दे दिया गया है और यहां एक साथ रखा जाएगा, एकजुट किया जाएगा, उसके बाद लेकर यहां से इनको निकला जाएगा। तैयारी पूरी हो चुकी है, सब रेडी है।
And Anup, well, stay with us. We'll be coming back to you. Let's listen in to Chief Minister Hemant Soren at this point.
चिंता मत करो, यह आदिवासी का बच्चा है, कोई व्यापारी का बच्चा नहीं है। इनके इस चाल से हम लोगों का ना रास्ता रुका है, ना हम लोग इन लोगों से कभी डरे हैं। डर भय तो हम आदिवासियों के बीच में कभी रहा ही नहीं। हमारे पूर्वजों ने इतना आंदोलन किया है कि आदिवासी के समूह में डर भय का नाम चीज ही नहीं है। हमारे डीएनए से ये डर और भय को पहले ही हमारे पूर्वजों ने भगा दिया है। 20 साल इन लोगों ने राज का हक अधिकार भी केंद्र सरकार से मांगने का काम नहीं किया। इतना खनिज संपदा निकलता है, भीख के नाम पर रॉयल्टी मिलता था। जब हमारी सरकार बनी, जब हम लोगों ने कागज पन्ने पलटने शुरू किए कि राज की इतनी बुरी हालत क्यों है, तब पता चला कि ये व्यापारी लोग, ये डबल इंजन का सरकार मील बांट करके इस राज को लूट रहा है। जब देखा कि इस साड़ को तो पकड़ नहीं पा रहे, अब आदरणीय गुरुजी जब एक उम्र के पड़ाव में खड़े हैं, उसको सीढ़ी बना करके लोकपाल में केस करके मेरे तक पहुंचने का कोशिश कर रहा है।
And breaking news coming in now. Latest breaking news in the Sonali Phogat case. Both the accused have been sent to police custody for 10 days. And we'd been telling you earlier how Goa police would be appealing for custody. A short while back, both the accused were sent were seen in court. And Alisha there to give us all the details. Alisha, when we talk about the two accused, give us more updates on this latest development. As expected, investigative agencies, the Goa police requesting custody, court granting 10 days.
Granted.
Police station.
On what important point that has been pointed
That we will let.
So that is Goa police was now taking both the accused Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhwinder Singh to the police station, back to the police station, because today court has granted both the accused to the police custody. We'll try to we will try to get our car as well and we'll follow. But yes, we know that more importantly what has been mentioned before the court, which clearly shows by the public prosecutor that we need to identify their associates. Accused are non-Goans and they cloud be involvement of others. This was the main point that was put before the court by the Goa police while producing both the accused, that is Sukhwinder Singh and Sudhir Sangwan, were both were produced before the court, and initially where the court has asked for a 14 days of custody. Goa police seek 14 days custody, clearly mentioning they are non-Goans and there could be the clouds where the other people would have been involved in the case. Moreover, they need to investigate, and they did not, the police or the public prosecutor did not read out the remand copy that was given to the court. But after reading the remand copy, which is but obvious, there are many of the revelations that have been made before the court clearly gives an indication that the 10 days custody has been granted by the court to both the accused, to the police of both the accused, that is Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhwinder Singh.
So right now, Alisha, what the Goa police is clearly indicating that these two are the main accused, the principal accused, can we say, and it could turn out that they are the only people who are responsible for the mysterious death of Sonali Phogat.
Well, yes, so we know that they have the confession, but this is something we should know that the confession that has been given, the statement that has been given to the police is something not admissible before the court. So there could be some of the relevant evidence that as police has come across, because the remand copy that was given to the court, the remand copy was not openly, read out in the court as well. But what has been mentioned by the public prosecutor, which clearly mentioned that accused are non-Goans and their cloud be involvement imprisonment of others. So we need a 14 days custody. They even submitted the remand copy to the court, and they mentioned that we need to identify the associate to hence require custody. So these are the main points that was made before the court while seeking for the custody of the two accused, that is Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhwinder Singh. But moreover, there are even two people. The one is the owner of the Edwin Noons, who is the owner of Curly's restaurant, and the drug peddler who provided MDMA to Sudhir Sangwan has already been arrested. Even most likely they will be taken to the medical first, to the hospital for the medical, and later by evening or by tomorrow morning they both can be taken to the court. They will also be produced before the court to seek their custody as well.
Right, Alisha. So there could be involvement of others. That's what the Goa police said in the remand note. That's what the remand says. Well, even as the Goa police is cracking down on the investigations, it's clear that the key to what happened. For example, there were also injuries caused by a blunt instrument. Take us through what the police are saying about those.
Well, that is not really cleared by the police because it's a part of an investigation and looking as a very crucial matter which Goa police, Anjuna police has been looking into it, where even not only the Goa CM but as well as Haryana CM is also involved, and they've been continuously tracking all the developments of the police that has been continuously investigating. While talking about the post-mortem report, because initially that was something, an unnatural death that was registered by police, but after the complaint that was given by her family, that is Sonali Phogat brother Rinku Daka, who given a complaint demanding from the police to register an FIR to add section 302 of the IPC, that is a murder case, because they find it very suspicious over the death of Sonali Phogat. But importantly, the post-mortem has clearly revealed that there are multiple blunt force injuries over her body, which is why the murder case was, that was registered under section 302 of the IPC, and both the accused, because these were the two, Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhwinder Singh, they both were named in the FIR, and first both were brought to the Anjuna police station, and after several hours of interrogation, they were placed under arrest under section 302. Moreover, there are more of the people and the crime scene that has also been created by the Goa police as well as FSL team, because in the confession that was given by Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhwinder Singh, which clearly mentioned that there was a drug substance that was given to her in a liquid form. So that was 1.5 gram of MDMA that was mixed in a drink, which was forcefully and intentionally that was given to Sonali Phogat. Even if in a CCTV we can see that it is something she was denying for many times, but it was forcefully that she was given. So that is a confession where the police has, but not only the confession but also the CCTV footage from the same Curly's restaurant where police have already recovered, and that has something been mentioned in the remand copy as well while seeking the custody. So with all this, and importantly, what FSL team which visited yesterday in the same Curly's restaurant, where they have found some of the drug substances from the same washroom, the toilet, where for the 2 hours Sonali Phogat and the other person who were present in the court. So now when the police has got the 10 days custody of Sukhwinder Singh and Sudhir Sangwan, more revelation to be confronted before the police as well, and the 2 other accused, where the narcotic case has already done the FIR, narcotic case that has been registered, that also to be investigated. Continuously rolling on this story, on the big story on your Republic TV. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
Amity University Dubai has been awarded as the best university campus in the Middle East by Forbes magazine and recognized as the best university for job placements. Jumpstart your global career in Dubai with Amity, with faculty and students from over 50 nationalities. Visit amity.edu/Dubai.
Manish Sisodia, poster now that has been blackened by the Congress workers.
BJP suspended its Telangana MLA T. Raja Singh.
BJP chief of Telangana, Bandi Sanjay, arrested by police.
Raja Singh was produced in court. There was sloganeering there, and the police is lathi charging.
Ladies and gentlemen, of course, there have been journalists in Pakistan who have been tortured, who have been shot at. But those journalists are either neutral or do not support Imran Khan at all. During Imran Khan's regime, the same thing was done to journalists who would criticize Imran Khan's government and Imran Khan himself. Friends in Pakistan, everybody is a lion, till the time the police come calling, and then all the lions are lambs.
Calling the central government a serial killer of government's Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal said that he wanted to face a trust vote just to prove that the party had failed to lure a single, that the BJP had failed to lure a single Aam Aadmi Party MLA.
महाराष्ट्र की सरकार गिराई,
And breaking news coming in now. A short while back, we had shown you a video of a PLA construction along the Arunachal border that emerged. And it was a video recorded by a local in this remote Arunachal village. Eastern Army Command sources have confirmed that the video is recent and that this is in Chinese territory. So this is in Chinese territory, the Eastern Army confirming. So this is the video that was shot by a local. That's as far as we know, it was shot by a local, and the Eastern Army Command has said that it's a recent video and it is of construction on the Chinese side. Earlier, speaking to our correspondent Anirudh, we had come to know that the PLA was constructing a helipad in that area. This is a remote Arunachal village, the village of Anjo in Arunachal Pradesh, and Abhishek joining us with this latest breaking news. Abhishek, well, how relieved can we be that this is on the Chinese side, the construction that was revealed by a video shot by a local in this remote Arunachal village? It is on the Chinese side, although Anirudh did tell us earlier that it's the construction of a helipad by the PLA. And Major Gaurav Arya joining us on the phone line. Major Gaurav Arya, this is a breaking development. We'd like to understand what it means, a video that we are seeing of PLA construction. We believe it's on the Chinese side. That's what the Eastern Army Command has confirmed. And it was shot by a local from Arunachal Pradesh along the border there. And well, it's over to you to take us through what this means.
Firstly, I haven't seen the video. But if the Eastern Command says that they're building it on the Chinese side, it means that they're building it on the Chinese side. Legally, the Chinese, I don't know how close to the line of actual control it is actually, because there are some understandings with the Chinese. But I think now this is provocation that the Chinese are doing. Are deliberately provoking us, and the Chinese have been doing it for quite a while. So all the agreements that we had signed with the Chinese, the 5-6 agreements, I think they stand null and void. And it is time for India, even if China is doing this on their side of the line of actual control, I think it is time for India to take some sort of action. Otherwise, China will just keep on doing it. While the Eastern Army has said that this is on the Chinese side, but still, I mean, this is a threat. And if the threat is unfolding in front of our eyes, we cannot choose to ignore it.
Well, Major Gaurav Arya, well, stay with us. We'll be coming back to you. But now let's go across Major General G.D. Bakshi also joining us. Major General Bakshi, earlier we had spoken about how, China's activities continue in this manner. It's now been confirmed, the Eastern Command has confirmed that this is on the Chinese side. Now, how this construction is on the Chinese side. How do we look at it now?
The fact of the matter is that it is a standard Chinese practice to encroach, to do salami slicing, to try and grab territory wherever they can, wherever it is uncontested, unsecured. In the instant case, it is being confirmed by Eastern Command that it is on their side. But if the construction is of a helipad, well, then it is of concern to us, because if transport helicopters can disgorge troops there, they can quickly come up and occupy territories on our own side. So quite obviously, we have to be vigilant, we have to be on the alert, and we cannot just let it pass. Because it is standard Chinese practice to nibble, to do salami slicing, to encroach on our territory little by little in small bites and grab it and then turn de facto occupation into de jure. Now this one, as the Eastern Command has confirmed, like I said, is not on our side but on their side. To that extent, we do not have to react straight away, militarily or otherwise. But the simple fact is that if they are constructing a helipad, and they are constructing a number of border villages, which then they start, flowing over into our territory. So we have to be vigilant, we have to be careful.
Right. Major Gaurav Arya, if you're still with us, would you like to add something? Going back to Major General G.D. Bakshi once, Major Gaurav Arya, sorry about that. Coming to you once again, would you like to add something to that? As we heard, as you said, you yourself said it's a provocation, and Major General Bakshi also says the same thing. But would you like to add something to that in terms of, the kind of challenges that India faces, particularly in this part of the border?
Well, see, I think General Bakshi has summed it up beautifully, and there is nothing to add. All the challenges that we face are challenges of the mind. There are what physical challenges? You're on the border, the Chinese are on the border, that's the end of the story. The Chinese will try and encroach, and you will have to stop them. How do you stop the Chinese? By being offensive, not by being defensive. So when the Chinese are quiet, you go and encroach upon Chinese territory. That is the only way. How do you stop a marauding beast? How do you stop an animal that is out of control? You have to put that animal down. What we are doing wrong here is waiting for the animal to display good behavior. Now, that is not going to happen. The Chinese did it in Doklam. I'm sure you remember. The Chinese did it in Doklam. The Chinese tried to do it in Galwan.
Right.
And the Chinese are doing the same thing right now in Arunachal Pradesh. They will do it. They will now do it in Uttarakhand. And then they will do it in Himachal. There are 5 states that through which the line of actual control runs. And the Chinese will do it. It's only a matter of time. We predicted this last year that they will come to Arunachal. This year they have come to Arunachal. Next, I'm talking about the border. They haven't come inside our territory, but they are on the line of actual control and they mean to threaten. That is what the Chinese mean to do. So we must be cognizant of the fact that the Chinese mean to threaten. The Chinese do not wish us well, and this is something that we need to take care of, So this is what, nothing to add to General G.D. Bakshi's statement. I think it was pretty much very clear what he said.
Right. We also have with us Major Gaurav Arya. Stay with us as we continue this conversation. We'd like to understand it more and more. Major General K.K. Sinha now joining us. Major General K.K. Sinha, when we talk about PLA construction, it's been confirmed by the Eastern Command that it's on the Chinese side. But our defense experts tell us that this is a provocation on the Chinese part. Your thoughts?
Absolutely. This is a provocation. There is nothing less than that. The Chinese have been doing it. It might be, as on today, in their side of LAC. But mind you, in this area, Chinese claim 90,000 square kilometers of a complete Arunachal Pradesh. They call it South Tibet. See, if they succeed in Taiwan, I'm very sure they will do it in Arunachal Pradesh next. And they will go doubly, the speed, the way what they're doing in Taiwan. So all it depends that, the China, we allow them to do that. We have to become very proactive. We have got a lot of sensitive and disputed areas in this area. I have been, major operation looking after of this area for a very long time. And I know these areas. These areas, they do it. These military, complexes which they are building, it has got a double purpose for that. And these purposes not only for the villages, but, it will come as a military establishment and a launch pad if they have to do it. There are 7 valleys, 7 valleys which comes in Arunachal Pradesh. You're starting from Subansiri, Upper Subansiri, Lower Subansiri, Siam, Siang, Lohit. When you go through this, these are the avenues. This will give them the avenue. They did it in 1962. That time, also it was contested, but, half-heartedly. The leadership of that time, they allowed them to do it. That's why, we lost certain areas in that time. Of course, they have gone back, but they will certainly do it. And this is the time we have to become very, very active. And there are a lot of sensitive and disputed areas. We have to do the quid pro quo. We have to go absolutely whole hog. We are doing it. Of course, it is not coming up because a lot of deployment is taking place. We have to have a posture. If they do 1, we have to do 10. You have to be that affirmative and absolutely. And we can't, depend on those agreements which were signed over a period of time. See, in this area, also, if traditionally we had, area which was under dispute, and it was a very long standoff. Not of Doklam I'm talking about. So Brahmchu Valley falls in this area. And that time, we have been very assertive, very, very assertive. And the Chinese, they have pulled themselves back. We have to become absolutely. And if both, in this area of Arunachal, we call it Kaming district and the rest of Arunachal. We have to be very assertive, and we are dominating in all areas. We are dominating. And our domination can't go. We have to be absolute. We don't have to come and tell on TV, but on ground we have to do it. And we should do it whole hog and in the complete visuals of the Chinese PLA. And mind you, Tibet is not their area. Tibet, they are occupied. So that if we are very sure, if we are still, going for one China policy, we are doing something wrong. We accepted one China policy very late. The whole world was recognizing. We have to have the ambiguity. We tell them we are ambiguous. In no time we can change their stand.
Right. Major General K.K. Sinha, stay with us. Coming to you, Major Gaurav Arya. We just heard Major General K.K. Sinha saying we cannot rely on agreements that have been signed. We have to be more assertive. Is that the consensus? And, how far, when we look at a provocation of this kind, how far does this help in dealing with these situations, to be assertive?
Absolutely. We have been saying this all along. We've been saying this for the past 3-4 years on television, on Republic, that you have no other choice but to be assertive. And what General Sinha is saying, he speaks from decades of experience. And this is absolutely right. General G.D. Bakshi pretty much said the same thing. The Chinese are there to scare you. They want you to be scared. The Chinese are not there to fight. This entire salami slicing thing that China does is try and muscle through a place on occupied territory, and unless you teach the Chinese some manners, this is going to continue. See, this is not news, what we are discussing today. China has been doing this for decades. They have built entire townships, they have built entire villages. What's a small helipad? You see, we are discussing a small helipad today. A helipad is, how big is a helipad? It's nothing. It's nothing. You throw a stone and it can cross 3-4 helipads. A helipad size is nothing. But the problem is that the Chinese are doing, and this is just one provocation in the line of many, many such provocations that the Chinese has been doing. So what we must discuss is the overall scenario, what China is trying to do there and what is our response. For too long, India has been sort of obsessed with being the good boy. We want to be the good boy. We believe in this rules-based order. We believe in the fact that, Vasudev Kutumbakam. We believe in the fact that if we are good, the world is good. If we are bad, then the world will be bad. No, that's not true. China is not interested in being the good boy. China is interested in winning. And China will try and win by hook or by crook, which is what China is doing. This is exactly what you must do. Get rid of this, I want to be the best boy in the class, angle that we have in our minds. I mean, just go ahead and go inside China if need be. What will the Chinese do? What will they do? There's not going to be any war. There might be a small little skirmish. That's okay. We are prepared for it. We've got better mountain fighting troops than Chinese or anybody else in the world for that matter. Just give them the order. Just walk across.
teach China a lesson that there will be cost and consequences. General G.D. Bakshi has been talking about cost and consequences for such a long time. Nobody's listening. The fact of the matter is, unless you tell the Chinese that whatever action you do, there is a cost attached to it, there will be consequences. The Chinese will not stop. You know, we're just playing defensive all the time. It's now time to play offensive.
Right. So we have with us Major Gaurav Arya and Major General K.K. Sinha, defense expert, both defense experts, big voices on defense, even as we're looking at a video there from the border that of Arunachal Pradesh and the PLA construction there on the Chinese side. It's over to Samiksha now. Samiksha, what do you have for us?
Well, Rukma, what we understand as of now that there is no formal response from the army as of yet. But yes, that's another PLA aggression that we are seeing. If I can go across to our senior executive editor, Abhishek, also who's joining us. Abhishek, if I can get your quick perspective, because we've seen so many round of border talks which has happened between India and China, but nothing seems to have materialized because this is yet another aggression attempt by the Chinese PLA.
Well, Samiksha, the border talks are on as far as the Ladakh standoff is concerned. But what is important is that we are seeing in this case intense infrastructure building activity happening on the Chinese side. And this is something which has been an area of concern for us for a while. And the government, in fact, has launched what is called the Vibrant Villages program, which was announced by the Finance Minister in 2022-23 budget. And a lot of infrastructure push is happening from our side as well. But these pictures by themselves, though they are of the military intelligence, and this is part of India's monitoring of the border or the line of actual control between India and China in all the sectors, including in the eastern sector, which is Arunachal Pradesh. What is important is, Samiksha, that it seems that this is a case of road building activity or a helipad, as our Guwahati correspondent Anand was explaining. In both cases, this should be a matter of concern. We are awaiting an official response from the Indian Army. We are told that this would be out in a while, but unofficially we are being told that this is on the Chinese side, and the video itself has been shot with a telescopic lens, and this should be about around 20 kilometers. How far exactly from the line of actual control, that is we are trying to find out. But as the crow flies, the distance between this activity, construction activity being carried out by the Chinese, and from where this has been shot, should be roughly about 20 kilometers. And an official response, as I said, is awaited. And this, even as India also has revved up its border villages infrastructure boost program, which is called Vibrant Villages Project, which was launched this year itself. Apart from that, of course, we have intensified our connectivity to border areas, both in the western and the eastern sector, and along our long 2,500 plus kilometers line of actual control with the Chinese and the border as well. And so, for example, be it our villages in the upper reaches in Uttarakhand, in Himachal, in Ladakh, in Arunachal, all those are being connected with the all-weather roads, with the military infrastructure, with the other communication infrastructure. But these pictures by themselves clearly suggest that the Chinese have also equally increased infrastructure building. We saw how, for example, in the case of Bhutan, they had built up entire villages on Chinese territory, of course. We have seen how, in the case of Nepal, they had gobbled up about 20 villages, and Nepal had no option but to deny it, given the fact that Nepalese are not strong enough to perhaps stand up to the Chinese. But in the case of India, we have seen how we stood up to them in Doklam, how we stood up to them in Galwan, and the standoff in Ladakh, in fact, has been going on. And the talks, even if 17 rounds of talks have happened, there is a sense that the Chinese are not to be trusted as yet. We have seen how over the last half a dozen times, at least half a dozen times over the last 2 months, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, in whichever engagements he has had abroad, he has underscored the fact that the Chinese are in breach of understandings that were reached between the two sides since 1990s is what they have carried out in terms of troops build-up in Ladakh. Similarly, in these pictures, it is clear that the Chinese are carrying out military-grade infrastructure.
Yes. Well,
They are carrying out
stay with us. We also have Aniruddha reporting live. Aniruddha, if you could talk to us more about this specific location where the construction was happening. It's a Chagla Gam area, which we understand is very close to the LSE. In fact, right on the LOC where the construction was taking place by the PLA.
It's very close to the LSE. We are getting to know that there is a lake called Hadigra Lake in the upper reaches of Anjao district, and it is exactly very close to the Hadigra Lake where this in Sagalam area where this construction is going on. This was this video was shot on 11th of August when army porters went on that side along the LSE in order to deliver items. The local villagers used to go as porters, and it was at that point in time when the local porters shot this video, and we have got this video now where it clearly shows that the Chinese have been trying to flex their muscles along the LSE, and this has been the strategy. Recently, when we were along the LSE,
all right, Aniruddha, just hold your thoughts for just a moment. We have Colonel Shailendra Singh also joining us. Sir, if I can get your quick response. We understand that it's yet another intrusion attempt by the Chinese PLA where the construction was happening right on the LOC. So what kind of repercussions do you see with regard to India-China relations going forward?
We should be very clear. We should be absolutely clear that we should trust China in absolute 100%. And in that trust, we should be very clear that they are not trustworthy. They are always, every time, doing something or the other, which will be amounting to backstabbing, whatever they may say, whatever they may show off. But behind every move, they always have an agenda. And that agenda is always anti-India. Until unless we are 100% convinced on it, our government is 100% believing that, only then we can discuss this further. Now, coming to the point about the construction work at LOC, LAC, whatever places they are doing, this is not the first time. This is where I tend to fight with my own country. How much will be this tolerance you will, accept? This is not tolerance. This is something like कि वो आँख बंद कर ली आपने कि बिल्ली मुझे नहीं मारेगी. This is not the way. We need to be very clear. You tell me, I'll give you, I've served there, that's why I can tell you. You tell me how many cantonments are there in Arunachal Pradesh? Except for Tenga, Sela and Bumla, Tawang. Nothing else. Why? Why we are not having more cantonments? Why we are not having more airstrips? Why we are not having more people getting deployed and staying there permanently? You have a problem that, okay, you don't want locals and they are not wanting to be in difficult area. Put me there. There are so many army people who would like to be there. Where is the problem? Allot them land there. But you see that tolerance is such a beautiful thing that under the word tolerance, we don't do anything. China needs to be told, if you will come near LOC, and you are not supposed to be within 10 kilometers of LOC, and if you are still breaching it, then I will come 1 kilometer of LOC. China understands only that language. Unless we start speaking, we also do development. We have to do development along the LOC. It's not his right. It is our right also. So we need to develop. If you actually go towards Itanagar and beyond, you find the roads are in such a bad condition. It takes time. We are not able to go. As a normal citizen, I'm trying to tell you. I've been there, that's why I can tell you now.
Yes.
But at the same time,
Colonel Shailendra Singh, stay with us. Yes, just hold your thoughts. We have Major General G.D. Bakshi also joining us, requesting all our guests to stay with us. Major General G.D. Bakshi, that's a confirmation as well coming to us. The army sources now confirming that yes, there is construction happening on the LAC. How do you see this going forward? Yet another attempt by yet another aggression by the Chinese PLA on the LAC.
Look, it is standard Chinese practice to try and nibble, to try and do salami slicing wherever they find an opening, wherever they find some areas not held, they try and move into them, and then they try and turn de facto occupation into de jure. Now, in the instant case, I'm told the army headquarters has said that this is on the Chinese side, but very close to the LAC. So the simple fact is, if they are building a helipad there, that means they can fly in troops in a jiffy. They can suddenly bring in troops there and try and change the situation on the ground. Make it, like I said, nibble away at our territory, and over a period of time make it a permanent kind of an occupation. This is what they have been doing in Ladakh, in Himachal, all along the McMahon line, all along the line of actual control. So we have to be very vigilant. We have to be alert. We cannot sleep on the wheel. We cannot allow them this advantage. And like my colleague was saying, that if they sort of encroach in one area, then we are equally free to, go up to our perception of the line of actual control in the other area and give a tit for tat response. And whenever they try and come into our area, they must be confronted, and there is that drill now that we show red flag, etc., all that we have been doing in Ladakh as along the Pangong Tso, etc., what you saw. So China has to be given a very firm response. It must be made amply clear to China that they cannot get away with it. India is alert, India is vigilant. Don't forget, all this problem in 62 started when they had started similar encroachments, and that time we thought we would hold a token line of posts to show possession of our territory, to show occupation of our territory. Thus far, no further, but those posts were not then designed for withstanding a proper attack, and therefore we lost out on that. And now, of course, we have improved infrastructure vastly since my days. There has been, especially in the Ladakh sky, great improvements in infrastructure. So we can also match them, man for man, tank for tank, gun for gun.
Yes, Major General G.D. Bakshi, stay with us, requesting all our guests to stay with us. We have Major General Ashwani Sivach also joining us. Sir, yet another provocation by China, if I can get your response.
No doubt about it. See, as far as China is concerned, they are building a massive infrastructure from Ladakh to Arunachal Pradesh. Recently they have built 2 bridges also on Pangong Tso, that is connecting from north to south Pangong Tso. And even tanks can now come from north to south side, which used to take, circuitous route, now will able to come within about 2 hours. And same way from Rudong, the troops can move, the heavy equipment can move very fast in Pangong Tso. So the point is that China is building up infrastructure not only in Ladakh, even central sector, and even in eastern sector. That is against Arunachal Pradesh. The point is that the roads are being constructed, the bridges have been made, railway line are made, then the gas pipeline has come, they have built almost 2,000 villages very close to line of actual control. These are not actually villages, these are the defended localities which will be utilized during war as a fighting machine. So this is what China is doing. Yeah, I fully understand one thing, that India is no more sitting on the edge. We are also building up a lot of infrastructure. We are also now on the process of making roads, bridges, railway lines, and tunnels very close to the line of actual control. Our mindset is completely changed. We are no more defensive. We are proactive. But certainly we have to be aware that China in a big way is going. And one point they keep on saying that they want peace and tranquility. At the same time, they are building up. And my take is,
yes, Major General Ashwani Sivach, just hold your thoughts. We'll have to take a very short break or for just a short moment. We'll come back on this big story that we are tracking. Another border provocation by China. Lots on the other side. A very short break for now.
India held a practice session in Dubai ahead of their Asia Cup 2022 campaign opener. The men in blue will start their Asia Cup campaign in a high-octane clash against Pakistan on August 28th. Cricketers Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli, Bhuvaneshwar Kumar were among the players captured while sweating it out in the nets. The Asian Cricket Council's marquee event returns after a 4-year interval with the 2000 edition of the Men's Asia Cup.
Both the teams are going to be excited and eager to play and eager to play against each other. And yeah, it's the first game of the tournament again. So either team will want to start really well, and yeah, so same for us as an Indian team.
Amid preparations to demolish the Supertech Twin Towers in Sector 93A, Noida on Sunday, which is tomorrow, the authorities have decided to deploy over 400 police personnel to the spot. According to Noida police officials, 8 ambulances and 4 fire tenders will also be present at the spot and assured that there will be no danger and that the building will collapse in a proper way using the explosive devices.
ये सुपरटेक एमरल्ड ट्विन टावर्स है, लगभग 100 मीटर्स का हाइट है, जो 28 तारीख को 2:30 बजे एग्जैक्ट टाइम में इम्प्लोशन होना है. इस इम्प्लोशन जो ब्लास्ट में, जो डेमोलिशन में आसपास सोसाइटी को दिक्कत ना आने के लिए 2 सोसाइटी को हम लोग पूरी की पूरी तरह एवाकुएट कर रहे हैं. 2 सोसाइटी का नाम है, एक ATS विलेज है, दूसरा सुपरटेक एमरल्ड.
Manish Sisodia, poster now that has been blackened by the Congress workers.
BJP suspended its Telangana MLA T. Raja Singh.
BJP chief of Telangana, Bandi Sanjay, arrested by police.
Raja Singh was produced in court. There was sloganeering there, and the police is lathi charging.
Ladies and gentlemen, of course, there have been journalists in Pakistan who have been tortured, who have been shot at. But those journalists are either neutral or do not support Imran Khan at all.
Tracking the big story this hour of yet another border provocation by China. In fact, army sources now confirming to Republic that the video is from LAC and that the Chinese construction was taking place at the LAC. That has also been caught on tape. So that's yet another Beijing's border provocation. Army porters who were seen catching China in the act is in fact, the questions arising at this point, the visuals also that we've accessed on tape, how you can see the construction that is taking place on the LAC, and army sources also confirming to Republic that construction video is from LAC. We have Colonel Rohit Dev also joining us. Colonel, if I can get your perspective on this, yet another border provocation by China.
All right. Thank you for having me on your show. I think this is a planned kind of infrastructure development growth happening in that region by the Chinese in Tibet. And if you remember last summers, they had, along the Brahmaputra on that side of the Arunachal Pradesh, LAC, they had developed their highway coming up right till there. And this is something which, during the course of our last 3-4 years of interaction between us and Republic, I've been saying that China has had this plan to slowly develop the infrastructure into Tibet. And once that develops, it is forced by compulsion to safeguard those interests which it's developing inside to co-opt the creation of military installations along the border and then also have deployment of troops eventually along the LAC. So I think it's a planned, growth of the Chinese, and especially after our actions in Doklam, especially after our actions of going to the Blacktop region and Pangangso, and especially after our continued and sustained efforts through the Border Road Organization to create our own infrastructure, to create own airfields, helipads, and have influx of troops, additional troops in that region during the summer period. I think China is also wary of our growth militarily to defend our borders, and we are doing a good thing as the military and the polity of the nation today, that we are able to at least amidst all these provocations and amidst all this rapid buildup of infra by the Chinese, we are maintaining our speed to do the same. And we are, I'm saying again on your show, we are 3 decades behind and we need to do this. And that is what I told after Doklam, that something will happen in the next 2-3 years. It happened. And then I said that next 5 to 7 years are most critical for our nation, because the Chinese will grow this infrastructure. They will grow the deployment. They will grow the military bases along the LSE. And we have no option but to ensure that our growth remains. So notwithstanding what they are doing currently, and these pictures have emerged in the area of Onjo, I think this is on their side of the LSE. There has been no, sort of ceding of any territory right now. And I think India should be also able to build up its own infrastructure and military capabilities. 5 to 7 years, yes, we are forced with the constraints of the troop holding we have. We have to manage our troops from the other borders to come to this area in the summers. We are doing that very effectively for last 2 seasons. And I think we are good to go in the next 5-7 years to grow our infrastructure as well. So let's not take any kind of pressure from the Chinese. We have to, as a country, develop our infrastructure going into the LSE deep along the Tibetan border. And we should stop calling that territory as being a Chinese territory.
Well,
Tibet is Tibet. And let's continue the same zeal.
Well, absolutely, point taken. So that was Colonel Rohidev giving his insights and saying that how other infra needs to be stepped up as well when we talk about the Indian Army. We also have Commander G.J. Singh also joining us. Sir, yet another provocation by the Chinese PLA, and this time, in fact, Army sources also confirming to the public that yes, this construction has been taking place at the LAC. What do you think should be the steps taken by India going forward? Because we've seen so many border talks happening in the past, but nothing seems to have materialized.
See, with the Chinese, we always have to be very careful to stay on the guard, because Chinese policy seems to have become that they won't let you live in peace, nor will they live in peace. They will continue to make some kind of infrastructure along the LAC, especially in the east. And moment you sleep, moment you give them a chance, they will get on to their old policy of salami slicing. So this is something they have been doing, and they will continue to do it in future. And I think this particular infrastructure, although it is on their side, but it is a matter of concern, because Chinese are very aggressively constructing not only infrastructure, but infrastructure that is detrimental to the security of a country, because they are building airfields, they are building bases for launching missiles and other long-range weaponry. And therefore, we'll have to keep a very close watch on them, and at the same time correspondingly also upgrade our infrastructure, because we must aim for what I call is mirror-to-mirror deployment. We have to have something there to match their aggressiveness. Otherwise, Chinese are bent upon, creating not only trouble on the LAC, but around the globe, I would say. So this is a policy of Chinese, and we have to be on the alert, on the guard at all times.
Yes. Well, absolutely. Sir, and also do you feel that the world leaders now, it's high time now that the world leaders also come forward and condemn this growing aggression of the Chinese PLA by the day?
Yes, you see, the leaders abroad or in the other countries, they do not speak so openly against Chinese, because everybody gets guided by their own national interest. And not only that, we must keep in mind that the Chinese economy is very well integrated globally. Almost every country, including our economy, I would say, is integrated pretty well with the Chinese. Chinese have spread their network all around the globe. So they should be condemned. People are in fact staying on the guard, as I said earlier. They do not condemn because of diplomatic, political reasons, because everybody has got some way or the other dealings with Chinese. But it should be an endeavor of our diplomats to convince the world that China needs to be a little more openly and aggressively condemned, because I don't see any country, openly coming forward
Yes.
and supporting us and trying to. So we have to have a very realistic viewpoint. As I said, every country has its own national interest before their eyes, before themselves, and they don't openly. Although everybody understands. You see the condition. In South China Sea, in South China Sea, we are all on the alert. All the countries are united when it comes to confrontation with the Chinese.
करने वाले लोन की संख्या और कुल अमाउंट है 10 लाख करोड़ रुपए। और ये आरटीआई की जानकारी अपने पास से नहीं दे रहा हूं, आरटीआई की जानकारी है, पार्लियामेंट में दी गई जानकारी है। इसके अलावा क्या किया इन्होंने? कॉर्पोरेट टैक्स घटाया, ये तो सिर्फ एक फिगर है। 30% से घटा के पूंजीपतियों का टैक्स 22% कर दिया। दूध पे, दही पे, छाछ पे, आटा पे, दाल पे, चावल पे, गैस के सिलेंडर पे, सरसों के तेल पे, डीजल पे, पेट्रोल पे आपके ऊपर तो टैक्स का बोझ लगाते हैं, लेकिन पूंजीपति मित्रों का टैक्स घटा के 30% से 22% कर दिया। उससे करीब करीब 5 लाख करोड़ रुपए हिंदुस्तान के बजट को घाटा हुआ। तो जो घाटा पूंजीपतियों की लूट के माध्यम से होता है, उसकी भरपाई करने के लिए आपके ऊपर टैक्स का बोझ लगाया जाता है। जो घाटा भारत की संपत्तियों को बेचने से होता है, वो घाटा पूरा करने के लिए जनता के ऊपर महंगाई बढ़ाई जाती है। जो घाटा अपने एक करीबी मित्र को नरेंद्र मोदी जी कर्जा देते हैं 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए का, और एयरपोर्ट से लेके बाकी सारी सरकारी दामों में बेच देते हैं, वो घाटा पूरा करने के लिए आपके ऊपर महंगाई का बोझ लादा जाता है। तो आज मैं नौजवान साथियों से भी कहना चाहता हूं और किसान भाइयों से भी कहना चाहता हूं, माताओं बहनों से भी कहना चाहता हूं और छोटे व्यापारियों से भी कहना चाहता हूं, आपकी मुसीबत का कारण आप नहीं हो, आपकी मुसीबत का कारण केंद्र सरकार और उनके पूंजीपति मित्रों की लूट है। अगर ये 15 लाख करोड़ रुपए होते तो हिंदुस्तान में कितने कॉलेज, कितने अस्पताल बन जाते, कितनी सड़कों का निर्माण हो जाता, किसानों का कर्जा माफ हो जाता, नौजवानों को रोजगार मिल जाता। अगर ये 15 लाख करोड़ रुपए होते तो हिंदुस्तान आज तरक्की के रास्ते पर सबसे अग्रिम पंक्ति में खड़ा होता। लेकिन आज अगर हम पीछे हैं तो उसके पीछे सबसे बड़ी वजह है ये भ्रष्टाचार, ये घोटाला, ये 15 लाख करोड़ रुपए का देश को लगाया गया चूना और घाटा। इसलिए कल की जो मुहिम है ये इसी पर केंद्रित रहेगी कि 15 लाख करोड़ रुपए का हिसाब दो, वरना गद्दी छोड़ दो। महंगाई और बेरोजगारी से जनता कराह रही है। किसान को उसके फसल का दाम न मिलने से किसान आत्महत्याएं करने को मजबूर है। छोटा व्यापारी आपकी नीतियों के कारण तबाह और बर्बाद हो रहा है। इसलिए यह आंदोलन हम लोग चला रहे हैं, जिसकी शुरुआत कल पूरे प्रदेश में प्रदर्शन के माध्यम से होगी। अब मैं एक लिस्ट पढ़ने जा रहा हूं। मैं समझता हूं बहुत ध्यान से आप लोग 2 मिनट का समय जरूर देंगे और इसको सुनेंगे और अपने चैनल पर दिखाएंगे भी। देखिए, आप कोई अगर कर्जा लेते हैं, हमारे पत्रकार मित्र भी हैं, मैं इनसे भी कहना चाहता हूं, अगर आप 2, 2.5 लाख, 5 लाख का भी कर्जा ले लें और चुका ना पाएं या फ्लैट की ईएमआई ना दे पाएं, तो आपको हवालात में बंद कर दिया जाएगा। लेकिन बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियां जिन्होंने आपके जनता के द्वारा पैसा जो जमा किया गया था बैंकों में, जो उससे पैसा कर्जा लिया, आपको अंदाजा है कि कितने में उनका सेटलमेंट हो रहा है और कितने में कर्जा माफ हो रहा है? किसी को पता है इस देश के अंदर कितने में सेटलमेंट हो रहा है, कितना कर्जा माफ हो रहा है? आप जरा सुनिएगा आपके होश उड़ जाएंगे। आधुनिक मेटेलिक्स लिमिटेड ये कंपनी है, 5,371 करोड़ रुपए का कर्जा इनके ऊपर था, 410 करोड़ रुपए में इनका समझौता हो गया, 4,961 करोड़ रुपए माफ कर दिया गया। अशोक इंडस्ट्रीज लिमिटेड एक है, 29,524 करोड़ रुपए का कर्जा इनके ऊपर था, 5,052 करोड़ रुपए इन्होंने दिया, 24,472।
Well, on to the big breaking story that we've been tracking as well, the Sonali Phogat's death case, where we understand that both the accused have now been sent to 10-day police custody. That's the breaking update coming in, a big development in Sonali Phogat's death case. We'll go across to Alicia, who's reporting live from Goa, but the latest update being that the 10-day custody that has now been granted of the two accused in Sonali Phogat's death case. Remember, we have Alicia with us, joining us as well. Alicia, if you could give us more updates. We understand that 10-day custody that has been granted of the accused in this case.
Well, yes, today where both the accused, that is Sukhwinder Singh and Sudhir Sangwan, who was produced before the court, that is Mapta court, and moreover the remand copy that was given to the court as well. More importantly, at the initial, while producing both the accused, where the Goa police has asked for 14 days of custody. More importantly, what is mentioned before the court by the public prosecutor, which says that both the accused are non-known, and there could be possible of other involvement as well, which need to be investigated, which is why they require 14 days custody. After reading all those, the mention, what was the pointers that was mentioned by police in the remand copy, which is why the court has granted 10 days custody of Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhwinder Singh to police custody, and now there will be more revelation, because what we have been even told that along with the murder case that has been registered by Anjuna police, there are other separate case of a narcotic case that has been registered against 4 accused. In this second FIR that has been registered under NDPS Act, where the owner of a Curly's restaurant, that is Edwin Noons, and the drug peddler who has been arrested in the case, and also the name of Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhwinder Singh has also been involved. So there are 4 accused in the case. So what we have been even told that tomorrow, where in the second FIR that has been registered, and of course the both arrests that has been made, they need to be produced before the court tomorrow, and that is the procedure that has to be done by the police right after the medical that will be done. But now the police has already granted 10 days custody, where the Goa police were actually looking at it, because they need to find out the ultimate motive of Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhwinder Singh, where they committed this crime, where they murder Sonali Phogat. So it's very important now, and it will be a very important investigation for the police as well. Right after with the CCTV footage, there is also a Vincera report which is reserved for now, that will also come across the police, so that it can be a more crystal clear for the police while taking this investigation ahead.
Yes. Well, Alicia, also talk to us more about the role of the drug peddler as well as a restaurant owner who've been arrested that is under scanner of these agencies.
Well, yes, if we talk about the drug peddler, because that is a CCTV which actually played a very important role in this entire investigation. Since the time Goa police which registered and invoked the 302 of the IPC, that is a murder case, right after that the police went to the Curly's restaurant, from where the 3 of them, that is Sonali Phogat, Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhwinder Singh, who were present in the same party, there were the CCTV which has been already recovered. So there are the 2 CCTVs which has came across to a light, and actually gave light to the investigation to the police. In one CCTV where we can, where the police has taken out that there is a drug peddler who has been talking to the Sudhir Sangwan, and there is some drug substance that was handed over to Sudhir Sangwan by the same drug peddler. So that has given a lead to the police, so that they were easily where the drug peddler Datta Prasad, who has been already arrested, it was a lead for the police from the CCTV footages as well. While now talking about the Edwin Noons, who is the owner of the
Coal's restaurant. So their police sources has indicated that there are some of the involvement of the Edwin as well, because there are no the drugs that has not been allowed in India, and if some substances that has been sold by someone, and even that is to be known of the restaurant because the drug peddler who came to the same restaurant, Coal's restaurant, and he was allowed to do this. So there could be possibility of the involvement, and that has really transpired during the investigation of the police, which is why he was placed under arrest. So tomorrow, where both the accused who have been arrested under NDPS Act will be produced before the court, and police will also seek their custody as well.
Yes. Alicia, stay with us. Let's also listen into the soundbite of Jaspal Singh, the DGP of Goa, on what he has to say as far as this investigation goes into Sonali's death case.
नहीं, देखिए, जहाँ तक गोवा पुलिस का संबंध है, गोवा पुलिस हमेशा से ड्रग्स के प्रति ज़ीरो टॉलरेंस अप्रोच अडॉप्ट करती रही है और आगे भी करेगी, चूँकि ये एक पर्यटक डेस्टिनेशन है। लार्ज नंबर ऑफ लोग यहाँ पर आते हैं और कुछ लोग अपने साथ कई इस तरह के सब्सटेंसेस लेके आते हैं, सेलिब्रेटरी मूड में आते हैं। बट हमारी हमेशा से ये प्रयत्न रहता है, इवन हम रेलवे स्टेशन, एयरपोर्ट्स, बस स्टैंड पे भी रैंडम चेक भी करते हैं। बट इट इज़ इनह्यूमनली इम्पॉसिबल टू चेक ईच एंड एवरी पर्सन, और जहाँ भी हमें सूचना मिले कि ये कोई व्यक्ति सस्पिशियस है, पेडलर है, तो उसको हम इंफॉर्मेशन डेवलप करके परस्यू करते हैं। अभी तक गोवा पुलिस ने काफ़ी मात्रा में जो इस तरह के मादक पदार्थ हैं गोवा में एंट्री करते ही पकड़ लिए गए हैं, उसको मार्केट में सर्कुलेट होने नहीं दिया गया। चंद दिन पहले हमने एक फॉरेन नेशनल को भी पकड़ा था, जिससे करीब 16-17 लाख की ड्रग बरामद की गई थी, और आज भी एक और व्यक्ति को पकड़ा गया है जिसकी अभी डिटेल आनी बाकी है, इन्वेस्टिगेशन होना बाकी है। उसमें भी तकरीबन 15-16 लाख की ड्रग्स जो है वो इसमें काबू की गई है। तो प्राइमरीली गोवा पुलिस मुख्यतः दोनों ही फ्रंट्स पे, डिमांड रिड्यूसिंग एंड सप्लाई रिडक्शन। डिमांड रिड्यूसिंग में हम लोगों को अवेयर करते हैं, यूथ को अवेयर करते हैं, स्कूल कॉलेजेस में अवेयर करते हैं इसके बैड इफ़ेक्ट्स के बारे में, और सप्लाई रिडक्शन में जहाँ जो लोगों के ऊपर इंटेलिजेंस डेवलप करके लोगों को पकड़ा जाता है, फॉरेनर्स को भी और जो लोकल्स भी हैं उनको। क्या लगता है कि
The DGP there giving us important information, saying that the drug peddler has been arrested as well. So as the probe deepens, it remains to be seen what was really the motive behind the murder, what is being said as a murder of Sonali Phogat. And moving on to more breaking news coming in. This one from Jharkhand, where we understand that it's a big embarrassment for Hemant Soren, as in the meet that was called, not all the MLAs turned up for this crucial meet that was called by the Jharkhand Chief Minister. So fast-paced political developments in the state of Jharkhand. We'll go across to Prakash to give us more details, but Soren and Alliance MLAs are in a huddle at this point. We have our executive editor Aishwarya also joining us. Aishwarya, help us understand the political turmoil in the state of Jharkhand.
Well, at this point of time, it is coming down to numbers. If I could just give you the numbers first, only 13 MLAs, and I repeat, only 13 MLAs have physically arrived at the Chief Minister's residence, out of which only half are that of the JMM. 7 who are in support of Hemant Soren are in Chhattisgarh, the neighbouring state of Chhattisgarh. 3 are in Kolkata, who cannot get out of Kolkata. And 1 MLA, Mamta Mehto, is in hospital, so which brings down the number to 25. Then, now Hemant Soren's brother, Basant Soren, who was in the national capital for 4 days and has said to meet few BJP leaders, has 12 MLAs in his kitty. 12 JMM MLAs in his kitty. He has yet not decided. But for a minute, even if we think that Basant Soren backs his own brother Hemant Soren, even then the number comes down to only 37. 25 plus 12, 37. And the Assembly of Jharkhand is that of 81, out of which JMM has 30, Congress has 17, BJP has 26, AJSU has 2, Independent are 2, NCP is 1, RJD is 1, and then Male is 1. But the irony is that out of 30 JMM MLAs, only 13 have arrived physically at the Chief Minister's residence. So the numbers are just not in favor of Hemant Soren. Hemant Soren's problem is that he cannot look over and beyond his own family, and even within his family, he has his own favorites. Otherwise, his own brother, Basant Soren, who has the support of 12 MLAs, would not have been camping in the national capital for 4 days, who was just landed in Ranchi. So the buses have been called in. Congress is saying we are not going anywhere. The JMM MLAs who have arrived are saying we are not going anywhere. So it really needs to be seen, why have those luxury coaches been called in? 7 MLAs of the JMM are already in Chhattisgarh, 3 in Kolkata according to the court's order, 1 in MLA, total 25, 12 are with Basant Soren. Still the number is not there with Hemant Soren, and that's the sense of desperation there.
Well, absolutely, Ishwarya. Thank you for getting us all those details. So interesting developments unfolding in the state of Jharkhand. Remains to be seen if the Jharkhand Chief Minister will manage to retain his seat. And a quick roundup of all that's making news from across the country, stepping up its agitation against the Aam Aadmi Party government in the national capital. The Delhi unit of the BJP carried out protests across the national capital, where the party workers were seen gathering on the streets of Delhi to stage their protest, demanding answers and even demanding the sacking of the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister. The Goa police arrested owner of Curly's restaurant in Sonali Phogat death case. This is in fact the same restaurant where Sonali was forcibly given drugs. Apart from this, the police has also arrested the drug peddler from Goa who supplied the drug to Sonali's aid. Following yet another infiltration bid from Pakistan, the BSF arrested a Pakistan intruder at the Indo-Pakistan international border in Jammu and Kashmir. According to the latest information available, the alert troops of the BSF had detected movements during the wee hours on Saturday at the border in the Arnia sector in Jammu. Preparations for the demolition of the 40-storied Supertech Twin Towers is underway, with around 600 police personnel who have also been deployed to maintain the law and order situation. The Twin Towers are set to be demolished at 2:30 p.m. Tomorrow. And in more trouble for the Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren, the Election Commission of India has submitted its report in mining lease case to the governor. As per sources, the ECI has recommended the disqualification of Hemant Soren as an MLA. An update in the Kalakuruchi student suicide case, where the mother of the deceased met the Chief Minister requesting for justice, also asking the Chief Minister to expedite the investigation into the case. Slipping into a very short break, lots on the other side. We'll get you our mega coverage as the countdown begins for the Noida Supertech Twin Towers demolition.
Amity University Dubai has been awarded as the best university campus in the Middle East by Forbes magazine and recognized as the best university for job placements. Jumpstart your global career in Dubai with Amity, with faculty and students from over 50 nationalities. Visit amity.edu/Dubai.
Amid preparations to demolish the Supertech Twin Towers in Sector 93A, Noida on Sunday, which is tomorrow, the authorities have decided to deploy over 400 police personnel to the spot. According to Noida police officials, 8 ambulances and 4 fire tenders will also be present at the spot and assured that there will be no danger and that the building will collapse in a proper way using the explosive devices.
ये सुपरटेक एमरल्ड ट्विन टावर्स है, लगभग 100 मीटर्स का हाइट है, जो 28 तारीख को 2:30 बजे एग्जैक्ट टाइम में इम्प्लोशन होना है। इस इम्प्लोशन जो ब्लास्ट में जो डेमोलिशन में आसपास सोसाइटी को दिक्कत ना आने के लिए 2 सोसाइटी को हम लोग पूरी तरह एवाकुएट कर रहे हैं। 2 सोसाइटी का नाम है, एक ATS विलेज है।
Massive preparations are being taken by the Noida authorities over here. The demolition is going to take place at 2:30 p.m. tomorrow on Sunday. 5,000 families which are living in vicinity of this building, their health and their security is taken care of. It is expected that around 3,700 kgs of explosives are going to be used. This is one of the first processes, which is going to take place in Delhi NCR for demolishing one of the tallest residential buildings, not only in Delhi NCR, but in the country.
Headlines at 2:30, Noida Super Tech Twin Towers to be raised. Huge preparations for historic biggest ever demolition underway. Fresh twist after sensational CCTV, now arrested accused admit to spiking a drink. 2 accused sent to 10-day police custody. After drugs recovered from the restaurant, washroom restaurant owner and drug peddler now arrested. After Election Commission recommended disqualification of Hemant Soren, big announcement from Jharkhand governor expected today. India gets new Chief Justice. Justice UU Lalit takes oath as the 49th Chief Justice of the country. Storm over Liquorgate continues as BJP stages mega protest against Kejriwal-led government. Meanwhile, AAP stages counter-protest outside the Delhi BJP office. Thanks for tuning in this afternoon. We are live and breaking straight up, starting with breaking news coming in. This one from Karnataka. And the news coming in that the Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai held a meet with the officials on Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations at the Eidgah Maidan. That's the breaking update coming in. The first visuals also that we are getting right now of the Chief Minister Bommai holding meet with top officials regarding the Ganesh Utsava celebration at the Eidgah Maidan. Remember a huge row that has also erupted, a political face-off also that has erupted over the Ganesh Utsava celebrations at the Eidgah Maidan. We'll go across to our reporters as well. We have Nivedna joining us from the Noida newsroom. Nivedna, massive controversy there as over celebrations, Ganesh Utsav celebrations at Eidgah Maidan. We understand the Chief Minister held a meet as well. Take us through the updates you're picking up.
Right. So this meet involved the Revenue Minister of Karnataka, Ashok, calling for this meeting. Now, this move comes after the fact that the Karnataka High Court did grant permission for people to celebrate Ganesh Utsav in the Chamrajpet area where the Eidgah Maidan is there in Bengaluru. Now, the Karnataka High Court passed permission for them to conduct this after several groups wanted to celebrate the festival over here, because initially the status quo interim did say that the Muslim community would be able to use this 2-acre land to offer prayers on 2 occasions such as Bakrid and Ramzan. So this particular move was challenged by the state government, after which the Karnataka High Court has now given permission for people to go ahead and celebrate Ganesh Utsav at Eidgah Maidan in Chamrajpet or Bengaluru.
All right. Also, Nivedna, stay with us. If you can talk to us more about the reactions coming in. Any reactions from the Congress or Siddaramaiah for that matter with regard to the Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations at the Eidgah Maidan?
As of now, nothing on that, but former Karnataka Chief Minister B.S. Yadurappa had reacted on this yesterday after the Karnataka High Court did pass permission. He said that he welcomed the move, and ultimately it was good to see that Ganesh Chaturthi would be celebrated here, because people were looking forward to doing that. And he said that it should be done in a peaceful manner, and there is no reason for conflict to be taking place.
All right, Nivedna, thank you so much. We'll keep coming back to you. So, Nivedna getting us all those updates from Karnataka, where we understand that the Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai held a crucial meet regarding the Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations at the Eidgah Maidan. And those are the first visuals also that we are getting right now of Chief Minister Bommai holding meet with the top officials, which included the Revenue Minister, the Bengaluru Police Commissioner as well, and special officer who was also part of this meet that was held. We have a guest also joining us right now, S. Prakash of the BJP joining us. Sir, if I can get your response, we understand a massive controversy also that erupted regarding holding these Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations at the Eidgah Maidan, but the first visuals coming in right now of Bommai holding this top level meet, if I can get your response.
Hello.
Yes, sir, please continue.
No, the court has directed the government to take the final decision on it. And state government will take the appropriate decision to allow holding Ganeshotsav or not. Most likely, according to the Revenue Minister, there's all the possibilities. Ganeshotsav will be allowed on the ground. It's not Eidgah Maidan ground, it is a government, state government land. It is.
Well, that's right. That's a state government land. Well, thank you for giving us your response. So that was S. Prakash giving us his response with regard to the Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations, which will take place in the first visuals as well that we are getting right now of Bommai holding meet with the top ministers and officials regarding the Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations at the Eidgah Maidan.
A robbery was reported at the camp office of the Patna Metro project, where at least 3 dozen suspects are said to be involved in the crime. The suspects are said to have arrived at Ganga Diara area in Patna, the site of the office, on a boat and ransacked the office at the site of the metro project. Senior police officers have arrived at the spot with investigations initiated in the matter. Police were seen at the site investigating the extent of the robbery, as the office the robbery took place in was seen emptied to a significant extent. They further went on to inspect the site at the river where the robbers are suspected to have arrived at the site from. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And on to that big story that we are tracking from Jharkhand, where trouble seems to be only mounting for Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren. So fast-paced developments that is happening in Jharkhand politics. Soren and alliance partners are in a huddle at this point, struggling to keep the flock together. We'll go across to our reporters to get us more updates on the political scenario that is panning out in the state of Jharkhand. But the Jharkhand Chief Minister trying to keep the flock together is what we are given to understand. He's holding a meet as well, is what we are given to understand. It is also being said that the Jharkhand Congress Legislative Party meet will be held at 8:30 p.m. today. We have Ishwarya, our executive editor for politics, joining us. Ishwarya, big leads coming in Jharkhand Congress Legislative Party meet that has been called at 8:30 p.m. today.
No, that's right. All of these meetings will only work if the numbers are in their favor. And at this point of time, numbers are not there with Hemant Soren. And that's the problem. Congress is also able to sense that the numbers are just not in their favor. They are able to see that Hemant Soren's own brother, Basant Soren, is holding on to 12 MLAs, but is not coming out in favor of Hemant Soren, and hence Congress, which in number is at number 17. Congress MLAs are 17, but out of them, only half, around 7 have arrived physically at the Chief Minister's residence. So all of this is being very, very micromanaged. We are being told that the central leadership of the Congress has also become active, and hence at this time, all of this has become very, very important, because what is happening is that out of the 30 JMM, only 13 MLAs had arrived today physically, out of which 7 were of the Congress and the rest are said to be of JMM. 7 JMM are in Chhattisgarh, as I told you prior as well. 3 are in Kolkata. 1, Mamta Mehto, is unwell. She is in hospital. So even if you get all of them together, and even those 12 of Basant Soren together, Congress is able to sense that Hemant Soren does not entertain the majority even prior to the governor's decision. This is prior to the governor's decision that he has been disqualified as an MLA. Though the Election Commission has given its suggestion The final decision needs to be taken by the governor, which has not been taken till now. And the numbers are dwindling even prior to that. So if the numbers are dwindling prior to that, what will happen post? So all of this will only and only create more trouble. And hence, we are being told now Congress, which is at 17, JMM is at 30, Pradeep Yadav 1, RJD 1, Male 1, this is the combination of UPA, seems to be dividing away. And that's why we are being told that senior Congress leaders are also going to be arriving in Ranchi. Though there are bigger troubles happening in the Congress itself.
Yes.
Which way should Congress go? Should they continue their support to JMM? Will they decide to part ways? All of this needs to be seen, because at the end of the day, Basant Soren, Hemant Soren's real brother, who was in the national capital for 3 to 4 days, has had a couple of meetings said to be with senior BJP leaders, post which he has gone back to Ranchi. So the next couple of hours are really, really interesting, because even those few MLAs who have arrived at the Chief Minister's residence with their bags packed. So all of this makes it very interesting in the political development of Jharkhand. Yeah.
Yes. Well, Aishwarya, stay with us. We have Anup also, who's reporting live. Anup, what is it that you are picking up? What we understand, and as Aishwarya was also telling us, that the own MLAs of the Jharkhand Chief Minister seem to be deserting him at this point.
देखिए एक बात तो साफ मैं पहले आपको क्लियर कर दूं, अभी जो हमारे सोर्स हैं वो ये बता रहे हैं कि ये तमाम विधायक छत्तीसगढ़ की तरफ नहीं बल्कि खूंटी में एक जगह है पेरवा घाट, वहां पिकनिक मनाने जा रहे हैं। ये हमने अभी सवाल पूछे थे, हमारे जो सोर्स उनसे बातचीत कर रहे थे, तो उन्होंने कहा कि ये लोग पिकनिक मनाने गए हैं, 3-4 घंटे में वापस आ जाएंगे। लेकिन दूसरा सोर्स ये भी कह रहा है कि अविनाश पांडे, जिन्होंने आज मीटिंग बुलाई है कांग्रेस की, वो रांची पहुंचेंगे और हो सकता है कि ये लोग अविनाश पांडे के साथ छत्तीसगढ़ जाएंगे। मुश्किल तो है, क्योंकि बसंत सोरेन 2 दिन तक मीटिंग में नहीं आते हैं, दिल्ली में बैठे रहते हैं। कहा जाता है कि बसंत सोरेन बीमार है, लेकिन इसी बीच यह भी शंकाएं जताई जा रही थी कि बसंत सोरेन बीजेपी नेताओं के संपर्क में है वहां पर, और अगर यहां अगर इनको डर नहीं होता हेमंत सोरेन को, तो बैग पैक करके पिकनिक मनाने कोई नहीं जाता है। बैग पैक करके पिकनिक मनाने के लिए इतने नजदीक नहीं जाते। ये पूरी तैयारी इनको यहां से ले जाने की है। डर इस बात का कि मेजोरिटी कम पड़ रही है, सरकार खतरे में पड़ सकती है, अयोग्य करार दे दिए गए तो समर्थन जुटाना मुश्किल हो जाएगा। बिल्कुल डिफरेंस अलग कंडीशन में जा रही है। और एक शंका यह भी जताई जा रही है, हो सकता है झारखंड में राष्ट्रपति शासन भी लागू हो जाएगा, उस और भी बढ़ सकता है ये तमाम चीजें।
Oh, that's all right. That's a big breaking update that you're getting us. Also, Anup, if you could tell us, if you could give us a big numbers as of now, that how many MLAs are present at this meet that Chief Minister Soren is sharing as well.
देखिए, सुबह से हम लोग चीफ मिनिस्टर के घर के बाहर खड़े थे, और पहले की मैं बात करूं, कल तक हमें अंदर जाने की परमिशन मिली थी। कल तक हमें बकायदा लिस्ट भी मिली थी, और सबसे पहले रिपब्लिक भारत ने उसे दिखाया भी था। लेकिन आज लोग कम थे, तो शायद इस वजह से हमें अंदर जाने की इजाजत नहीं दी गई, हमें बाहर ही रोक दिया गया। लेकिन जो विधायक पहुंचे थे, 13 से 25 विधायक ऐसा कहा जा रहा है, और आंकड़े कम पड़ रहे हैं, इसीलिए कहा गया था कि आप बैग पैक करके आइए तमाम विधायकों को। वो यहां पहुंचे थे, तमाम विधायक जो थे वो पहुंचे, और पिछले रास्ते से निकल गए। 3-4 रास्ते सीएम आवास के हैं, अलग अलग रास्तों से मीडिया को धोखा देने के लिए निकले वहां से, लेकिन बैग पैक करा के बुलाया गया। मेजोरिटी की बात करें तो देखिए 81 विधानसभा सीटें हैं, 41 मैजिक फिगर है, और पहले के आंकड़ों के मुताबिक 50 से ज्यादा विधायकों का समर्थन था। लेकिन यह समर्थन अभी कहीं से होता नजर नहीं आ रहा, मुश्किल में हेमंत है। और यही वजह है कि हम बार बार कह रहे हैं कि बैग पैक कराकर बुलाया गया, कि उनको अपने विधायकों को भागने का डर सता रहा है, उनको एक साथ रखना है। इसीलिए हेमंत सोरेन उनकी सिक्योरिटी को भी वापस किया उनको। और यह भी जानकारी मिल रही है कि सीएम हाउस के जो सिक्योरिटी में लोग लगे हैं, वो इन विधायकों के साथ लगेंगे। पल पल की अपडेट ये अपने विधायकों का सीएम को देते रहेंगे।
All right, Anup, thank you for the moment. We'll keep coming back to you. So that's a breaking update coming in from the state of Jharkhand, and it seems that the Jharkhand Chief Minister is, of course, struggling to keep his flock together. Slipping into a very short break for now. Lots lined up for you on the other side of this very short break. We'll get you our live coverage as trouble is only mounting for the Jharkhand Chief Minister as he struggles to retain his seat.
Raja Singh has been arrested once again.
Quiet.
Team India held a practice session in Dubai ahead of their Asia Cup 2022 campaign opener. The men in blue will start their Asia Cup campaign in a high-octane clash against Pakistan on August 28th. Cricketers Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli, Bhuvaneshwar Kumar were among the players captured while sweating it out in the nets. The Asian Cricket Council's marquee event returns after a 4-year interval with the 2000 edition of the Men's Asia Cup.
Both the teams are going to be excited and eager to play and eager to play against each other, and yeah, it's the first game of the tournament again, so either team will want to start really well, and yeah, so same for us as an Indian team.
Amid preparations to demolish the Supertech Twin Towers in Sector 93A, Noida on Sunday, which is tomorrow, the authorities have decided to deploy over 400 police personnel to the spot. According to Noida police officials, 8 ambulances and 4 fire tenders will also be present at the spot and assured that there will be no danger and that the building will collapse in a proper way using the explosive devices.
Ladies and gentlemen, of course, there have been journalists in Pakistan who have been tortured, who have been shot at. But those journalists...
एक बहुत बड़े टीवी चैनल ने उसको रिपोर्ट किया है, वहां पर क्या बोलेंगे फिर? चलिए उन जाके कम से कम उन बुलडोजरों को उठाकर लेकर आइए, चीन लेकर आया है। चलिए लिख जाइए, जाके वो जो बुलडोजर हमारी जमीन पर अरुणाचल प्रदेश में, उन बुलडोजरों को उठाकर लाइए। आप लाइए ना भाई, हमारी जमीन पर, भारत की जमीन पर चीन बुलडोजर चला रहा है भाई, कुछ तो करिए भाजपा वालों।
आपका कहना है?
अरे भाई, ये ऐसा मसला है अरुणाचल प्रदेश का कि हम तो प्रधानमंत्री से, भाजपा से अपील करेंगे फौरन पार्लियामेंट का सेशन बुलाया जाए और उस पर ये हमारी जमीन पर, भारत की जमीन पर जो चीन बुलडोजर चला, उस पर बात होनी चाहिए पार्लियामेंट में। कब तक खामोश बैठेंगे चीन के बारे में? क्या बात है ये?
राजा सिंह के मामले में बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट अब एक आगे ये बात है, आपने कहा था कि जब तक वो जेल के अंदर नहीं जाएंगे तब तक ये प्रोटेस्ट होगा, ये अधिकार है, बिल्कुल सही कहा आपके हिसाब से। लेकिन अब ये मसला है,
अब हर चीज को हम क्यों बोल दें आपके सामने? वेट एंड वॉच।
नारेबाजी के बारे में बात कर रहे थे।
नहीं देखो सौमित, देखो आपके चैनल पे मैं बैठा, आपके बोलने पे, पर्सनली आपके बोलने पे बैठा मैं, और दूसरे 10 चैनल बैठे हुए थे, मैं निकाला तो आपके चैनल पे हेडलाइन चला है कि ओवैसी रैन अवे। ये क्या बात है यार? मैं क्या भागता हूं? मैं किसके बाप से डर के नहीं भागने वाला हूं मैं? ओवैसी भाग, अरे कहां भागते भाई? अब अगर सुमित आपकी दोस्ती नहीं रहती मेरे से, मैं बोलता था कि भाई नुपुर शर्मा के जिम्मेदार आप ही हैं, चलाते थे आप लोग ट्रैकर पे अपने।
So Owaisi there responding to Republic News Spray again as China's provocation continues. Owaisi wants parliament debate on LAC. Let's once again listen to that soundbite of the AIM chief.
और एक चीज, हम प्रधानमंत्री से ये अपील करेंगे कि चीन के बारे में कुछ बोल दीजिए। आज अरुणाचल प्रदेश में हमारी जमीन पर चीन के बुलडोजर आ गए, वहां पर हमारी जमीन पर बुलडोजर आ गए, तो कहा करेंगे बुलडोजर से मोहब्बत करने वाले? माने चीन बुलडोजर लेके आ गया तो ये टाइटाई हो जा रहे हैं लोग। कमजोरों पर बुलडोजर चलाएंगे, चलाओ ना। चीन हमारी जमीन पर चीन बुलडोजर ला लिया है, हमारी जमीन पर चीन बुलडोजर चला रहा है, आप लोग खामोश बैठे हैं। शाम सो गया क्या आप लोगों को? सत्ता में तो भाजपा है, जो बुलडोजर के नाम पे फख्र करते हैं। जाओ ना, अभी भारत की सरजमीन पर अरुणाचल प्रदेश में चीन बुलडोजर चला रहा है, देश के एक बहुत बड़े टीवी चैनल ने उसको रिपोर्ट किया है, वहां पर क्या बोलेंगे फिर? चलिए उन जाके कम से कम उन बुलडोजरों को उठाकर लेकर आइए, चीन लेकर आया है। चलिए लिख जाइए, जाके वो जो बुलडोजर हमारी जमीन पर अरुणाचल प्रदेश में, उन बुलडोजरों को उठाकर लाइए। आप लाइए ना भाई, हमारी जमीन पर, भारत की जमीन पर चीन बुलडोजर चला रहा है भाई, कुछ तो करिए भाजपा वालों।
आपका कहना है?
अरे भाई, ये ऐसा मसला है अरुणाचल प्रदेश का कि हम तो, आपने नहीं सुना फॉरेन मिनिस्टर ने क्या कहा? आप लोग सुनिए फॉरेन मिनिस्टर ने क्या कहा। 14-15 राउंड की बातचीत, क्या की बातचीत हो रही भाई? बताइए भाजपा वालों,
अगर चीन इस जमीन पे कब्जा करके ना, 15 राउंड से क्या बातचीत हो रही, बताइए हमको आप।
आपको क्यों लगता है सर कि वॉर होगी या हम लोग वॉर की तरफ
ना हो, खुदा ना खास्ता ना हो, मगर जो चीन हरकतें कर रहा है क्या क्या है माने?
इंडिया भी तो तैयार ही है ना सर लड़ने के?
तैयार है। आप नहीं पढ़े जनरल कंडोरी साहब की रिपोर्ट 2015 में स्टैंडिंग कमेटी की, जिसमें कंडोरी साहब जो भाजपा के एक सीएम, उन्होंने कहा कि कितने दिन का हथियार हमारे पास है और उसमें कितने दिन का ऑब्सोलीट हथियार है। ट्रेड और सुनिए, और ट्रेड इम्बैलेंस कितना है चीन से हमारा, क्या उससे करंट अकाउंट डेफिसिट नहीं बढ़ रहा है? इस पर तो बात ही नहीं करते। आप लोगों को चाहिए कि प्रधानमंत्री से रिक्वेस्ट करके प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करा के सवाल पूछिए आप लोग।
सर, आप नारेबाजी के बारे में बोल रहे थे, अभी आज और एक वीडियो आया इन विच कांग्रेस लीडर इज ओपनली थ्रेटनिंग एंड calling to rip apart, बट आज वायरल हो रहा है, कल की वीडियो है, पुराना नहीं है, कल का वीडियो। देखिए जो भी तो सर आप एक मिनट सुनिए, जो भी इस तरह के वीडियोस बना रहा है।
Also, we have General J.J. Singh joining us. Sir, we just played out that soundbite of Owaisi saying that a parliament session, special session should be held as China's provocation continues. Your reaction?
Excuse me, miss, I have seen the video, and from the video you cannot make out the precise location where the Chinese activity is being shown. So unless one knows that, one cannot comment. And they may well be on their side of the LAC. So we can't object if they are on their side of the LAC.
But sir, we have army sources confirming to Republic that there is construction happening at the LAC.
Yes, but you see, it is very clear that even though it's on their side of the LAC, I would like to say they are trying to change the status quo near the border, which also is not as per the agreements we have made with them. So obviously they are violating the agreement.
Sir, if that is the case, if Chinese PLA is provocating and the construction is happening at the LAC, where do you see that all of this is failing? There have been several rounds of talks in the past, the border talks between India and China. What do you think should be the next step that India should be taken if that construction is happening by the Chinese PLA?
No. Why should we assume that they are doing this activity on our side of the LAC? As I said from the video, we cannot make out the precise location. So even nonetheless, even if they are doing it on their side along in the LAC area, it's a changing of the status quo of the area. So they should not do that. They are trying to provoke us, and we have to take strong action diplomatically and politically to tell China that they should not do this. That's what my feeling is.
Well, absolutely point taken, sir. Thank you for speaking to us. General J.J. Singh saying that there is, of course, a status quo violation, status quo that has been violated by the Chinese PLA. The construction visuals also that Republic has accessed, the visuals on your screens as well of the construction that is happening right at the LAC.
Back-to-back reactions coming in on the Chinese construction along the LAC in Arunachal Pradesh. For more updates on this news, stay tuned to Republic.
Amity University Dubai has been awarded as the best university campus in the Middle East by Forbes magazine and recognized as the best university for job placements. Jumpstart your global career in Dubai with Amity, with faculty and students from over 50 nationalities. Visit amity.edu/Dubai.
Mark Zuckerberg has announced Meta's new VR headset that will cost around $1,000. While speaking to Joe Rogan in his podcast, Zuckerberg announced that the new headsets will be out in October. Russia late Friday blocked agreement on the final document of a 4-week review of the UN treaty considered the cornerstone of nuclear disarmament, which criticized its military takeover of Europe's largest nuclear plant soon after Russian troops invaded Ukraine, an act that has raised fears of nuclear accident.
Cristiano Ronaldo transfer news continues to make headlines, with the Manchester United forward recently linked to a French club in the ongoing transfer window. The Portuguese superstar had put in a transfer request in the summer, stating his desire to play Champions League football after Manchester United failed to qualify for the competition. After assuring themselves of a medal, Indian shuttlers Satwik Sairaj.
There's an old saying in the Navy that ships don't die, they just fade away only to be reborn again. INS Vikrant, the largest indigenous aircraft carrier ever built by the country, where India has joined a league of few nations which has made this feat.
So motto is we win over those who dare to fight.
On September 2nd, INS Vikrant will be commissioned into the Indian Navy.
Thanks for staying tuned. Now, big preparations have been made by the Noida administration ahead of the demolition of one of India's tallest residential buildings, the Noida Supertech Twin Towers. Here's a special report. On the 28th of August, Sunday, the Supertech Twin Towers will come crashing down as 3,700 kgs of explosives rigged in 9,000 holes across the structure will detonate. The demolition exercise is set to begin at around 2:30 p.m. and evacuation from the adjoining areas will start at 7 in the morning. The explosives are expected to go off within a span of 10 seconds, while it is thought 8 to 10 minutes will take for the dust to settle. Only a few workers who will trigger the detonation will remain within the demolition perimeter.
हमारे पास एक डायनेमो होता है, एक छोटा सा बॉक्स, उससे हम पहले करंट जनरेट करते हैं और करंट जनरेट करने के बाद वो बटन प्रेस किया जाता है. बटन प्रेस होने के बाद इमीडिएटली जितने भी अंदर शॉक ट्यूब्स में डेटोनेटर्स लगे हैं सब इग्नाइट हो जाएंगे और विद इन 9 सेकंड वो सब ब्लास्ट करेंगे एंड देन बिल्डिंग विल स्टार्ट ब्लास्टिंग. हम लोग वहीं रहेंगे, कोई खतरा नहीं है. ये हम ऑलमोस्ट 50 to 70 मीटर्स अवे होंगे इससे एंड वी आर वेरी मच श्योर कि वहाँ तक कुछ भी नहीं होगा और हम लोग तो वहीं खड़े रहेंगे.
The controlled destruction is expected to generate about 35,000 cubic meters of debris, which will take an estimated 3 months or 1/4 of a year to clear up. The towers will become the tallest towers to be demolished in the country, as one stands at 103 meters and the other at 93 meters. Moat-like trenches have been dug to prevent the shock waves from the demolition to affect nearby buildings, which have been covered in geotextile fabric.
The Supertech Twin Towers are being imploded and detonated because there has been, in fact, a very, very serious violation of building codes. It's coming at the back of the Supreme Court order, which said that there was a nefarious complicity between the Noida Authority and Supertech. So that is why this is happening. And on Sunday, the Twin Towers will be reduced to just rubble.
It was a Supreme Court appointed Central Building Research Institute official who gave their final nod to install the demolition explosives. Republic meanwhile spoke to the project manager Mayur Mehta of the demolition process.
कुछ बंदे रहेंगे सिक्योरिटी और कुछ RWA मेंबर्स सिलेक्टेड जो नॉमिनेटेड है इसके लिए, वो लोग करीब 12 बजे निकलेंगे यहाँ से लास्ट अपने डोर्स लॉक करके. एमराल्ड का 2 नंबर गेट 1:45 बजे बंद होगा, क्योंकि हमको एमराल्ड में और ATS में वाइब्रेशन मेजरमेंट, नॉइज़ मेजरमेंट, डस्ट मेजरमेंट, बहुत सारे इक्विपमेंट CBRI को, एडिफिस को, पोल्यूशन कंट्रोल बोर्ड को, नोएडा अथॉरिटी को, ये सब इंस्टॉल करना है केवल 15-20 मिनट पहले. तो 1:45 बजे करीब ये इंस्ट्रूमेंट इंस्टॉल करने के बाद ये फाइनल गेट दोनों के 2 नंबर गेट ATS, 2 नंबर गेट एमराल्ड का क्लोज होगा और उनके RWA मेंबर्स अलॉन्ग विद द सिक्योरिटी गेट लॉक करके चले जाएंगे.
being one of the major controlled demolitions of a tower complex symbolizing post-liberalization, housing and its evils of corporate swindling of consumers. India is waiting to watch the spectacle. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Political reactions continues to pour into the biggest super exclusive news break on Republic. China trying to flex muscle along the LSE in Arunachal Pradesh. Stay tuned for more.
Taliban has refused to allow female students to leave the Afghan capital to go to study in Kazakhstan and Qatar, according to reports. Russian media, both female and male students, remember, were planning to leave Kabul, but only male students were permitted, whereas restrictions were put on the female students. Pakistan Finance Minister has lashed out at the PTI-led Khyber Pakhtunkhwa government for attempting to sabotage the Pakistan IMF deal ahead of the Global Lenders Executive Board meeting.
Ladies and gentlemen, of course there have been journalists in Pakistan who have been tortured, who have been shot at. But those journalists are either neutral or do not support Imran Khan at all. During Imran Khan's regime, the same thing was done to journalists who would criticize Imran Khan's government and Imran Khan himself. Friends, in Pakistan, everybody is a lion till the time the police come calling, and then all the lions are lambs.
Mark Zuckerberg has announced Meta's new VR headset that will cost around $1,000. While speaking to Joe Rogan in his podcast, Zuckerberg announced that the new headsets will be out in October. Russia late Friday blocked agreement on the final document of a 4-week review of the UN treaty considered the cornerstone of nuclear disarmament, which criticized its military takeover of Europe's largest nuclear plant soon after Russian troops invaded Ukraine, an act that has...
Ladies and gentlemen, of course there have been journalists in Pakistan who have been tortured, who have been shot at. But those journalists are either neutral or do not support Imran Khan at all. During Imran Khan's regime, the same thing was done to journalists who would criticize Imran Khan's government and Imran Khan himself. Friends, in Pakistan, everybody is a lion till the time the police come calling, and then all the lions are lambs.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Let's dive right into the top stories this hour on Superfast 50. 2 more arrests have been made in Goa in connection with Sonali Phogat's murder investigation. The police say that they have arrested the owner of Curly's Beach Shack in Anjuna and a suspected drug peddler Durga Prasad Gaonkar, taking the total number of arrests in the case so far to 4. The Anjuna police has received custody for 10 days of the 2 accused it had arrested in the murder case of Sonali Phogat, her PA Sudhir and his friend Sukhwinder. The other 2 arrested in the case, meanwhile, can be kept in the police custody for a period of 24 hours before being produced. The arrests made by the police today of the Curly's Beach Shack owner and the alleged drug peddler have been made under sections of the criminal code pertaining to the use and distribution of narcotics. The presence of drugs was further reported at key locations related to the death of Sonali Phogat following the visit of the forensic sciences team, with statements of at least 25 people recorded in the matter. The owner of the restaurant was further questioned by the police and then arrested. Commenting on the case of Sonali Phogat's death, Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant stated that the police was investigating into whoever was complicit in the crime and those who are guilty will be eventually punished. Sources in the army have confirmed visuals of constructions by the Chinese PLA at the LAC in Arunachal Pradesh recorded by locals, including that of a helipad. The constructions are on the Chinese side, but clearly highly provocative. In trouble for Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren, the Election Commission of India submitted its report in the mine lease case to Governor Ramesh Bayas and has purportedly recommended his disqualification as MLA. In such a scenario, Soren will have to step down as Chief Minister as well. His wife Kalpana Soren and father Shibu Soren are believed to be the front-runners to replace him. However, it appears that his brother Basant Soren may have other plans as well. Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren at a recent public address hit out at the government in the centre, stating that the Prime Minister had not acknowledged tribals sufficiently, further adding that it was businessmen that had looted the mines in Jharkhand.
आदिवासी राज में आदिवासी दिवस नहीं मनाया जाएगा। 20 वर्ष में तो कभी तुम लोग मनाया नहीं, और तो और देखिए ये घोषित आदिवासी दिवस दुनिया का, और हमारा देश के प्रधानमंत्री और हमारे देश के आदिवासी राष्ट्रपति ने आदिवासियों को शुभकामना तक नहीं दिया।
Amid the political crisis in Jharkhand, 3 buses with ruling party MLAs were seen leaving the Chief Minister's residence for an unknown destination. The development brings about speculations of the MLAs preparing for a breakdown of the UPA government possibly in the state and possible simultaneous horse trading as well. Protesters of the BJP took to the streets of the national capital in a demonstration against Delhi's Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, demanding his resignation over the excise policy scam in the state, following which the Aam Aadmi Party also staged its own counter-protest against the BJP. BJP Delhi Chief Adesh Gupta at the protests against the Aam Aadmi Party also spoke about the education model in the national capital, alleging that significant funds were used for the development of education infrastructure.
सब लोग कह रहे हैं कि मनीष सिसोदिया ने शराब माफिया से मिलकर भ्रष्टाचार किया है, क्योंकि उन्होंने शराब की दुकानें रिहायशी इलाकों में खोली, स्कूल और मंदिरों के पास खोली। आखिर किसकी मजबूरी थी, किसका दबाव था कि आपने उनका कमीशन 2% से 12% कर दिया? किसका दबाव था कि आपने ब्लैक लिस्टेड कंपनियों को ठेके दे दिए?
The Aam Aadmi Party organized a counter-protest in the national capital, questioning what evidence the investigations were able to gather in connection with the excise scam. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal hit out at the BJP, referring to his earlier Operation Lotus allegation, stating that the centre did not have to impose GST on essential packet food items had the BJP not spent a whopping 6,300 crore rupees, he said, on toppling governments in other parties of the country. In a press briefing, Sanjay Singh of the Aam Aadmi Party announced a cross-country protest against the BJP, accusing the government of ignoring the aspirations of the people and mismanaging the country's economy.
प्रदर्शन के माध्यम से हमारे कार्यकर्ता हाथों में तख्तियां लेके, तिरंगे झंडे लेकर, बैनर लेकर, पोस्टर लेकर कुछ सवाल लेकर जनता के बीच में जाएंगे और पदयात्रा करेंगे।
The Justice Arumugaswamy Commission investigating former Tamil Nadu Chief Minister J. Jayalalitha's death submitted its final findings to the current Chief Minister M.K. Stalin in person. The report has been submitted following an investigation that was undertaken for at least 5 years. Justice Arumugaswamy, when asked about whether there were any doubts over Jayalalitha's death, stated that the report says what it says. The 500-page report was prepared after hearing about 150 witnesses. Foiling yet another infiltration bid by Pakistan, the border security force arrested a Pakistani intruder at the India-Pakistan international border in Jammu and Kashmir. According to the latest information available, the alert troops of the BSF had detected movements during the wee hours of Saturday at the border in the Arnia sector in Jammu. Former Congress leader Ghulam Nabi Azad is expected to launch his own party, with its first unit scheduled to come up in Jammu and Kashmir within a fortnight. Ghulam Nabi Azad's close aide GM Saruri said that hundreds of senior Congress leaders, Panchayati Raj institution members and prominent workers have tendered their resignations after the former chief minister ended his over 5-decade-long association with the Congress party. Reacting to Ghulam Nabi Azad's exit from the Congress, BJP leader and Union Minister and former Congress leader Jyotiraditya Scindia stated that the situation in the Congress was clear for a long time, adding that Ghulam Nabi Azad was now free. A day after Ghulam Nabi Azad's exit from the Congress party, MP Manish Tiwari said that a crack-up seems to have appeared in coordination between Azad and the Congress, and that the former union minister's resignation could have been avoided had the party's top leadership heeded calls for introspection after multiple assembly election losses.
जो चुनौती है इस देश के सामने वो चुनौती गंभीर है और एक दोबारा से कोशिश करनी चाहिए कि एक समन्वय बनाकर, एक संतुलन बनाकर सभी लोगों को साथ लेकर चलने की कोशिश करनी चाहिए.
The world governing body for football, FIFA, has decided to lift the suspension on the All India Football Federation, the AIFF, after the Indian government's intervention and the suspension of the Committee of Administrators by the Supreme Court. This effectively means that the FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup will be held in India starting October 11 this year as planned. BJP National President JP Nadda, during his visit to Telangana, met former cricketer Mithali Raj in Hyderabad. He is further expected to meet families of Telangana martyrs, followed by a public meeting at the end of the third phase of the Praja Sangrama Yatra. The Rouse Avenue Court in Delhi is expected to hear the interim bail plea for Satyendra Jain. Remember, the CBI alleged that Satyendra Jain, while holding the office as a minister in the government of Delhi, had acquired assets that are disproportionate to his known sources of income. Congress leader Siddaramaiah declined an invitation to an event to be held in Bengaluru that reportedly aimed to discuss the meddling of affairs by the United States in the affairs of China. The Delhi police rejected permission to stand-up comedian Munawar Farooqi to perform his August 28 scheduled show in the national capital. The licensing unit of the Delhi police denied permission to the controversial comedian after local Central District Police wrote a report stating that the show had risked affecting communal harmony in the area. Addressing an event in the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Convention Center in Lucknow, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh said that the people's concept of India was changing, further lauding the rise in the country's reputation and credibility across the world. The Defence Minister further praised Uttar Pradesh's progress, stating that Lucknow could be an international hub very soon.
एक तो हमारी केंद्र की सरकार और दूसरी हमारी उत्तर प्रदेश की सरकार योगी जी के नेतृत्व में यहाँ काम कर रही है. और मैं कह सकता हूं उत्तर प्रदेश में, पूरे प्रदेश में जिस तरीके से इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट का काम हो रहा है, वह दिन दूर नहीं है कि हमारा यह उत्तर प्रदेश न्यू जनरेशन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के मामले में हिंदुस्तान के सभी राज्यों में आगे होगा, ऐसा मेरा पूरा विश्वास है.
One person was killed and another suffered injuries in a firing incident at Raju Park in Delhi's Neb Sarai. The police reached the spot and found 2 people injured, with both later taken to the AIIMS hospital, after which one was pronounced dead. The CPIM District Committee office in Thiruvananthapuram in Kerala was pelted with stones by unidentified men. Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan condemned the attack, adding that a public opinion should be formed against those who target the party offices and its workers. PM Modi is scheduled to inaugurate the Atal Bridge, which is the Sabarmati riverfront footover bridge connecting the east and west sides of the riverfront in Ahmedabad, during his 2-day visit to Gujarat, which will commence today later. The Supreme Court has relaxed the iron ore mining limit for Bellary, Chitradurga and Tumkur districts in Karnataka, stating that conservation of the ecology and the environment must go hand in hand with the spirit of economic development, and noting that the situation in the state had vastly changed since the time a ban was imposed on mining in these districts in the year 2011, as per the Supreme Court. A court has summoned National Conference President and Member of Parliament Farooq Abdullah in connection with a money laundering case connected to the alleged financial irregularities in the Jammu and Kashmir Cricket Association. Srimati, the mother of Selvi, a student who committed suicide, met the Chief Minister and requested justice. She assured, or rather she requested him to speed up the investigation to get proper justice in the case. External Affairs Minister Subramaniam Jaishankar co-chaired a joint commission meeting with the Foreign Minister of Argentina, Santiago Cafiero, discussing wide-ranging issues like defense, space and nuclear issues, as well as people-to-people ties. In a swift rescue operation, the Indian Coast Guard successfully coordinated the rescue of 16 personnel, including 3 missing Indian nationals in foreign waters of Malaysia yesterday. The operation was undertaken after the Maritime Rescue Coordination Center in Mumbai received information regarding 3 missing Indian nationals from the Guyana flagged tanker in international waters. Himachal Pradesh Chief Minister Jairam Thakur presided over the commemoration of 75 years of formation of the Himachal Pradesh. And the program, the Chief Minister also said that while the nation was celebrating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, Himachal Pradesh was also celebrating 75 years of its existence. Odisha's Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik launched the Startup Odisha Yatra 2.0, a flagship initiative of Startup Odisha that aims at scouting grassroots innovators, women entrepreneurs and promoting entrepreneurship among the youth. A war of words broke out between the Chief Ministers of Assam and Delhi, with the two ministers debating the state of their infrastructure such as schools, medical colleges and mohalla clinics. Speaking about a recently released and heavily redacted version of an affidavit used to back a raid on former US President Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago golf resort and residence in Florida, Trump said that the document makes no mention of so-called nuclear information, following which he criticized the judge handling the case. 14 of the 15 boxes recovered from former US President Donald Trump's Florida estate early this year contained classified documents, many of them top secret, mixed with miscellaneous newspapers, magazines, and personal correspondences, according to an FBI affidavit that has been released. The Taliban has refused to allow female students to leave the Afghan capital Kabul to go study in Kazakhstan and Qatar, as per reports. While both female and male students were planning to leave Kabul, only male students were permitted to fly out of Afghanistan for their studies. Pakistan's finance minister has lashed out at the PTI-led Khyber Pakhtunkhwa government for attempting to sabotage the Pakistan IMF deal ahead of the global lenders executive board meeting, where it will decide several aspects of cash-strapped Pakistan's fate. Doctors in Pakistan have begun treating children with waterborne diseases amid deadly floods, while Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif asked for international help battling deadly flood damage in the impoverished nation. The death toll has risen from mid-June to now 937. Mark Zuckerberg has announced that Meta's upcoming new virtual reality headset will cost around $1,000 and will be out this October. He said that it will use advanced eye and facial tracking features to more naturally represent the wearer's expressions and body language, amid other features. Russia has purportedly blocked an agreement on the final document of a 4-week review of the United Nations treaty considered the cornerstone of nuclear disarmament, which had criticized its military takeover of Europe's largest nuclear power plant at Ukraine's Zaporizhzhia soon after Russian troops launched their invasion, an act that has raised fears of a nuclear accident. Japan's Prime Minister Fumio Kishida's cabinet has planned to hold late former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe's funeral on September the 27th, following which the government has approved a $1.8 million budget to invite 6,400 guests from Japan and elsewhere to the event. Former Indian captain Virat Kohli is scheduled to be the first player in history to play 100 matches for India in all present formats of the game. His 100th game that marks this milestone is to be played against Pakistan as part of the team's 2022 Asia Cup campaign in Dubai. Olympic javelin throw champion Neeraj Chopra has scripted history once again by becoming the first Indian to clinch a Diamond League meeting title by winning the Lausanne leg. The 24-year-old, who had pulled out of the Birmingham Commonwealth Games recently due to a groin injury he had suffered while winning a silver medal at the World Championships last month, hurled the spear an incredible 89.08 meters in his first attempt to seal the win, and also with it his participation in the Diamond League final in Zurich and also the next World Championships. Former Indian football team captain Bhaichung Bhutia has cited his credibility, experience and his own equivalent in cricket, Saurav Ganguly, to hammer home the point that he is definitely the right man to lead the All India Football Federation, which is set to hold elections very shortly. After assuring themselves of a medal in the World Championships, Indian shuttlers Satvik Sairaj, Ranki Reddy and Chirag Shetty will take on Aaron Chia and So Woo Yik in the men's double semi-final. The Indians defeated world number 2 Takuro Hoki and Yogi Kobayashi of Japan in the quarterfinals and will now have a mountain to climb against the Malaysians on Saturday for a place in Sunday's final. The Cristiano Ronaldo transfer speculation continues to make headlines, with the Manchester United superstar recently linked to a French club Marseille in the ongoing transfer window. The Portuguese star had purportedly put in a transfer request in the summer, stating his desire to play Champions League football after Manchester United failed to qualify for the competition.
Former football captain Bhaijing Bhutia on Friday cited his credibility, experience and his equivalent in cricket, Saurav Ganguly, to hammer home the point that he is definitely the right man to lead the All India Football Federation. In a massive update, FIFA revokes ban it had levied on All India Football Federation earlier in the month of August. The official statement from the global football governing body on August 26 states the Bureau of the FIFA Council has decided to lift the suspension imposed on the All India Football Federation, that's the AIFF, due to undue third-party influence. And more national stories at this point from sports. Olympic champion javelin thrower Neeraj Chopra on Friday scripted history as he became the first Indian to clinch a Diamond League meeting title, winning the Lausanne leg. The 24-year-old Chopra, who had pulled out of the Birmingham Commonwealth Games due to a minor groin injury he had suffered while winning a silver during the World Championships last month, hurled the sphere to 89.08 meters in his first attempt to seal the win in style.
There was also somebody coming back through injury. This is a first-round effort.
Viewers, we have big news coming in from Delhi. The Lieutenant Governor has returned 47 files that were not signed by the Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. This is just days after the LG had reminded the Chief Minister that he must himself personally ensure that the files that are sent to the LG's office are signed, so that the LG knows that the Chief Minister has personally gone through it. In light of this, we are hearing in the latest that 47 files that were sent to the Delhi Lieutenant Governor's office have now been returned to the Delhi government. These are files that had purportedly been signed by staff in the Chief Minister's office, but not the Chief Minister himself. You remember, viewers, just a few days earlier, Republic had broken first the details of the fact that the Delhi Lieutenant Governor had written to the Chief Minister, and we had accessed that letter in which the Lieutenant Governor had asked the Chief Minister to ensure that he personally signs on all the files that are sent for the Lieutenant Governor's opinion and for approval, so that he knows. We have Abhishek Kapoor joining us on the phone for more details. Abhishek, over to you.
Ankit, so you see, on 22nd of this month, which is just about a week back, the LG had written to the Chief Minister of Delhi, Arvind Kejriwal, saying that you are sending files without signing yourself. And that's something which almost amounts to power without accountability. You should be confident of signing these files if they originate from your office. And despite that, in fact, in the letter the LG had written that these are the decisions of the ministers and of the Chief Minister, but then the private secretary or the bureaucrat was signing, which the LG thought is not right. And despite that, those files continued. So after 22nd, 47 files that came, not signed by the Chief Minister, but by his staff in the CMO, and these files include those from important departments which are like showcase for the Delhi government, like the Education Department and the Waqf Board. LG decided that despite flagging the issue, if the same routine is continuing, then he needs to put his foot down. I think that's why 47 files which came after 22nd of August, after the letter of LG to the Chief Minister, all have been returned back to the Chief Minister's office. We are awaiting a response coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party or the office of the Delhi Chief Minister, and this action being taken
by the Delhi LG, in line with many other we have seen where a lot of decisions of the Aam Aadmi Party government have been under the scrutiny of the new LG. We have seen, Ankit, how the liquor gate, or in between we saw how just a couple of days back another probe that was ordered in connection with a vigilance report on classrooms having been built and toilets being passed off as classrooms and the budget being inflated to the tune of about 90% of the original estimates. So all those things happening, but in the present instance, 47 files which were not signed by the Chief Minister but came from his office, signed by junior bureaucrats, those have been now returned by the LG back to the Chief Minister of Delhi.
Abhishek, stay with us. So there is one aspect of this which I would... Viewers, we'll come back to Delhi, but we have right now breaking on our screens a visual posted by Hemant Soren where he and his MLAs are on a bus, and these visuals, we can tell you, are of them being shifted to a resort in Khunti. This is the information that we have. We had shown you how just a short while ago Hemant Soren had held a meeting of his MLAs at his residence. It was unclear how many had attended, and then they had been loaded into a series of vehicles. And here now you can see that resort politics has begun in Jharkhand. The Election Commission has purportedly recommended to the governor that it wants him disqualified as an MLA because of the Office for Profit case with regards to the mining license that had been kept in his name. And now with the Chief Minister's position in threat, remember, if he gets disqualified, he would lose the chair in all likelihood. Resort politics is ongoing. Amid this, we have also broken information just a short while earlier. Our political editor Aishwarya had shared details of how not all the JMM MLAs are in the Hemant Soren flock at the moment. In fact, there are a number of MLAs who are purported to be with his brother Basant at the moment. So in light of this, Hemant Soren making somewhat of a show of strength. Remember, you can't see to the very end of the buses, so it's unclear exactly how many MLAs are currently with him. But he has shifted his MLAs to a resort, clearly fearing for the tenability and future of his government. We have Prakash Singh, my senior colleague, joining us on the phone now. Prakash, over to you. The resort politics has begun in Jharkhand, hasn't it?
Yes, the Congress and the JMM MLAs are moving towards a resort in Khunti district of Jharkhand, which is a few kilometers away from Ranchi. And of course, they're wary of the fact that the BJP might poach in their MLAs because the BJP is also short of majority, around 11 MLAs, and in the House of 81, you require 41 MLAs to form the government, and the BJP has support of 30 MLAs, 26 from the BJP, 2 from AJSU, and 2 from other parties. So the Congress and the JMM in a huddle, and in the morning itself when the UPA meeting was being organized, all the MLAs had come to Hemant Soren's residence with bag and baggage, and every media person asked them the questions, where are you going? Initially, it was reported that they were moving to Chhattisgarh in Raipur, but they're keeping the flocks together, and the Congress MLAs especially are vulnerable. The Congress MLAs, the Congress party is already swung into action, taking action against 3 of its MLAs who were arrested in West Bengal, and now that they are with 18 MLAs, 15 MLAs along with 30 of JMM have moved to the resort. So actually, it is not in order to protect them from the BJP, the way it has happened in the recent past in Maharashtra or in Madhya Pradesh or in other states. The JMM and the Congress taking a protective measure as and when it happens. Hemant Soren's membership may be terminated by the governor, and the BJP is also keeping a hawk's eye.
Prakash, stay with us. So, a twofold question now. When is the governor likely to act on the report of the ECI? Because it has been about 48 hours, if I'm not mistaken, since he purportedly received it. And the other question is, what is the dynamic within the Soren family? Because we hear that Basant may have his own flock and Kalpana Soren may be lined up as Hemant Soren's successor. So, what is exactly going on within the JMM?
there is the issue of leadership for sure, and the succession is not going to be as easy as it seems. But as it happens in the regional party, the family legacy continues. And there are three options for Hemant Soren. That is Kalpana Soren's wife, second is Shibu Soren himself, and Rupi Soren, his mother. But the point is, if you nominate Kalpana Soren, the wife of Hemant Soren, then the older brother's wife, Sita Soren, who is an MLA herself, may get angry and she may move towards the BJP. That is the problem with the JMM. So in order to keep their flock together, they have moved to the resort. And second, the second question you asked was that why the governor delaying? It may be a part of the strategy because the governor arrived in Ranchi day before yesterday, and he may be taking time, although it's open in the air, what Nisikant Dubey had said, that the writing is on the wall and Hemant Soren is being terminated. So in order to give it a credence that the governor is taking his own decision, the governor may be confabulating with legal advisors. So one thing is for sure, that the BJP is trying its best to poach in some of the MLAs from the Congress and form a government of its own in Jharkhand. And Hemant Soren yesterday playing the tribal card, saying that he is the son of Adivasi, and the tribal card is very important in Jharkhand. So it's all happening in Jharkhand, political drama unfolding. And since it's a small state with a small house, 81 member house, so anything can happen. Most likely, the JMM and the Congress will keep its flock together, but the BJP hoping against hope to form the government.
Right. Prakash Singh there sharing details with us on the hectic developments that are ongoing in Jharkhand at the moment. Two pictures now accessed by Republic of the bus from which Hemant Soren has taken a selfie in one case, a photo in the other, of the MLAs whom he is now moving to a resort in Khunti, we have been told, Prakash has told us, which is just a short while away from Ranchi. Remember, a meeting had been held of the MLAs who are in his camp still. Prakash, if you are still with us, was the turnout at the residence of Jharkhand Chief Minister significant enough that you suspect that there is less of a threat, or is there much more still that remains to be seen with regards to whether the government itself is able to keep its MLAs together?
No, there is no problem as such as far as the majority is concerned, Ankit. But if anyone has to move from one fold to another, it is not very. In Maharashtra, first 34 MLAs moved to Guwahati, then 12 more moved to Guwahati. So it happens as and when it comes. So we'll keep a watch on it. And as far as the politics now is concerned, the JMM and the Congress are united. But the point is of leadership. Are they willing to accept the leadership of Kalpana Soren or Shibu Soren, who is aging and who is not keeping well as his mother? So the leadership may be the issue. And on that point, the JMM and the Congress MLAs are vulnerable.
Right. We also have Prakash Niranjan joining us from the newsroom. Niranjan, Hemant Soren has posted photos of his MLAs in the bus. What more are you picking up?
Well, this entire controversy is around Office of Profit is going to sort of boomerang for Hemant Soren, going by the kind of support that he's seeing on the ground. Ankit and Prakash has been telling us it's an embarrassment for him, and it's also a catch-22 situation. In fact, from Delhi we are hearing that his brother, his family, trying to desperately sort of lobby with the BJP. Hemant Soren himself, in the last few months, Prakash, you will agree, has sort of tried to take a mid-path with the government on several issues. He was seen on stage with top functionaries of the government as well. Now, why is this significant? Optics sometimes is important. We are hearing that his brother, in the last few days, has met a few BJP leaders. Now, what does that tell you? That tells you that Hemant Soren somewhere is extremely nervous. We are hearing in the last few days, some of his MLAs have gone incommunicado, not able to get in touch with them. He obviously knows something is not right. he faces disqualification. His wife can't be the chief minister. His brother can't be the chief minister. Going by how things are panning out, the only other option is his father. Will he let that happen? Let me go back to Prakash to just get in a word. Prakash, we have some reports that his family is trying to lobby and desperately meet leaders of the BJP in Delhi. Is that true? Prakash, in fact, while we do that, while we go back to Prakash, I'd like to reconnect with Prakash. Let's also put out the picture full frame, and we'll go across to our correspondent Anup as well. Let's cut across to Anup, live from Ranchi this afternoon.
के विधायक बिफर पड़ते थे और कहते थे कि जवाब उनसे ही ले लीजिए। जरा समझिए जो स्थितियां यहाँ है, जिस तरफ झारखंड की सियासत जा रही है, विधायक कम मिल रहे हैं, समर्थन थोड़ा कम हो रहा है, और ऐसे में अगर इन विधायकों को एक साथ नहीं रखा गया तो जेमे में बड़ी टूट हो सकती है। बसंत सोरेन को लेकर संशय की स्थिति बनी हुई थी कि बसंत सोरेन दिल्ली में है, 2 बार बैठक में शामिल नहीं हुई, उनके साथ 8-10 विधायक हो सकते हैं और वो बीजेपी के टच में है। तो ऐसा लग रहा है कहीं ना कहीं घिरती हुई सोरेन सरकार है, संकट में है। लेकिन एक अपडेट आपको दे दूं, ये कहा जा रहा था कि इनको छत्तीसगढ़ लेकर जाया जा रहा है, लेकिन फिलहाल जो जानकारी मिल रही है, खूंटी के रास्ते जो छत्तीसगढ़ का रास्ता जाता है, उस रास्ते में लतरातू डैम पड़ता है, उसी डैम में ये लोग उसी रिजॉर्ट में रुके हैं और वहां पे कहा जा रहा पिकनिक मनाकर वापस आएंगे, क्योंकि अविनाश पांडे कांग्रेस के बड़े नेता आज रांची पहुंचने वाले हैं। 8:30 बजे कांग्रेस की बैठक है और हो सकता है देर रात ये लोग उनके साथ ही छत्तीसगढ़ के लिए रवाना हो जाएंगे। शाजिया।
Okay, so that was a report from Ranchi where Anup, our correspondent, is reporting live. The story from Jharkhand, in the office of profit, you have a chief minister, a sitting chief minister, Hemant Soren, part of the UPA alliance, has formed the government with the Congress party and a few other smaller parties, has come to power. But it turns out that this chief minister and his government and the mining department, ironically, which he himself is the head of, he heads the mining department, he awarded a mining license to himself. Imagine a chief minister heading a mining department awards himself a mining license. What does that mean? It means Hemant Soren owns a mine, and then he was obviously making profits, and then it was it's been now, of course, he says it was a mistake, it was handed over, but the damage is done. The Election Commission of India wants him disqualified as an MLA. He's going to lose his post as the chief minister. And among the several members of his families, let me go back to Anup. Anup is reporting live from Ranchi. Let's look at the live situation there, Anup.
तो कहीं ना कहीं संकट है, मुश्किल है, और हेमंत सोरेन ये कोशिश कर रहे दिखाने की कि सब कुछ बेहतर चल रहा है, कहीं कोई परेशानी नहीं, और इसीलिए वो सोशल मीडिया का सहारा लेकर ये फोटो पोस्ट कर रहे हैं। लेकिन जरा देखिए, इस फोटो में सबसे अगली सीट पर दाहिनी तरफ अनूप सिंह बैठे हैं। अनूप सिंह वही शख्स हैं जिनके ऊपर बड़ा आरोप लगा था, और जो 3 विधायक इस वक्त कोलकाता में हैं कांग्रेस के, वो आएंगे तो अनूप सिंह पर बड़ा खुलासा भी होगा, ये भी तय है मानी।
Okay, we're getting in some breaking news now. You just saw the picture of Hemant Soren, the Chief Minister of Jharkhand, moving with MLAs in a flock. The number that he has with him, we are hearing, is 33. JMM Congress MLAs combined are only 33 in all. That's the breaking news update that we are getting. If there are only 33 MLAs in the bus, what does that mean for the Jharkhand government? 33 with Soren, JMM plus Congress. I repeat, JMM plus Congress is 47. JMM plus Congress is 47. If there are only 33 MLAs, that means 14 MLAs are missing. 14 MLAs are unaccounted for. So are 14 MLAs missing? Let's go across to Aishwarya. Aishwarya is joining us with the details. Aishwarya, are you there? Aishwarya, 14 MLAs are missing, it appears. 14 MLAs not accounted for, 14 MLAs between the JMM and the Congress party. Now the alliance between the JMM, Congress, Pradeep Yadav and the others, independents included, is about 50. So of 50, if 13 are missing and the BJP has 26, will that give an edge to the BJP and the NDA? Let me go across to Aishwarya. Aishwarya joining us live right now. Aishwarya, this is a big breaking news update.
Absolutely, Niranjan.
Is it advantage BJP?
Absolutely, Niranjan, this is advantage BJP, but then what is happening in Jharkhand, that Hemant Soren is unable to get those 12 MLAs which stand with his own brother, Basant Soren. Basant Soren was in the national capital for 3 days, has gone back. The number which was at 25 has now increased to 33, but 33 is the final number. Even if we add those 7 MLAs in Chhattisgarh who are said to be positive for Hemant Soren, 3 are in Kolkata who have not been allowed by Kolkata High Court to move out of the state of West Bengal. 1 is unwell. Still he doesn't, or he just reaches the magic number. So for that, in the assembly of 81, for Hemant Soren, it is very important now to get his brother Basant Soren with 12 MLAs. He has reached back to Ranchi and is camping with all 12 MLAs together. He's trying to cut out the deal with the opposition, with the NDA. If that works out, it's going to be troubled times for Hemant Soren, and this is happening till the governor. This is all happening before the governor sends out the message of the Election Commission, which has already been sent. So the numbers are dwindling for Hemant Soren even prior to the judgment of the governor. This is alarming for JMM and the Congress, and also is that even the Congress, the full number is not there. If you go by the numbers, Congress has 17 MLAs. Those 17 all in all have not arrived. And that is a point of concern even for the Congress leadership. And at this point of time, we are being told that a senior Congress leader is going to be arriving in Ranchi by today evening itself. Though there are bigger troubles for Congress in Delhi, despite that, they do not want to lose that government in Jharkhand, and hence I've been saying that it's a numbers game. It's pure mathematics, and the numbers are not in favor of Hemant Soren. He needs his brother Basant Soren, but Basant Soren understands that this is the last chance he's going to get to topple his own brother to be the chief minister. And will BJP back him for the chief minister with 12 MLAs of the JMM? So all of this is working out.
I have Nishikant Dubey on the phone line. Nishikant Dubey on the phone line. Nishikant Dubey, 33 MLAs. Nishikant Dubey, BJP MP on the phone line. Nishikant Dubey, हमें ये बताया जा रहा है कि we are hearing that 37 MLAs are on Hemant Soren bus. 28 MLAs is what the NDA has. 17 MLAs, according to the numbers that we have, 17 MLAs may be unaccounted for. Where are these 17 MLAs, and is your party in touch with these 17 MLAs? Nishikant Dubey.
मेरी पार्टी किसी से जोड़ तोड़ नहीं करती है। हमारे जो जितने नेता हैं वो गिरिडीह में एक जगह है मधुबन, वहाँ सभी जो है प्रशिक्षण शिविर चल रहा है, हम लोगों को प्रशिक्षित कर रहे हैं। और हम लोग तो गिरिडीह में ही हैं, ये लोग भाग रहे हैं, इनके एमएलए भाग रहे हैं। इनके एमएलए कहाँ भाग रहे हैं, नोबडी नोज। हमारे जितने सीनियर लीडर हैं, चाहे वो बाबूलाल मरांडी जी हैं, चाहे दीपक प्रकाश जी हैं, वो सभी गिरिडीह में मौजूद हैं और आप अपने संवाददाता को भेज सकते हैं। और हमको जोड़ तोड़ नहीं करना है, हम तो चाहते हैं कि मिड टर्म इलेक्शन हो, हम चुनाव में जाना चाहते हैं।
These 17 MLAs are on the run. आप बोल रहे कि ये जो विधायक है वो भाग रहे हैं. Why are they running?
वो भाग रहे हैं क्योंकि उनको लगता है कि हेमंत सोरेन जी के बाद किसी सीरियस आदमी को चीफ मिनिस्टर बनना चाहिए। और जो मेरी जानकारी है कि वो किसी परिवार के सदस्य को चीफ मिनिस्टर बनाना चाहते हैं और उनके परिवार में ही फूट है। भाभी चाहती हैं कि बन जाएं, पत्नी चाहती हैं कि बन जाएं, भाई बसंत सोरेन वो चाहते हैं कि उनकी माँ बन जाए। तो जब अपना परिवार उनका इकट्ठा नहीं हो, पहले परिवार को इकट्ठा कर देना, फिर दूसरे के बात करते हैं।
But you're saying your party wants midterm elections. Do you think a situation will arise where a midterm elections will be required?
जब आपके एमएलए आपके साथ नहीं होंगे तो क्या कहेंगे? इससे बेहतर है ना कि जनता के बीच में जाना, जनता से मैंडेट मांगना। इट इज बेटर वे ना। डेमोक्रेसी में जो जनता है वही वोट देती है, वही चुनाव करती है, वही सिलेक्शन करती है, वही इलेक्शन करती है। हम चाहते हैं कि एक हेल्दी डेमोक्रेसी के लिए मिड टर्म इलेक्शन करना चाहिए। अब ये लोग वहाँ जा रहे हैं, क्यों जा रहे हैं? कोई आपने देखा है कि जिस स्टेट का चीफ मिनिस्टर होगा वो अपने विधायक को लेकर भागेगा? भागना तो अपोजिशन को चाहिए, हमको भागना चाहिए। उसकी सरकार है, उनकी सरकार है। रांची में हमारी तो सरकार है नहीं, झारखंड में हमारी सरकार नहीं, उनको डर किस बात का लग रहा है?
My colleague Aishwarya ji भी है हमारे साथ। Aishwarya wants to ask you a couple of questions. Yes, Aishwarya, go ahead.
Absolutely. निशिकांत जी, अगर आपको आवाज आ रही है, ऐश्वर्या कपूर बोलो। निशिकांत जी, जो आपने कहा कि मुख्यमंत्री को खुद भागना पड़ रहा है, उन्होंने कल एक जनसभा को संबोधित करते हुए कहा कि बीजेपी की वजह से उनको बहुत दिक्कतों का सामना। तो वो ये इल्जाम आप पे लगा रहे हैं कि वो आपके डर से उन्हें अपने स्टेट से भागना पड़ रहा है। वो ये कह रहे हैं कि निशिकांत दुबे बीजेपी के एक सांसद है। उनकी डर की वजह से मुझे भागना पड़ रहा है अपने स्टेज से। खुले में कह रहे मुख्यमंत्री।
मैं तो आप ये समझिए कि मैंने आपको कहा ना कि हमारे जितने सीनियर लीडर हैं वो गिरिडीह में मधुबन एक जगह है, वहाँ प्रशिक्षण दे रहे हैं कार्यकर्ताओं का। बाबूलाल मरांडी जी वही हैं, दीपक प्रकाश जी वही हैं। मैं स्टैंडिंग कमेटी की मीटिंग में भाग लेने के लिए दिल्ली आया हुआ। अब आप समझिए कि हम क्यों उनको भगाने जाएंगे, डर किस बात का है? कोई आदमी गिरिडीह में बैठा हुआ है, कोई आदमी दिल्ली में बैठा हुआ है, ये खुद मुख्यमंत्री हैं। और मुख्यमंत्री यदि बस में अपने विधायकों को भगा रहे हैं, इससे ज्यादा जो है
वो भी तो पूरे विधायक नहीं है ना निशिकांत जी, उनके साथ अपने विधायक भी पूरे नहीं है, जेएमएम और कांग्रेस के जी।
उनके केवल 33 विधायक हैं और मैं आपको बताऊं कि 1-2 दिन और रहा तो इनके केवल 20 विधायक बचेंगे, क्योंकि सीता सोरेन जी चाहती हैं कि खुद मुख्यमंत्री बन जाए, ये अपनी वाइफ को मुख्यमंत्री बनाना चाहते हैं। बसंत सोरेन जी जिनकी सदस्यता जाने ही वाली है 29 तारीख को, उनका भी चुनाव आयोग में फैसला होना है और मुझे लगता है कि जो हमारा केस है वो केस मजबूत है, तो बसंत सोरेन जी की भी सदस्यता चली जाएगी। तो वो अपनी माँ को बनाना चाहते हैं। इनके परिवार में ही ये सिर्फ उठे वाले। देखिए क्या है कि पिताजी ये पूरा शिबू सोरेन जी ने पार्टी बनाई, शिबू सोरेन जी के साथ लोगों ने पार्टी बनाई। आज साइमन मरांडी जी जिन्होंने पार्टी बनाई, उनके मरने के बाद जो है उनका एक अक्षर नहीं बना पा रहे हैं, उनको एक सम्मान नहीं दे रहे हैं। विनोद बिहारी महतो जी की डेथ हो गई, उनको सम्मान नहीं दिया झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा ने। तो झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा के कार्यकर्ता और इनके घर में जो पिताजी का बनाया हुआ जमींदारी है, उसको कब तक लूटिएगा, कब तक खाइएगा? तो डर इस
बट इफ इट लेफ्ट टू यू, बट इफ इट इज लेफ्ट टू द बीजेपी, अगर ये बीजेपी पर छोड़ दिया जाए निशिकांत जी, और अगर उनके साथ उनके विधायक नहीं है, तो आप मिड टर्म इलेक्शन चाहेंगे कि आप जो इनके बागी विधायक हैं उनके साथ मिलकर झारखंड में सरकार बनाना चाहें? आपको क्या बेहतर लगेगा?
हम जोड़ तोड़ में बिलीव नहीं करते हैं, आगे क्या परिस्थिति डेवलप होगी, लेकिन आज के समय जब मैं आपसे बात कर रहा हूं तो मुझे लगता है कि झारखंड में मध्यावधि चुनाव ही एकमात्र विकल्प।
Absolutely. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। Back to you, Janajan, in the studios.
Yeah, Aishwarya is breaking some details. Let's see where the situation goes. Aishwarya, you're saying some JMM leaders also met the BJP. Is that correct? Did that happen?
Well, absolutely. Basant Soren, that's the brother. That's the brother.
I think we've just lost the line. Let me see if I still have Aishwarya.
That's the brother. Niranjan, that's the brother. Nishikant Dubey was referring to Basant Soren, younger brother of Hemant Soren, has support of 12 MLAs. He was landing in Delhi. He was in Delhi for 3 days. He's gone back to Ranchi. He has a similar case of Office of Profit against him. Hence, Hemant Soren has not been making him the chief minister. Hemant Soren wants his wife to be the chief minister, who's a tribal from Odisha, can only contest from a normal seat, not from a reserved seat in Jharkhand. There is only one normal seat with the JMM, which is with the speaker. He wants his mother to be the chief minister. She's not medically well. He does not want his late brother's wife, Sita Soren, to be the chief minister, because if Sita Soren becomes the chief minister, she's not going to hand it back. So it is, at the end of the day, if you go, the core is Parivarvad, family politics. He's keeping his family over and above Jharkhand, and that's the problem. The problem is the Congress is facing all over the country. That's the problem JMM is facing in Jharkhand. Hemant Soren is not ready to make another capable leader out of his family as the chief minister face, and that's the reason why you have these MLAs dwindling over even before the decision. And as you see, the BJP MP whom Hemant Soren has been naming has just come on Republic and also indicated that the number can further dwindle. They wanted 41, they have 33, and from 33, BJP is indicating that the numbers can reduce. So it's a very alarming situation, and it's a developing situation in Jharkhand as we speak. The numbers have increased from morning till now, yes, from 25 to 33, but that's the final 33 MLAs with Hemant Soren in that bus going, 7 in Chhattisgarh, 3 in Kolkata, 1 is in hospital. So if you go back the numbers, the mathematics is still not in favor of him. It's an 81 MLA constituency of Jharkhand, which Hemant Soren does not entertain the majority on the face of it. That's what the perception is. Niranjan.
Okay, thank you for that, Aishwarya. Thank you for that. Keeping a close track on the situation in Jharkhand, the Office of Profit scam. Office of Profit and the illegal mining scam. The Chief Minister all said to be disqualified. He can't remain as the Chief Minister. There's a big crisis that's brewing. His MLAs are missing. There's a possibility of this turmoil in Jharkhand continuing for some time now. And that's the big breaking news update, and we keep it close track. We're getting in some breaking news right now. Getting in some Rajesh Thakur is joining us on the phone line, I think. राजेश ठाकुर जी, झारखंड. राजेश ठाकुर is on the phone line. राजेश ठाकुर जी, आवाज आ रही है? राजेश ठाकुर. On the phone line, we were about to take a break and we had a reaction from the Congress party. Congress party, it appears, between the JMM and the Congress party, 33 MLAs are there. It's a half smile from Soren, not really smiling completely there. He knows that it's a very tense situation in Jharkhand right now with 17 MLAs missing from Soren camp. It looks like 17 MLAs are missing. We'll take a short break, coming back with the live update. Stay tuned. The big story from Jharkhand.
Cristiano Ronaldo transfer news continues to make headlines with the Manchester United forward recently linked to a French club in the ongoing transfer window. The Portuguese superstar had put in a transfer request in the summer, stating his desire to play Champions League football after Manchester United failed to qualify for the competition. After assuring themselves of a medal, Indian shuttlers Satvik Sairaj, Ranki Reddy and Chirag Shetty take on Aaron Chia and So Woo Yik in the men's doubles semi-finals. The Indians defeated world number 2 Takuro Hoki and Yugo Kobayashi of Japan in the quarterfinals and will now have a mountain to climb against the Malaysians on Saturday for a place in Sunday's final.
Raja Singh has been arrested once again.
Former football captain Bhaijing Bhutia on Friday cited his credibility, experience and his equivalent in cricket, Saurav Ganguly, to hammer home the point that he is definitely the right man to lead.
Stepping up agitation against the Aam Aadmi Party government in the national capital, the Delhi unit of the BJP carried out protests across the national capital. Party workers along with BJP leaders seen gathering on the streets of Delhi to stage protests against the Delhi liquor gate. Goa police has arrested the owner of Curly's restaurant in Sonali Phogat murder mystery. This is the same restaurant where Sonali was forcibly given drugs. Apart from this, the police have also arrested the drug peddler from Goa who supplied the drug to Sonali's PA. Foiling yet another infiltration bid from Pakistan, the border security force arrested a Pakistani intruder at the Indo-Pakistan international border in Jammu and Kashmir. According to the latest information available, the alert troops of the BSF had detected movement during the wee hours on Saturday at the border in the Arnia sector in Jammu. Preparations for the demolition of the 40-story Supertech Twin Towers in Noida, Uttar Pradesh underway with around 600 police officials including traffic personnel who will be deployed for law and order. Twin Towers set to be demolished at 2:30 p.m. on the 28th of August. Trouble for Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren. The Election Commission of India has submitted its report on the mine lease case to the governor. As per sources, ECI has recommended disqualification of Soren as an MLA. In such a scenario, he will have to step down as the Chief Minister. His wife Kalpana Soren, father Shibu Soren, believed to be the front runners as of this minute. Srimati's mother. Srimati is a student who committed suicide in Kallakurichi in Tamil Nadu. Selvi met the Chief Minister, requested justice. She requested Stalin to speed up the investigation into the case. Taking a short break, more on the Twin Tower demolition. It's a countdown that's on now. 23 hours to go for India's biggest demolition. We're coming back with the live pictures, the build-up, the preparation, and what you can expect.
Raja Singh has been arrested once again.
Former football captain Bhaijing Bhutia on Friday cited his credibility, experience and his equivalent in cricket, Saurav Ganguly, to hammer home the point that he is definitely the right man to lead the All India Football Federation. In a massive update, FIFA revokes ban it had levied on All India Football Federation earlier in the month of August. The official statement from the global football governing body on August 26 states the Bureau of the FIFA Council has decided to lift the suspension imposed on the All India Football Federation, that's the AIFF, due to undue third-party influence. And more national stories at this point from sports. Olympic champion javelin thrower Neeraj Chopra on Friday scripted history as he became the first Indian to clinch a Diamond League meeting title, winning the Lausanne leg. The 24-year-old Chopra, who had pulled out of the Birmingham Commonwealth Games due to a minor groin injury he had suffered while winning a silver during the World Championships last month, hurled the sphere to 89.08 meters in his first attempt to seal the win in style.
There was also somebody coming back through injury. This is a first round effort. Oh, that's huge.
Taliban has refused to allow female students to leave the Afghan capital to go to study in Kazakhstan and Qatar, according to reports. Russian media, both female and male students, remember, were planning to leave Kabul, but only male students were permitted, whereas restrictions were put on the female students. Pakistan Finance Minister has lashed out at the
Justice Uday Umesh Lalit, who was appointed as the 49th Chief Justice of India, assumes charge of office today.
I, Uday Umesh Lalit.
Justice Lalit is the second CGI who was directly elevated to the Apex Court bench from the bar. Justice Lalit has been part of several landmark judgments, including the one which held practice of divorce through instant triple talaq among Muslims illegal and unconstitutional. Justice Lalit was appointed a judge of the Supreme Court on 13th of August in 2014. Meanwhile, the outgoing Chief Justice, N.V. Ramana, apologized for not being able to list all pending matters. He said the court has been firefighting pendency, which rose alarmingly during pandemic months. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
रही है और यही नहीं, हम लोग मेडिकल डिवाइस पार्क भी बनाने जा रहे हैं, टॉय पार्क भी बनाने जा रहे हैं। अनेक प्रकार की सुविधाओं से युक्त आज तमाम उन संभावनाओं को आगे बढ़ा करके जेवर और अलीगढ़ के बीच
Taliban has refused to allow female students to leave the Afghan capital to go to study in Kazakhstan and Qatar, according to reports. Russian media, both female and male students, remember, were planning to leave Kabul, but only male students were permitted, whereas restrictions were put on the female students. Pakistan Finance Minister has lashed out at the PTI-led Khyber Pakhtunkhwa government for attempting to sabotage the Pakistan IMF deal ahead of the Global Lenders Executive Board meeting.
Ladies and gentlemen, of course there have been journalists in Pakistan who have been tortured, who have been shot at. But those journalists are either neutral or do not support Imran Khan at all. During Imran Khan's regime, the same thing was done to journalists who would criticize Imran Khan's government and Imran Khan himself. Friends, in Pakistan, everybody is a lion till the time the police come calling, and then all the lions are lambs.
Mark Zuckerberg has announced Meta's new VR headset that will cost around $1,000. While speaking to Joe Rogan in his podcast, Zuckerberg announced that the new headsets will be out in October. Russia late Friday blocked agreement on the final document of a 4-week review of the UN treaty considered the cornerstone of nuclear disarmament, which criticized its military takeover of Europe's largest nuclear plant soon after Russian troops invaded Ukraine, an act that has raised fears of nuclear accident.
Ladies Ladies and gentlemen, of course, there have been journalists in Pakistan who have been tortured, who have been shot at. But those journalists are either neutral or do not support Imran Khan at all. During Imran Khan's regime, the same thing was done to journalists who would criticize Imran Khan's government and Imran Khan himself. Friends, in Pakistan, everybody is a lion till the time the police come calling, and then all the lions are lambs.
Building super tech twin towers right behind me, 100 meters tall, 40-story high, which will be coming down. It's going to be a waterfall implosion. A lot of detonators, emulsion, shock tubes being used filled with explosive material and gel and powdered form. Very, very serious violation of building codes. It's coming at the back of the Supreme Court order. Nefarious complicity between the Noida Authority and Supertex. And on Sunday, the twin towers will be reduced to just rubble.
The public exclusive on Chinese construction. Video creates a storm. Eastern Army Command sources confirm the video is recent. Massive development in Sonali Phogat death case. Both accused sent to 10 days of police custody. Huge political storm over scams in Delhi. BJP demands Sisodia's resignation. Four days after flagging, Delhi LG returns 47 files not signed by the Chief Minister back to the Chief Minister's office. And in Jharkhand, tumult with Hemant Soren's party. Only 13 of the 30 MLAs attend the meeting. Come Sunday, Noida's Supertech Twin Towers to be raised. Huge preparations for historic, biggest ever demolition underway. Delhi Lieutenant Governor has returned 47 files which were not signed by the Chief Minister. This after the LG had reminded the Chief Minister last week of signing files himself before sending for final approval. These files were signed by staff of Chief Minister. Despite being on important issues of education and Waqf Board, among others, all these files were sent after the reminder by the LG and hence returned. Remember, the Lieutenant Governor has been in an overdrive, ordering a CBC reporter to be outed, writing on that to the Chief Secretary connected with an inflation of expenditure or in construction of classrooms in Delhi public schools. And before that, of course, the big one, the Liquorgate scam, which came out after the LG ordered a CBI probe in the new excise policy. Now, Delhi LG returning 47 files.
पार्टी ने अब शराब का मुद्दा छोड़ के स्कूल में भ्रष्टाचार का एक नया जुमला उठाना शुरू किया है। इन्होंने पहले शराब 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 चिल्लाते रहे। ये लोग उसके पहले, अगर आपको याद होगा, पहले बोलते रहे जी पार्टी में चंदा लिया है, गड़बड़ कर रखी है। फिर बोले कि सीएम के ऑफिस में गड़बड़ हुई है, इन्होंने सीएम के ऑफिस में सीबीआई रेड की। फिर मेरे घर पे सीबीआई की रेड की इन्होंने 4 साल पहले। फिर धीरे धीरे करके इन्होंने 40 एमएलएस के खिलाफ फर्जी एफआईआर कराते रहे, हर एक में कुछ नहीं निकला। फिर मेरे घर अब इन्होंने शराब का तथाकथित घोटाला, फर्जी एफआईआर, उन सब की नौटंकी की, फिर रेड की, वहाँ भी कुछ नहीं निकला। अब इनको समझ में आ गया कि वहाँ से तो कुछ नहीं निकल रहा। अब इन्होंने कल से एक नई कहानी रचनी शुरू की है कि साहब स्कूल बनाने में घोटाला हो गया है, स्कूल बनाने के लिए गड़बड़ी की गई है। स्कूल बनाने में मैं इनकी चाल समझता हूं और आज आपके सामने भी रखना चाहता हूं कि जिस तरह से इन्होंने मेरे घर पर रेड डाली, अभी तक 10 दिन में इन्होंने बताया नहीं कि क्या निकला मेरे घर से। मेरे घर से यही निकला होगा, कुछ स्कूलों के नक्शे, कुछ स्कूलों के कागज़, कुछ बच्चों के कागज़। जितने भी ये आरोप लगा रहे हैं सारे झूठे हैं। और मैं स्कूल के बारे में भी कहता हूं कि जितनी ये बकवास कर रहे हैं सब झूठ है। सारा देश जानता है, सारी दुनिया जानती है कि दिल्ली में शानदार स्कूल बने हैं। दिल्ली में हम सब गर्व के साथ कहते हैं कि दिल्ली के स्कूल, दिल्ली के सरकारी स्कूल इतने शानदार हैं जितने बहुत सारे प्राइवेट स्कूल भी नहीं होते हैं। आज इनकी तारीफ दुनिया भर में हो रही है। अब इनकी साजिश है कि किसी तरह से दिल्ली के सरकारी स्कूलों को बंद किया जाए। इनको यह हजम नहीं हो रहा कि दिल्ली के सरकारी स्कूल बहुत शानदार चल रहे हैं, शानदार बन गए और शानदार चल रहे हैं। ये अनपढ़ गंवार लोगों की पार्टी है और ये पूरे देश को अनपढ़ और गंवार रखना चाहती है। इनको बिल्कुल प्रॉब्लम हो रही है इस बात से कि कैसे हो सकता है कि हर एक बच्चे के लिए अच्छा सरकारी स्कूल बन जाए। इनकी जहां जहां सरकार है, इन्होंने सारे राज्यों में अपने में सरकारी स्कूल बंद किए हैं पिछले 5-6 साल में, जब से ये लोग 7 साल से आए हैं सरकार में। मैं रखूंगा उसका डेटा आपके पास में, लेकिन मैं बात बहुत गंभीरता से कहना चाहता हूं कि इनका स्कूलों के करप्शन वरप्शन में इंटरेस्ट नहीं है। स्कूलों के और इन सब के करप्शन में इंटरेस्ट होता तो मैं कई बार आपके सामने रख चुका हूं। कल सीएम साहब ने भी 5 मुद्दे रखे कि भाई उस पर जांच करो ना। अब कह रहे हैं स्कूलों में भ्रष्टाचार हो गया, उसकी जांच कर रहे हैं। कर लो जांच, लेकिन इसकी भी जांच करो कि पूरे देश में सरकारी स्कूल जब से आप सत्ता में आए हो क्यों बंद हो रहे हैं। आज 2014 से इनकी सरकार है देश में। 2014 से लगातार इन्होंने देश भर में सरकारी स्कूल बंद किए हैं और ये कह के बंद किए जी सरकारी स्कूल नहीं चल सकते, प्राइवेट स्कूल खोलने पड़ेंगे। सरकारी स्कूल का मॉडल फेल हो गया, प्राइवेट स्कूल का मॉडल चलाएंगे। दूसरी तरफ दिल्ली ने एक मॉडल दिया है कि सरकारी स्कूल ना सिर्फ ठीक हो सकते हैं बल्कि बहुत अच्छे चल सकते हैं और बच्चों का शानदार भविष्य दे सकते हैं। हकीकत यह है कि आज देश के करीब 80% बच्चे सरकारी स्कूलों में पढ़ते हैं और ये चाहते हैं कि इस तरह की बकवास करके, इस तरह की फर्जी एफआईआर करके, इस तरह की फर्जी जांच करके, इस तरह के फर्जी आरोप प्रत्यारोप लगा के ये सरकारी स्कूल ना बनने दें और सरकारी स्कूलों को बंद करने का जो इनका मिशन चल रहा है उसको आगे बढ़ाते रहें। लेकिन दिल्ली ने एक कॉन्फिडेंस दिया है पूरे देश को, पूरी दुनिया को, कि सरकारी स्कूल शानदार बन सकते हैं, शानदार चल सकते हैं, बच्चों का अच्छा भविष्य बना सकते हैं। अब जो इनकी ये नई नौटंकी शुरू हुई है कि सरकारी स्कूल में भ्रष्टाचार हुआ है, ये मुख्यतः मुझे डर है कि ये सरकारी स्कूल दिल्ली के भी बंद करवाना चाहते हैं, क्योंकि इनको इस बात से डर लग रहा है कि अगर देश को ये बात समझ में आ गई कि सरकारी स्कूल चल सकते हैं तो इनका ये जो मॉडल है कि सरकारी स्कूल बंद करो और प्राइवेट स्कूल खुलवाओ, ये इस पे क्वेश्चन उठने लगेंगे। इसलिए ये जानबूझ के चाहते हैं कि अब दिल्ली के सरकारी स्कूल बंद हो जाएं। जब से 2014 से ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी सरकार में है केंद्र की, और ये मैं बहुत ऑथेंटिक डेटा आपके सामने रख रहा हूं, यूडाइस इन्हीं की वेबसाइट है जिस पे एजुकेशन का, स्कूलों का डेटा रखते हैं, उसको उठा के देख लीजिए। 2015 से 2021 तक इन्होंने 72,000 से ज्यादा स्कूल, सरकारी स्कूल बंद करवाए हैं पूरे देश में। जब से ये लोग सत्ता में आए हैं, प्रिसाइजली मैं कहूं 72,747 सरकारी स्कूल इनके राज्य में बंद कराए गए हैं। ये चाहते हैं कि पूरा का पूरा देश प्राइवेट स्कूलों पर डिपेंड हो जाए और प्राइवेट स्कूल जिसको केवल और केवल 20% बच्चे अफोर्ड कर सकते हैं, 80% बच्चे एकदम बर्बाद हो जाएं। प्रिसाइजली ये सारा मीडिया रिपोर्ट से ही, मैं अपने पास से नहीं कह रहा। आप लोगों ने, मीडिया ने खूब दिखाया है इनकी वेबसाइट्स को, इनकी वेबसाइट से निकले हुए डेटा को। केवल सितंबर 2018 से सितंबर 2019 के बीच एक साल में इन्होंने पूरे मिशन मोड में काम करते हुए 51,000 स्कूल बंद किए हैं। 51,000 तो एक साल में बंद किए हैं। पूरे दौर में इन्होंने 72,747 स्कूल बंद किए हैं। इनमें से 26,000 स्कूल तो यूपी में बंद हुए हैं, 22,000 स्कूल मध्य प्रदेश में बंद हुए हैं, 1100 स्कूल इन्होंने उत्तराखंड में बंद किए हैं। और प्राइवेट स्कूल कितने खुले? प्राइवेट स्कूल बंद नहीं हो रहे। जहां जहां ये सरकारी स्कूल बंद कर रहे हैं वहां वहां प्राइवेट स्कूल खुल रहे हैं, और वो प्राइवेट स्कूल इन्हीं के नेताओं के, यही लोग प्राइवेट स्कूल खुलवा रहे हैं वहां पे। 11,739, ये भी यही रिपोर्ट कर रही है यूडाइस की, जिसको सारे अखबारों ने भी छापा हुआ है। 11,739, करीब 12,000 प्राइवेट स्कूल खुले हैं और 72,000 स्कूल बंद हुए हैं। ये इनका स्कूल मॉडल है। मैं आज आपके सामने कहना चाहता हूं कि मैं अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के शिक्षा मंत्री के रूप में बहुत गर्व से काम करता हूं, और मुझे बहुत गर्व है इस बात पे कि दिल्ली में 2015 से पहले के स्कूल नहीं होते थे, टेंट के स्कूल होते थे, चिड़ियाघर बोलते थे उनको, 3 टप्पर वाले स्कूल होते थे, खड्डे वाला स्कूल बोलते थे। 2015 के बाद से हमने 700 नई स्कूल बिल्डिंग बनवाई है। 700 2015 के बाद से हमने जो 700 नई स्कूल बिल्डिंग बनवाई है वो प्राइवेट स्कूलों से भी बेहतर स्कूल बिल्डिंग बनवाई है। बहुत गर्व है हमें इस बात पे। पहले जो इनका सरकारी स्कूल बनाने का मॉडल था, वो लगा हुआ प्लास्टर लगा दो, उसके ऊपर कोई पीली सी कोई खड़िया उससे कलई लगा दो, रोता हुआ स्कूल बनाओ, देखते ही लगे कि सरकारी स्कूल। हमने दिल्ली में कहा कि देखते ही लगना चाहिए कि शानदार सरकारी स्कूल है। इस बात पे हमें बहुत गर्व है। हमें इस बात पे गर्व है कि हमने जो स्कूल बनवाए वो बड़े बड़े प्राइवेट स्कूलों को टक्कर दे रहे हैं। हमने वो 3 टप्पर वाले कमरे नहीं बनवाए, हमने वो प्लास्टर वाले कमरे नहीं बनवाए जिनसे प्लास्टर लटकता रहता है। हमने ऐसे कमरे बनवाए कि जहां आज दिल्ली का कोई भी गरीब से गरीब आदमी का बच्चा, अमीर से अमीर आदमी का बच्चा भी पढ़ने जाए तो उसको गर्व हो सके कि मैं एक अच्छे स्कूल में पढ़ रहा हूँ, अच्छे दिखने वाले, अच्छे वातावरण वाले स्कूल में पढ़ रहा हूँ। शानदार डेस्क पे बिठाते हैं हम अपने बच्चों को, आपने भी देखे हैं जा जाके। इनको इसी में प्रॉब्लम हो रही है, बोले जी भ्रष्टाचार हो गया, बहुत महंगा हो गया, खर्चा कर दिया इन्होंने। खर्चा किया है, ये देश के बच्चे हैं, ये हमारे बच्चे हैं, सरकार के बच्चे हैं। सरकार की जिम्मेदारी है कि अपने बच्चों की पढ़ाई पे खर्च करे। आपकी तरह से नहीं है कि अपनी जिम्मेदारी से भागो, सरकारी स्कूल बंद कराओ और प्राइवेट स्कूल खोलने का मिशन मोड चला के रखो। जब सरकारी स्कूल खुलेंगे और सरकारी स्कूल प्राइवेट स्कूलों से बेहतर दिखेंगे, वहां पे पढ़ाई अच्छी होगी, तभी देश आगे बढ़ेगा। नहीं तो ये 10%, 20% बच्चों को केवल प्राइवेट स्कूलों के सहारे छोड़ के और सरकारी स्कूल बंद करने का जो इनका मॉडल है, इससे देश बर्बाद हो जाएगा। और ये वाकई देश को बर्बाद करके रखना चाहते हैं। सीबीआई और ईडी तो इनके बहाने हैं। फिर से नए सिरे से फिर से सर्च करा लो। एक रेड अभी हफ्ते भर 10 दिन पहले कराई है, एक और रेड करा लो। इस बीच में 10 दिन में हो सकता है 4 और स्कूलों की बच्चों की कॉपियां मिल जाएंगी, मेरे घर पे किताबें मिल जाएंगी। यही ऐड हुआ होगा, लेकिन करा लो, आपकी मर्जी है। मैं पिछली उससे नहीं डरा आपकी, अभी क्या डरूंगा। लेकिन नई सीबीआई रेड कराने से पहले जरा ये भी बताएं ये लोग कि जब आप कहते थे पार्टी में चंदा गड़बड़ है 6-7 साल पहले, उस पर भी बड़ी रेड कराई थी, उस पर भी बड़े थाने में चलवाए थे, उसका बताओ, उसका क्या हुआ। आपने सीएम के ऑफिस में रेड कराई थी, बोले बड़ा भ्रष्टाचार है यहाँ पे, उसका बताओ, उसका क्या हुआ। उसमें कुछ निकला? नहीं निकला। कुछ कर पाए उसमें? नहीं कर पाए, क्योंकि फर्जी था। मेरे घर पे 4 साल पहले सीबीआई रेड कराई, बोले जी फेसबुक को विज्ञापन दे दिया बिना टेंडर के। अरे फेसबुक तो एक ही कंपनी है, उसको ही जाएगा। बोले जी यही गड़बड़ है। उसके बाद सीबीआई रेड कराई, क्या निकला? कुछ नहीं निकला। लिख के देना पड़ा जी कुछ नहीं है, इसमें कुछ नहीं निकला। 40 एमएलए के खिलाफ कराया, उसमें क्या निकला? बताओ देश को। ये हर वक्त सीबीआई 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 ईडी रटते रहते हैं ना। थोड़ा स्कूल भी रट लो, ज्ञान हो जाएगा, थोड़ा सा शांत हो जाएगा मन। स्कूल की बात सोचोगे तो, बच्चों के बीच में रहोगे तो थोड़ा और दिमाग शांत हो जाएगा। मैं तो जाता हूँ, बच्चों के बीच में जाता हूँ, अच्छा लगता है। 24 घंटे सीबीआई ईडी, इनको यही करना आता है। किसी के यहाँ सीबीआई की रेड डालनी आती है, किसी के यहाँ ईडी की रेड डालनी आती है, और स्कूल बंद कराने आते हैं। हमको स्कूल बनवाने आते हैं, हमको स्कूल चलाने आते हैं, हमको स्कूल खुलवाने आते हैं। हम वो करते रहेंगे, आपको जो आता है वो कर लो। मैं अभी भी एक नजफगढ़ से आ रहा हूँ। नजफगढ़ में एक बहुत शानदार सरकारी स्कूल जो देश में अपने आप में यूनिक है, पूरे देश में आपको ऐसा स्कूल देखने को नहीं मिलेगा। जहां बच्चे यूनिफॉर्म पहन के एनडीए में जाने की तैयारी कर रहे हैं और अपनी 9वीं 10वीं 11वीं की पढ़ाई कर रहे हैं। मैं चाहूंगा किसी दिन आप भी जाइएगा वहां पे, बड़ा अच्छा वातावरण है। हमको वो आता है, हम वो कर रहे हैं, इनको स्कूल बंद करवाने आते हैं, वो कर रहे हैं। धन्यवाद।
मामला है क्या, पुराना मामला है कि पहले को भी जांच हो चुकी है? इस मामले को आप किस तरह से देखते हैं? सीबीसी का ये जो मामला,
इन्हीं की कंप्लेंट है, इन्हीं के किसी नेता ने कंप्लेंट कर रखी है, इन्हीं के जांच अधिकारी हैं, अब कर ले जांच, कोई मामला नहीं है। शानदार स्कूल बनवाए, अब ये कह रहे हैं शानदार क्यों बनवाए, रोते हुए बनवाने चाहिए थे। ज्यादा टॉयलेट क्यों बनवा दिए, कम टॉयलेट बनवाने चाहिए थे। मजाक है यार।
कह चुके हैं that you're not scared of the raids. So does that mean that you're ready for more raids by the probe agencies?
खूब करें, इनको रेड के अलावा कुछ आता नहीं।
का मुद्दा बहुत तेजी से चर्चा में है। भ्रष्टाचार के गंभीर आरोप अरविंद केजरीवाल सरकार पर लगे हैं। ये अपने शिक्षा मॉडल की बात उसके जवाब में कह रहे हैं और कैसे एक ईमानदार, कट्टर ईमानदार से कट्टर बेईमानी की ओर जाने वाली सरकार, जो अपनी बेहतर शिक्षा की बात करते थे वो शराब तक पहुंच गए। और जिस तरह से कल हमारी दिल्ली के माननीय लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर ने सीबीसी रिपोर्ट में जो देरी हो रही थी उसके लिए सीबीसी को जो लेट पत्र लिखा, तब ये वास्तव में आश्चर्यजनक बातें सामने आई जिनको पहले भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी उठाती रही है। तब ये पता लगा कि वास्तव में ये सीरियल करप्ट है। सीरीज ऑफ प्रोपेगेंडा, सीरीज ऑफ ड्रामा, सीरीज ऑफ करप्शन, सीरीज ऑफ लिकर शॉप्स, इसका अगर कोई दूसरा नाम है तो आम आदमी पार्टी सरकार है। कोई भी क्षेत्र ऐसा नहीं छोड़ा हो कि भाई इसमें स्कीम, आम आदमी पार्टी सरकार स्कीम इसीलिए बनाती है कि स्कैम हो जाए, स्कैम करने का मौका मिले, और इसके लिए उन्होंने विद्या के मंदिरों को भी नहीं छोड़ा है।
सारे राज्यों में सरकार है, ये सरकारी स्कूल क्यों बंद कर रहे हो? सरकारी स्कूल खुलवा लो, अच्छा लगता है देश में सरकारी स्कूल देख के।
मनीष जी, उपराज्यपाल दफ्तर में 47 फाइल सोर्सेज से खबर आई है, लौटा दी है, कह रहे हैं कि केजरीवाल साइन नहीं करते फाइल्स पे और अप्रूवल मुझसे मांगी जाती है।
एलजी साहब, अब उनका अपना सुर है। हमें लगता है कि एलजी साहब को ये समझना चाहिए कि देश में सरकारें चल कैसे रही हैं। बहुत रूटीन प्रैक्टिस है, ये बहुत रूटीन प्रैक्टिस है। आप भी पत्रकार हैं, आप भी हजारों लोगों से देखते हैं, जानते हैं, किसी से पूछ लीजिए।
पैसा आना चाहिए, भ्रष्टाचार करने का मौका मिलना चाहिए। भूखे भेड़ियों की तरह अरविंद केजरीवाल, मनीष सिसोदिया ने मिलकर शिक्षा के नाम पर भी करोड़ों रुपए का घोटाला किया है। और ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी नहीं कह रही है, ये सीबीसी की अंतरिम रिपोर्ट कह रही है। वो कह रही है रिपोर्ट कि आपने स्कूलों में कमरे बनाने के लिए 989 करोड़ रुपए सैंक्शन किया, 860 करोड़ रुपए के टेंडर्ड अमाउंट किया, और खर्चा कितना कर दिया? 1315 करोड़ से भी अधिक, बिना किसी सैंक्शन के, बिना कोई टेंडर के, बिना अप्रूवल के। भाई अपनी सरकार है, कुछ भी कर लो। सीरीज ऑफ करप्शन चल रहा है, शराब माफिया को भी लुटा रहे हैं, शिक्षा में भी, शिक्षा के नाम पर भी दे रहे हैं। यानी आप कॉन्ट्रैक्ट वैल्यू के से ज्यादा पैसा, 10% से ज्यादा, नियम तो मैं भी जानता हूं, 10% से ज्यादा आप कोई भी कॉन्ट्रैक्ट पर डेविएशन नहीं कर सकते हैं, खर्चा नहीं कर सकते हैं। 10% से ज़्यादा होगा तो उसके लिए आपको अलग से टेंडर करना पड़ेगा। लेकिन इनकी घर की खेती है। दिल्ली में अरविंद केजरीवाल और मनीष सिसोदिया की घर की खेती है, तभी उन्हीं को तो शिक्षा मंत्री बना दिया, उन्हीं को शराब मंत्री बना दिया। और इसीलिए एक बात और है कि जो टॉयलेट बनाए हैं वो भी कमरों में ही इंक्लूड कर दिए, उनको भी कमरा बता दिया है। और वो भी अनाउंस किया कि 6133 बनाएंगे, 4027 ही बनाए, उसी में इनका इतना ज्यादा खर्चा हो गया। तो सवाल ये है कि आपने शराब माफिया से मिलकर भ्रष्टाचार किया, स्कूलों में कमरे बनाने थे उसमें भी करप्शन कर दिया, आपने स्कूलों में कमरे टॉयलेट बनाने थे उनको कमरे में जोड़ दिया। कोई तो डिपार्टमेंट छोड़ा नहीं, कोई तो क्षेत्र छोड़ा नहीं जहां भ्रष्टाचार नहीं किया हो। और तभी क्या करते हैं मुख्यमंत्री जी, मैं आपको आज का ये दिखा रहा हूं, 47 फाइल्स चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफिस से जाती हैं, चीफ मिनिस्टर साहब साइन नहीं करते, उनका स्टाफ साइन कर रहा है। भाई स्टाफ मुख्यमंत्री है मुख्यमंत्री जी, बताइए। ये वो मुख्यमंत्री जिनके पास कोई पोर्टफोलियो भी नहीं है, लेकिन मुख्यमंत्री कार्यालय से एलजी ऑफिस को फाइल जा रही है, ये दूर से उसको दिखा के, हाँ मुख्यमंत्री जी ये फाइल जा रही है, 20 फीट दूर से देख के और भेज देते हैं। ये इनकी जिम्मेदारी है। इसका सीधा अर्थ है फाइल पे साइन नहीं करना, इसका अर्थ है कि आप गलत काम कर रहे हो, ताकि जब राज खुले, जब पास आए कड़ी, तो जब खुले कड़ी और जब पास आए हथकड़ी, तो आप कह दो हमने तो साइन ही नहीं किए थे फाइल पे, हमने तो सिग्नेचर ही नहीं किए थे। लेकिन कानून सब लोगों के लिए बराबर होता है। मुख्यमंत्री जी, केजरीवाल जी सब जानते हैं, सिसोदिया जी चाहे कितना भी बखान कर लो कि हम तो कमरे बना रहे थे, लेकिन जो करप्शन किया है, जो भ्रष्टाचार किया है, चाहे वो शराब माफिया से मिलकर किया हो, स्कूल बनाने में, कमरे बनाने में किया हो, भ्रष्टाचार होता है। और उस भ्रष्टाचार का जो जिम्मेदार होता है वो सरकार का मुखिया होता है। साइन नहीं किए लेकिन बच नहीं सकते। मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं, सवाल पूछने के बाद जवाब नहीं देना, बेचारा बनने की कोशिश करना, जिम्मेदारी से भागना, जवाबों से भागना, ये बिल्कुल दिखाता है कि आपने बहुत बड़ी बेईमानी की है शराब माफिया के बाद। अगला जो आपने किया है सीरीज ऑफ करप्शन में, एक और सीरीज ऑफ करप्शन में एक और घोटाला सामने आया है। मैं दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री और शिक्षा उर्फ शराब मंत्री से कहना चाहता हूं कि सारे घोटाले खुल रहे हैं, सारी बातें सामने आ रही हैं, जनता देख रही है कि आपको बिठाया किस लिए था और आप कर क्या रहे हैं। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष जी। मैं निवेदन करूंगा पूर्व प्रदेश अध्यक्ष श्री विजेंद्र गुप्ता जी से, आपको जो घोटाला होगा उसको सिलसिलेवार तरीके से आपको बताएं, आपको संबोधित करें।
साथियों, सबसे पहले तो मैं आपको दिखाना चाहूँगा, ये 34 पेज की रिपोर्ट है सेंट्रल विजिलेंस कमीशन की। और ये जो लिखती है रिपोर्ट पे सीवीसी द इंटेंसिव एग्जामिनेशन ऑफ वर्क डन बाय टेक्निकल एग्जामिनर। सीवीसी कोई एनफोर्समेंट एजेंसी नहीं है, वो सीबीआई और पुलिस के ऊपर है। वो एडवाइस करती है, गाइडलाइंस देती है, जांच करती है, डायरेक्शंस देती है और देश की सबसे विश्वास प्राप्त संस्था सेंट्रल विजिलेंस कमीशन। आपके ध्यान में डालना चाहता हूं कि ये कंप्लेंट है 4 पेज की हमारी, जो मैंने सीवीसी को मिलकर 25 जुलाई 2019 को सौंपी थी और उनसे आग्रह किया था कि इसकी तुरंत जांच कराई जाए, क्योंकि सैकड़ों करोड़ रुपया सरकारी खजाने से चोरी हो रहा है शिक्षा के नाम पर। जो शिक्षा के बजट को बढ़ाने की बात की गई थी, वो वास्तविकता में बढ़ाया इसलिए गया था जो पैसा चोरी करके, भ्रष्टाचार करके अपने घर ले जाया जा सके। सीवीसी ने हमारी उस कंप्लेंट का कॉग्निजेंस लिया। तुरंत उन्होंने हमारे सामने ही आदेश जारी कर दिए रिपोर्ट को, हमारी चिट्ठी को पढ़ने के बाद, क्योंकि उनको भी लगा कि बहुत सब्सटेंशियल और टू द पॉइंट कंप्लेंट है और टाइम बाउंड मैनर में टेक्निकल एग्जामिनर, चीफ टेक्निकल एग्जामिनर्स ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को, CTEO को सौंप दिया। ये रिपोर्ट आती है 17 फरवरी 2020 को, मैं फिर दोहरा रहा हूं, 17 फरवरी 2020 को दिल्ली सरकार के पास सीवीसी के द्वारा दिल्ली सरकार को दी जाती है, क्योंकि सेंट्रल विजिलेंस कमीशन का अपना एक काम करने का तरीका है और रिपोर्ट चूंकि गोपनीय है, कॉन्फिडेंशियल है, इसलिए सिर्फ उन्हीं के पास जाएगी जिन पर कार्रवाई, जिससे कार्रवाई की अपेक्षा की जा रही है। और
All right, a breaking news development coming in connection with the Sonali Phogat murder, and that's Republic has accessed the Goa police wireless message on drugs in the Sonali Phogat death probe. We are getting to know that more drugs have been recovered as part of the probe. The accused hid more drugs in the toilet of Curly's nightclub, from where those have been recovered now by the police. This is a wireless message given by Police Inspector of the Anjana Police Station to the headquarters, which is the PCR Panji, and in this the police inspector is bringing to the notice that on 27th, that is today at around 5 a.m., based on the questioning of the accused, which is Sudhir Pal Sangwan, who is one of the accomplices in the murder, along with Sudhir, of course, the 2 aides of Sonali Phogat. And all right, in fact, Goa DGP is addressing a press conference. Let's listen to him.
The peddler who provided drugs to Sudhir Sangwan, which was ultimately administered to the deceased. And the second case has been registered against the premises of the shack, and we recovered a small amount of drug from the toilet. So since he is the caretaker or the manager of the resort, so it is his responsibility that his premises should not be used for any illegal purposes. So considering that, a case under NDPS Act has also been registered, and both of them have been taken into custody.
So you have also registered both of them, Sukhvinder as well as Sudhir.
Yeah,
ये connection कैसे है? इस केस से ये connection कैसे है?
नहीं, basically buying and selling drug. Okay. Storage, transportation, buying, selling and transferring drugs in any form is an offence under NDPS Act. So that is why they have also been made part of the FIR.
Okay. So now there's also an angle of the property which you had mentioned, yesterday, the economic interest angle. That's being probed very strongly by the police. You can
no, because it's not an angle. It's only an allegation. which of course police would definitely look into, because in generally speaking, in such offences, property angle is also considered to be a strong motive. But whether this is so in this particular case, that will have to be looked into, because that was one of the allegations of the complainant, who is the brother of the deceased. So we'll definitely look into that angle also. But to investigate that, we might be sending a team to Haryana to find out whether this angle is valid or not.
About the political angle, because in their complaint they have mentioned that it was kind of a plot.
No, I would not comment on that, because my investigation is purely concerned with the murder investigation. It is just at the initial stage. But as investigating officer, we look into all angles.
Last question I would like to ask you, sir, about the chemical analysis. कब हम expect कर रहे हैं कि chemical analysis का report आ जाए, क्योंकि जिससे और ज़्यादा तथ्य सामने आए, पुलिस को भी जिससे मदद हो सकती है?
No, basically that is in the domain of Central Forensic Science Laboratory, because we've decided to send the exhibits to CFSL Chandigarh. So it would depend on that. Of course, we would write to them to expedite the result as early as possible.
Now, one thing, sir, while asking for custody today of the accused, there was a mention that, there might be the involvement of non-localites as well, considering both the accused also aren't localites themselves, aren't Goans. So have you so far found any leads as far as other people are concerned, other accused are concerned, not belonging to Goa?
Basically, उन्होंने उनको help की पूरी साजिश रचने के लिए, या उनको कोई material provide की?
नहीं, अभी तक ऐसा कोई कॉन्स्पिरेंसी एंगल नहीं आया है, बट इन्वेस्टिगेशन इज अ वेरी कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव प्रोसेस, एंड इफ ड्यूरिंग द कोर्स ऑफ इन्वेस्टिगेशन इफ एनीथिंग लाइक दिस इमर्जेस, दैट विल डेफिनेटली बी
लुक्ड एट. एंड द अक्यूज्ड न्यू द ड्रग पेडलर फ्रॉम अर्लियर, सर, और
अभी तक इस तरह की कोई नो सच इंफॉर्मेशन हैज कम अप सो फार. बट as I said, whenever we look into such angles, all angles are looked into, whether the accused was familiar with him earlier or not, that will also be looked into.
Motive के बारे में अभी तक पता नहीं चला है.
The motive requires very in-depth investigation, and we are still at the initial stage of investigation.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Goa DGP talking about the drug seizure. There's been a fresh drug seizure in the Sonali Phogat murder mystery. In fact, we are hearing that her own aides, one age 39, one age 31, Sudhir and Sukhwinder, who were with her, drugged her, procured drugs in Goa at a club called Curly's, very famous, very popular in Goa. And after drugging her, they left a lot of the drugs behind. And I have the wireless message of the Goa police here with me. I'm going to get Alisha live in just a second. In just a second, I'm going to get Alisha live. I'll just open up that police note first up. Here's the police note. I'm going to zoom into that police note in just a second. This is the police note. Let me see if I can just snip that up. Okay, this is the police note. And the police note is here with me. And in the police note, it's a wireless message, by the way, and very interestingly, the wireless message is dated the 27th of August. And in this, it talks about how in the intervening night, since last night, they have recovered more drugs. So what exactly were they doing? Alisha, I think this raises more questions. She was found dead on Tuesday. We've been debating it since Wednesday, Thursday and Friday. And on Friday night, the police goes back to the club. And Friday night, in the ladies' toilet, I want to read out that part. It says on the 27th of August at 5 o'clock, that's 5 a.m. 27th of August, 5 a.m. I'm writing down some of the important points. They say that upon the complaint of an inspector about Sudhir and the other accused Sukhwinder, they found psychotropic drug meth. They call it, I don't know how to pronounce it, I'm going to try. It's methamphetamine weighing 2 grams worth 6,000, etc. And it was at the ladies' toilet, and it was still there. What were they doing for 5 days? Alisha, for 5 days, and I think that tells you that for 5 days, the Goa police, you look at the chronology, right? On Tuesday, she's found dead. Wednesday, there are theories floated about suicide, possible cardiac arrest. On Wednesday, the family writes saying it's murder. On Thursday, you have the police themselves coming under pressure, saying that the provisional death certificate mentions body, assault marks, blunt injury marks. On Friday, we're debating it. You're reporting live. You're talking about how the crime scene may have been cleaned up. Then how is it that this morning, Saturday early morning, drugs are still being found in the same club where she died, where she was killed, where she was poisoned? Alisha.
Well, Niranjan, it's something that raises a question on the police investigation as well, because it was FSL team who visited the same restaurant, that is Curly's restaurant, and what they found in the bathroom, in the ladies' toilet, which clearly mentioned that 2.20 gram of the drugs, that is drug substance, that is worth rupees 6,000, that has been found in the ladies' toilet. It's been 4 days, as you rightly pointed out, Niranjan. It is something raises a question, because she died on 22nd, and this is when they have recovered drugs from the same toilet where Sonali Phogat and other two were in the same toilet for around 2 hours. As of now, that has been sealed only after the FSL team which reached to the spot. They conducted all the searches in the same places, and finally what they found is a drug substance that was still kept in the same toilet. So even if it's been 4 days, and it was something luck for the police as well, we can say, because it could have been taken out, or it could have hampered the investigation as well. Even if it's like after 4 days they have been finding it. If I really read out the wireless message of the police that we have access, which clearly mention that the Anjuna police who has registered a new case that is under NDPS Act. In this, the accused Sudhir Sangwan was found conceived psychotropic drug suspected to be methamphetamine weighing 2.20 grams worth rupees 6,000 in a ladies' toilet of a Curly's beach shack, that is in Anjuna, which accused Sukhwinder Singh has procured from accused Datta Prasad Gaukar, and that was on 22nd of August at around 8 p.m. at near Grand Leone Resort. So now this is something, a point we need to understand, that this is the drug that was procured not from the same location, that is Curly's, but the drugs was procured from the same hotel, that is Grand Leone Hotel, where Sonali Phogat and the other two accused that were staying in the same hotel. Moreover, it is also mentioned that the owner management of Curly's Beach Shack Anjuna found knowingly permitted their premises for carrying out a narcotic activity. Being grave crime express report follows, which is by the police station, that is Anjuna police station, and which is why even the owner of the Curly's restaurant has been arrested, just because he's been knowing, it is willingly that he permitted his customers, that is to take to do this narcotic activities, which is why he was placed under arrest. So as of now, where the police has been investigating two matters, the two FIR that has been registered, one is the 302 of the IPC, that is a murder case, and the second, the case that has been registered with NDPS Act. In this, the 4 accused has been named, including Sukhwinder Singh, Sudhir Sangwan, and the drug peddler Datta Prasad, who has already been arrested, and also the owner of the Curly's restaurant. So all 4 is been arrested in the case that has been registered under NDPS Act, and moreover their interrogation will still underway, because both the other accused, that is the owner of Curly's Edwin Nunes, and the drug peddler, they are yet to be produced before the court. So moreover they will seek, the Goa police is going to produce both of them before the court tomorrow, is what we have been told, and the custody is going to seek. But today, where Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhwinder Singh, who were produced before the court today, court has already sent them to the police custody for the 10 days.
Okay, so Alisha getting us the details of the wireless message that was sent, and the wireless message was from this morning, the 27th of August, where the Goa police, 5 days after she was found dead at a club in Goa called Curly's, have found more drugs in the ladies' toilet of this particular club. They found this drug based on the tip-off by a police officer through the accused, who admitted buying the drugs, stashing the drugs in this particular club. Let's play out some of the reports. My colleague Amit Chowdhury has been reporting live from Curly's as well. Alisha is there live in Goa, and she's been reporting live about how the crime scene, the hotel included where she was staying, being sanitized perhaps. Take a look at this.
अंजुना बीच पर ये फेमस कर्ली रेस्टोरेंट है और मैं वहां पर हूं और यहां से मैं आपको एक एक तस्वीर दिखाऊंगा, बताऊंगा कि कैसे बीजेपी की लीडर और टिकटॉक स्टार सोनाली फोगाट जो है यहां पर उनकी मौत हो जाती है। ये वही रेस्टोरेंट है और लगातार रिपब्लिक टीवी, रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क जो सीसीटीवी दिखा रहा है जिसमें सोनाली फोगाट जो है वो लड़खड़ाती हुई नशे में नजर आ रही है, जिसमें सुधीर सांगवान जो है वो उसको सहारा दे रहा है। वो इतनी लड़खड़ा रही है कि वो चल भी नहीं पा रही। ये वही जगह है जहां से वो चलती हुई सीधे टॉयलेट की तरफ जा रही है। फिलहाल ये जो जगह है यहां पर जो है पार्टी हो रही थी, पार्टी चल रही थी। उसके बाद यहीं पर, क्योंकि देखिए जो सीसीटीवी जो सामने आपको दिख रहा है, यही सीसीटीवी की जो फुटेज है लगातार रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क जो है अपने दर्शकों को दिखा रहा है और बता रहा है कि किस तरीके से यहां पर पार्टी के दौरान जो है सोनाली फोगाट यहां से नशे की हालत में निकलती है और इतना नशा होता है, इतना नशा कर रखा होता है उसने कि उसके पैर जो है लड़खड़ा रहे होते हैं, वो चल भी नहीं पाती। फिलहाल पुलिस का यह दावा है कि इस दौरान पार्टी के अंदर उसको जबरन जो है करीब 1.5 MDMA या उस जैसा कोई सब्सटेंस जो है वो खिलाया गया, यानी कि उसे या तो ड्रग्स दिया गया या फिर कोई केमिकल दिया गया, जिसके बाद जो है वो अनकॉन्शियस होती गई और लगातार नशे में थी। यहां से ये जो जगह आपको दिख रही है यहीं से पार्टी हो रही थी और फिलहाल देखिए यहां पर जो पुलिस है, पुलिस ने इसको सील कर दिया गया है क्योंकि ये मैटर ऑफ इन्वेस्टिगेशन है, यहां से आगे कोई जो है वो जा नहीं सकता। अब मैं आपको बताता हूं कि यहां से जब सोनाली फोगाट जो है वो निकल रही थी अपने पीए सुधीर सांगवान के साथ, सुधीर सांगवान ने उसको सहारा दे रखा था, उसके कंधे को पकड़ रखा था और बड़ी मुश्किल से जो है सोनाली फोगाट जो है वो यहां से चल पा रही थी और पीछे जो है सुखविंदर भी लगातार आ रहा था। अब मैं आपको बताता हूं कि ये जो जगह चंद कदमों की जगह दूरी पर, यानी कि 8 से 10 कदम जो है दूर ये स्टेयर्स हैं, ये स्टेयर्स पे वो कुछ देर यहां पर आकर के बैठती है। उसके बाद नशा इतना ज्यादा होता है कि वो चल भी नहीं पाती, फिर वो थोड़ी देर जो है वो यहां पर बैठती है। उसके बाद उसको कुछ नहीं समझ आ रहा था, लगातार अनकॉन्शियस हो रही थी, हो सकता है कि उसकी तबीयत जो है लगातार बिगड़ रही हो और उसके बाद वो इस टॉयलेट में आती है। ये टॉयलेट मैं आपको दिखाना चाहूंगा। इस टॉयलेट में करीब 2 घंटे, जो यहां पर गोवा पुलिस कह रही है करीब 2 घंटे जो है वो यहां पर रहती है, यहां पर वो 2 घंटे रहती है और सुधीर सांगवान भी टॉयलेट के अंदर होता है, ये फिलहाल पुलिस का कहना है। अब पुलिस जो है वो इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है कि आखिर इस टॉयलेट के अंदर 2 घंटे जो है सोनाली फोगाट कर क्या रही थी और उसके साथ जो सुधीर सांगवान था वो वहां क्या कर रहा था। फिलहाल सुधीर सांगवान और सुखविंदर से पूछताछ हुई, पूछताछ में उन्होंने बताया नहीं कि आखिर 2 घंटे टॉयलेट में क्यों लगे, टॉयलेट में वो क्या कर रहे थे। मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूं, आप यहीं पे काम करते हैं?
हाँ जी, क्या भी नहीं है हमारे को मालूम, टॉयलेट में गया था।
टॉयलेट में गया था सोनाली फोगाट?
मैं नहीं देखे जी, ऐसा चाहिए ऐसा यहाँ तक
यहाँ से आया था। आप कितने दिन से यहाँ काम कर रहे हैं?
6 दिन से हो गया काम करने को।
यहाँ पर कहाँ पार्टी हो रही थी? एक बार आइए, एक बार जरा बताइए पार्टी कहाँ हो रही थी? पार्टी क्या यहीं पर हो रही थी जो लगातार हम अपने दर्शकों को दिखा रहे हैं, हम बता रहे हैं, क्या पार्टी यहीं पर हो रही थी? पार्टी यहाँ हो रही थी। कितने लोग थे?
बहुत लोग रहता।
नहीं, सोनाली फोगाट के ग्रुप में कितने लोग थे?
बहुत 20 लोग रहते था।
20 लोग टोटल थे। देखिए सोनाली फोगाट के साथ कितने लोग थे? क्या आपको उसने कोई सर्विस के लिए मांगा, कुछ मांगा था आपसे?
नहीं मालूम भैया।
अच्छा, वहां से जब वो यहाँ से गई थी तो आपने उसको देखा था?
नहीं देखे।
आप घबरा रहे हैं, घबराइए मत, सीधे बताइए कि आखिर उस रात क्या आपने देखा, क्या हुआ था?
नहीं मालूम जी साहब।
कुछ नहीं मालूम। अच्छा ये बताइए, क्या पुलिस ने आप लोगों से पूछताछ की है? पुलिस ने पूछताछ?
क्या हमारे को नहीं
आपसे नहीं पूछा? आप यहाँ क्या काम करते हैं?
हेल्पर काम करते थे।
हेल्पर काम करते थे। फिलहाल मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगा जो गोवा पुलिस है उसकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन जो है वो तेजी से आगे बढ़ रही है। गोवा पुलिस ने जो जितने भी जो लोग हैं इस रेस्टोरेंट में जो काम करते हैं, जो मैनेजर लेवल के हैं, उन लोगों से लगातार पूछताछ करने के बाद हमें बताया जा रहा है कि रेस्टोरेंट का जो मालिक है उसको हिरासत में लेकर पूछताछ कर रही है। यह भी बताया जा रहा है कि करीब 3 ग्राम जो ड्रग्स था, MDMA था, वो सुधीर सांगवान और सुखविंदर ने अपने होटल में मंगवाया था। उसके बाद वो यहां पर लेकर आया था उसे, और जब मौज मस्ती होने लगी, जब नशा चढ़ने लगा, क्योंकि देखिए 9 बजे करीब ये लोग यहां पर आ गए थे। 9 बजे के बाद ये बताया जा रहा है कि लगातार यहां पर नाचने गाने का जो है दौर वो चलता रहा। मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूं, आप यहां पे काम करते हैं?
नहीं सर,
यहां काम नहीं करते,
सिलेंडर डालना है।
अच्छा, बाहर से हैं, ठीक है। तो जो नशे का जो यहां पर जो दौर है वो शुरू होता है, झूमना शुरू होता है, नाचना गाना शुरू होता है। मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूं, ये लोग कितने बजे आए थे? आप बता रहे थे कि 9 बजे के आसपास पार्टी शुरू हुई।
हाँ, 9 बजे पार्टी हुआ था,
शुरू हुई थी। उसके बाद फिर क्या इन्होंने क्या कर रहे थे, क्या पी रहे थे, कुछ बता पाएंगे उसके बारे में?
वो नहीं देखे जी, हमें क्या भी नहीं देखे, हमें काम कर रहा था, हमें ऐसा
काम कर रहे थे। आपने अगले दिन जब सोनाली फोगाट की मौत की खबर आई तो आपको लगा कि ये तो वही है जो उस दिन जिनकी तबीयत खराब हो रही थी?
हाँ, खराब होती थी।
तो आपको लगा ये देखकर?
नहीं देखे जी, नहीं देखे।
अच्छा, चलिए मैं आपको ये भी बताना चाहता हूं कि फिलहाल जिससे ड्रग प्रोक्यूर किया गया था, जिससे ड्रग जो है लिया गया था, उस ड्रग पेडलर को जो है हिरासत में लेकर पुलिस लगातार पूछताछ कर रही है। पुलिस को शक है कि ये वही शख्स है जिसने सुधीर को जो है ड्रग दिया था। 3 ग्राम के करीब जो ड्रग है उसने गोवा में ही खरीदा था, उसने अपने होटल में खरीदा था। मैं आपको एक बार फिर से टॉयलेट दिखाना चाहता हूं, और सबसे बड़ा सवाल यह है कि 2 घंटे तक वो लगातार सोनाली फोगाट जो है इस टॉयलेट के अंदर थी। ऐसे में जो उनके साथी थे सुधीर सांगवान और साथी में सुखविंदर, वो उसको लेकर के अगर हॉस्पिटल की तरफ भागते और अगर यहां से लेकर के वो कहीं उसको इमरजेंसी मेडिकल हेल्थ के लिए, चेकअप के लिए या मेडिकल हेल्प जो है वो अगर प्रोवाइड करवा देते तो हो सकता है उसकी मौत नहीं होती। ये तमाम बिंदु हैं जिस पर लगातार जो गोवा पुलिस है वो पूछताछ कर रही है, उस तरफ से वो इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रही है। कुछ और लोगों की भी गिरफ्तारी हो सकती है। ड्रग पेडलर की जो चेन है उसको लगातार खंगालने की कोशिश की जा रही है। और हमें इतना और पता लगा है कि इस पार्टी में 2 और लड़कियां मौजूद थी, उन दोनों से भी पूछताछ फिलहाल की गई है। कैमरामैन अनूप के साथ अमित कुमार चौधरी, अंजुना बीच, गोवा, रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क।
From the same hotel, and even we saw yesterday there was a constructing work that was ongoing, but this was the same hotel, the Grand Leone Hotel, where Sonali Phogat was staying with others. We have already entered to the hotel, and we'll show you the visuals from the. We'll show you the report from the 2 rooms from where Sonali Phogat and Sudhir Sangwan's and Sukhwinder Singh room was booked. So this was the room L17, and it's already been sealed, and no one is allowed to stay inside the hotel, as we can see. And this is the one room we can see. I'll ask my video journalist Sunny to show you the other room as well. We have to, we won't enter the place which has already been sealed, but we can clearly see from the visuals as well. And this is the another room I am been showing you. So this is the first room that has already been sealed by the police, and even the FSL team was present at the same room. This is the second room that was booked in the name of Sonali Phogat and Sudhir and Sukhwinder Singh. So this is L23. So these are the 2 rooms that was booked in the name of Sonali Phogat and Sudhir and Sukhwinder Singh. We have been reporting from the exact location after taking, taking the trace of the entire room, because it was Sonali Phogat and the other 2 from the Curly's restaurant, Curly's restaurant. They were brought to the same, they brought from the taxi where they were brought to the same room. This is the same apartment, L17 and L23. These are the 2 rooms that has also been confirmed by the manager who was present there. And we have been showing you in and around visuals of the same, inside the same hotel, which is now being sealed by the police, and no one is allowed. In fact, the hotel is under renovation, is what we have been seeing. But the 2 rooms that was booked in the name of Sonali Phogat, Sukhwinder and Sudhir Sangwan has now been sealed. This is the first visuals of the same room. We can see L17 and L23 is the room number of Sonali Phogat and Sukhwinder Singh, and from the same hotel. She was.
When we come back, getting you all the details about the PLA construction spotted at the LAC. There's a video from Arunachal Pradesh showing China constructing at the LAC. A big provocation at the LAC. The full details coming up. There's a big political fight over the school gate charge. Aam Aadmi Party calls CVC report fake. BJP demands answers.
Former football captain Bhaijing Bhutia on Friday cited his credibility, experience and his equivalent in cricket, Saurav Ganguly, to hammer home the point that he is definitely the right man to lead the All India Football Federation. In a massive update, FIFA revokes ban it had levied on All India Football Federation earlier in the month of August. The official statement from the Global Football Governing Body on August 26 states the Bureau of the FIFA Council has decided to lift the suspension imposed on the All India Football Federation, that's the AIFF, due to undue third-party influence. And more national stories at this point from sports. Olympic champion javelin thrower Neeraj Chopra on Friday scripted history as he became the first Indian to clinch a Diamond League meeting title, winning the Lausanne leg. The 24-year-old Chopra, who had pulled out of the Birmingham Commonwealth Games due to a minor groin injury he had suffered while winning a silver during the World Championships last month, hurled the sphere to 89.08 meters in his first attempt to seal the win in style.
There was also somebody coming back through injury. This is a first round effort. Oh, that's huge.
Taliban has refused to allow female students to leave the Afghan capital to go to study in
It's the biggest demolition of the decade, and all eyes will be on the Twin Towers, the Supertech Towers in Noida. Will be brought down around 2:30 p.m. on Sunday, so it's roughly about 20 to 22 hours before it's brought down. Preparation is on, and Republic will be live from at least 15 to 20 different angles on Sunday when it happens. Here's how the preparation is building up.
On the 28th of August, Sunday, the Supertech Twin Towers will come crashing down as 3,700 kgs of explosives rigged in 9,000 holes across the structure will detonate. The demolition exercise is set to begin at around 2:30 p.m. and evacuation from the adjoining areas will start at 7 in the morning. The explosives are expected to go off within a span of 10 seconds, while it is thought 8 to 10 minutes will take for the dust to settle. Only a few workers who will trigger the detonation will remain within the demolition perimeter.
हमारे पास एक डायनेमो होता है, एक छोटा सा बॉक्स, उससे हम पहले करंट जनरेट करते हैं और करंट जनरेट करने के बाद वो बटन प्रेस किया जाता है. बटन प्रेस होने के बाद इमीडिएटली जितने भी अंदर शॉक ट्यूब्स में डेटोनेटर्स लगे हैं सब इग्नाइट हो जाएंगे और विद इन 9 सेकंड वो सब ब्लास्ट करेंगे एंड देन बिल्डिंग विल स्टार्ट कोलैप्सिंग. हम लोग वहीं रहेंगे, कोई खतरा नहीं है. ये हम ऑलमोस्ट 50 to 70 मीटर्स अवे होंगे इससे एंड वी आर वेरी मच श्योर कि वहाँ तक कुछ भी नहीं होगा और हम लोग सब वहीं खड़े रहेंगे.
The controlled destruction is expected to generate about 35,000 cubic meters of debris, which will take an estimated 3 months or 1/4 of a year to clear up. The towers will become the tallest towers to be demolished in the country, as one stands at 103 meters and the other at 93 meters. Moat-like trenches have been dug to prevent the shockwaves from the demolition to affect nearby buildings, which have been covered in geotextile fabric.
The Supertech Twin Towers are being imploded and detonated because
there has been, in fact, a very, very serious violation of building codes. It's coming at the back of the Supreme Court order, which said that there was a nefarious complicity between the Noida authority and Supertech. So that is why this is happening. And on Sunday, the Twin Towers will be reduced to just rubble.
It was a Supreme.
And Republic TV has accessed the clincher audio in the case of BJP leader Sonali Phogat's murder. This is for the first time that the audio tape is emerging where Sonali Phogat is heard speaking to the family, Sudhir Sangwan. The PA is heard speaking to the family of Sonali Phogat. And in this audio, he's confronted on the facts of how Sonali Sangwan was murdered. He has no answers. He says he was not there for 5 to 7 minutes when it happened. He's confronted obviously by the family and he's heard here evading the family. Take a listen.
हेलो सचिन बोल रहा हूँ जी। हाँ सचिन, कहाँ वहीं हो क्या अभी? हाँ गोवा हूँ भाई। अच्छा, तो पोस्टमार्टम वगैरह क्या कुछ चल रहा है? देखो शाम को होएगा, कल होएगा। अच्छा शाम को या कल होएगा, तो ऐसे कैसे हो गया ये? पता नहीं भाई कैसे हुआ, मेरे तो समझ में नहीं आ रहा। अच्छा, तो आप वहीं थे क्या, पास ही साथ ही? और क्या, रात तो सारी रात तो राजी खुशी बतलाए हैं। ठीक है। अच्छा, और फिर सुबह 7-7:30 बजे की बात है, मैं 5 से 7 मिनट के लिए कमरे के बाहर गया था, इतनी देर में हो गया। अच्छा अच्छा, तो पोस्टमार्टम शाम को या कल होगा फिर? गए कब थे आप गोवा फिर? कल गए थे।